Hello, Dota fans, and welcome to the final day of the OGA Dota Pit Season 5 EU and CIS regions. We are very excited to bring you today's events as we have a best of 3 and a best of 5 to find out who is going to be crowned the grand champion of the first post-TI event, really. It's very, very exciting. We'll see how things line up. And of course, joining me on the panel to talk to you through today's games, we have got Misery and Lizard. Guys, look at this bracket. Look at these teams. Look at the amount of 2-1s we've had as well throughout this tournament. It has been a wild ride. I mean, looking back on all the games we've had, taking a minute, what's been your favorite series so far, Lizard?
So far, I think for me, at least personally, OG Team Spirit was extremely good in the upper bracket. Yeah, it was a good series. It was a lot of fun, bloodbath happening everywhere, and OG as well, coming as a group of youngsters, they have to be commended. What they ended up being fourth in their first tournament, like that's some insane success already, considering they were just formed. Looking forward to watching them in the upcoming DPC season. But here, OG Team Spirit as well. Liked it a lot. I sound like OG fanboy, don't I?
You do a little bit, but we're allowed to be now. They're a new squad. Misery, what was your favorite series so far?
I mean, I agree with Lizard. That series was very good. I also think that the OG Liquid series was good. We saw the other day. Also, the first time Liquid lost the series, right?
Yes.
So that was nice to see. I mean, not see Liquid lose, but just a nice series, right?
Yeah, that's what I would have gone for. That was an insane one.
In general, it also feels like teams are very capable of all beating each other, right? It's like Team Spirit does look a bit like high level, but still it feels like they could lose, right? They have shown some weaknesses, lost some single games here and there, but yeah, generally like everybody can beat everybody. That's kind of how it is in the European region.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even Na'Vi, who dropped out straight away, they still took a game of both of the series they played. Alliance as well were able to take a game of Nigma Galaxy. Like, all of these teams are capable of beating each other, and that's what's made this tournament so damn exciting. And I think the winner should be in a really good place. It's going to give them a huge boost of confidence coming in to the end of the DPC season and into that first major, and it could mean a lot in the future. And a team which are already doing well is, of course, Team Spirit. They are already in the grand finals and will be waiting for the winner of this series. Now, this one is Tundra versus Team Secret. And first, I would like to talk about Team Tundra. They're a team which was peaking pretty much around the TI era, but they never made it to TI, unfortunately. They peaked just past the qualifiers, therefore couldn't get to TI. And everyone was just watching them going, man, I wish this team were there, but they didn't make it when they needed to. And now I think there's been a bit of discussion about feeling as though they're on a downwards trend. Why is that?
I mean,
you go, Misery.
I mean, for me, it's almost like from day to day, right? Because one day they show some weakness and they lose to, they lose a series where they look, a bit off. And then the next day, suddenly they just turn up the tempo, draft differently, and beat OG 2-0 very convincingly, right? Exactly. For example, right? So they're still like one of the absolute strongest teams in Europe, like no doubt. I feel like they're also one of the most consistent. Even though they have lost a couple of series, it still feels like they're still a hard team to beat, like overall, right? Where some of the other teams are very fragile. Tundra is, solid.
I think expectations were set extremely high coming into this tournament for them. And it's not that they haven't met them, it's just they've met them in a way which people didn't expect. Losing a little bit earlier on, coming through that lower bracket, but then looking damn good, destroying that lower bracket and absolutely wiping OG off the face of the earth. Like, I don't think any team had OG's number as much as Tundra did yesterday out of the tournament so far, Liz.
Yeah, it definitely looked that way. Keep in mind that Tundra did not have a single easy series in this tournament. I guess no one did. It's a pretty packed tournament, and there's also different voices exclaiming that Tundra is probably one of the best teams to look out in Europe, especially when it comes to players talking about their scrims and what's happening in them. So obviously we have very high expectations just because of all these rumors that are circling around. But in games, like some games they look very off. Some days and some games they look completely unbeatable. Like exactly the same like just before the TI.
But if you actually, now that I look at the bracket, it was only kind of Team Spirit that beat them, like convincingly. That's the series where they looked off, right? And it is Team Spirit after all. Since then, they have won all their series. They beat Navi, Nigma, and OG yesterday. Now they have a chance to, meet Team Spirit again if they can take down Team Secret.
Yeah, and let's be honest, losing to Team Spirit isn't exactly a huge disappointment for anybody, but I was mentioning more about the DPC as well, where they've dropped series to Liquid and Secret, but again, both very, very good teams. So, and also, I think, they do have this new coach coming into this season, right? They've worked with Aoi a bit in the past, but he's now officially the coach of Team Tundra. So I'm kind of expecting them to have this little bit of a lull where they drop a few series here and there, but then I'm also kind of expecting them to transform into this mega beast as they learn how best to utilize Aoi. Let's have a look at the other side of the coin very quickly. We've got, of course, Team Secret coming into this one. Now, they had a great upper bracket run until they ran into Team Spirit, where they were beaten in that one. But, not without a decent fight. And Secret, they've looked very, very good as well. How similar are these teams in terms of power level to you guys?
I feel like when you look at Team Secret, you look at an equation that's already solved, but it's really strong, right? It doesn't matter. These players are extremely high skilled, well known. You know what they're gonna do, but still they do it so fast and so well that you just can't adapt to it. I out of these two, Tundra, for me at least, is a little bit more of a mystery when it comes to which Tundra shows up to the game, what draft they have, and whatnot. For Puppy, his teams, they kind of all follow the same agenda, the same way of playing.
Well, you mentioned draft, and we do now have a draft underway, so let's waste no time in jumping into game number 1 of Tundra versus Team Secret in this lower bracket elimination final match. The winner of this series will go on to face Team Spirit in the best of 5 grand finals.
I just saw that Team Tundra has already used a fair share of that bonus time in the first phase. Contemplating whether or not they should leave that OD for Team Secret. Chooses not to in the end. I think that's a probably smart choice.
There was a penalty for them. I just looked.
Is that why?
Okay. Yeah. They were a bit late.
Makes sense then.
Naughty Tundra.
Still though, what do you think about the bans? Monkey and OD on one side, Io and Bane, and interesting Nyx Assassin picked up. Like, we've seen some teams do extremely well with him. We've seen some teams pretty much outright flop with Nyx Assassin. It came back into the meta like a counter to OD, or somewhat of a counter, right? And now it's being picked regardless.
It's also kind of the Queen of Pain, right? Which is like very much a go-to mid right now.
Yeah, Queen of Pain's been very popular. Second most picked hero of the tournament so far, with a 58% win rate, so 12 games.
If I look at these two heroes, Tundra Esports, man, I like their opening already better. Of course, you can't tell a lot from the two heroes, but Spirit Breaker after last night looks just insanely strong. I wonder if we'll see something like the build collapse went. The Kaya one with the Aghanims. What did you think about that build, Misery? Like, you were watching the game, right?
I was only watching like the first 15 minutes of a replay today, so I didn't get to the where he was full slotted. But I think Spiritbreaker is like definitely one of the power heroes of this patch right now. It's just a matter of like, can you get to the point where he does this Aghanims charge across the map, over and over? If you get to that point, it feels like it's impossible to deal with, right? But if you can somehow shut him down in the laning phase a bit, then like you have a couple of heroes that can remove his bulldoze. Yeah, if you have like Shadow Demon or early Yules or something, he can kind of be a guy who just dies, right? So we've kind of seen him be very successful, but also like unsuccessful. You could say like Nigma ran it offlane as well, where it wasn't successful.
Yeah, I'm suffering a little bit from the recency bias, just watching Spirit Breaker dominate yesterday. And
it was so good yesterday.
Yeah,
I did actually have a look at the Dota 2 Pro Tracker information behind Spirit Breaker, and he doesn't build it very often, the Kaya and Yasha in the offlane, but when he's played mid, it's like a 33% pickup rate or something. So it's not like a very rare thing, but it's uncommon, and it is definitely uncommon to see it in the offlane.
Right.
Really good answer. to Spirit Breaker and Doom right now with the Timber Saw picked up very early on for ICIS, and you already have these two bulky strength boys that you can deal with. I wonder if Team Secret will perhaps even think about solo laning this Timber Saw on the safe lane and doing something like a tri-lane that we've seen recently. Not the strongest with Nyx Assassin, obviously, but possible.
I think they will do it if Tundra is somehow like tri-laning as well and like making it like impossible for Timbersaw to get his level 3 fast, then I think they might do it, right? Just to kind of secure his lane. And about the Spirit Breaker build, I forgot to actually answer the question, which is like, I think the Kaya-san is kind of maybe a bit of a meme build. It does add extra damage, right? Because your bass is magical damage. But I think it's probably because they were so far ahead, right? That you can do it.
That's what we were guessing. He went for Kaya Yasha, by the way. It wasn't even a Sanj. Like he went for Yasha. I mean, Yasha makes some more sense because of the movement speed bonus.
Right. I mean, that's kind of also what I meant, actually. It's just those.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
You don't say Kaya Yasha very often, do you?
No, it's definitely
all.
the most uncommon one picked up, I would guess. But not on Spirit Breaker.
I'm not sure. Like I was on a receiving end of flames and doubts when it comes to item builds as well, long time ago, and some of them were picked up afterwards. Kaya Yasha, man, it might be the next new thing. You know, like you get bonus movement speed, percentage based, then you get percentage based damage, which stacks on top of that bonus movement speed that you get from Yasha. Or maybe I'm just being dumb here and he's debating me and he's memeing. It's also possible.
I haven't done the math, you know. It might be just too good of a damage item on the hero. That's an interesting pick in a way, right? Another strength hero into Timbersaw. It's not normally what you see.
What do you think? Why do they get Undying here into a Timber?
I think the Undying can beat the Timbersaw in lane pretty hard, right? If he gets the right, start to the game. So, because you just spam decay on him, right? And if you have a strong carry hero to follow up on that, then you can probably kill him a couple of times.
Oracle. Is this some dual pick straight away? Oracle plus something?
Huskar?
Let's see. Troll, Huskar. They do get the Purge versus Spirit Breaker as well, which is kind of nice.
Right. But, that's kind of a unpicked hero to counter Spirit Breaker, right? You always talk about the Shadow Demon Purge, but Oracle has a level 1 spell that can remove it with much lower cooldown.
What will they combo with though? That's also, it prevents, I guess, if you're Tundra, you play this Doom on the mid lane as well. And Spirit Breaker still could be 4 and you could pick Darkseer now. Maybe that's something that they were thinking. 33 is a DS player. But into a Nyx, meh. Not sure. Lash.
Ooh.
It's a good combo with Oracle as well, right?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
All these heroes that want to be up front benefit tremendously from having Oracle on their side.
Also looks like a good Lash game, right? Into 3 melee heroes already. So gives them this timing with the Timbersaw where they can really take towers down as well. When Timbersaw is really strong, you try to dodge him, Lash will just edict the towers down. I also think it's a nice, I think it's one of ISIS's best heroes, this Timbersaw. So it's cool to see them pick this guy up. They have had success with it a couple of times.
Arguably the best, right? On him, like the way he plays Timbersaw. There aren't many players. He did recently. Was it Dota Pit where? Yeah, it was Dota Pit. I think where he literally won them the game. He
think so.
That one team fight with 10k damage.
The old this Timbersaw is really strong. Then proceeds to get like an ult kill on a team fight. Yep, there it is.
Yeah. Which Weaver? Is this a carry Weaver then?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's a carry Weaver. So it's like, it just makes sense with the Undying Weaver lane, right? Against Timber. You can probably kill him a couple of times, is what the idea is here. And then it's also a nice carry Weaver game in the sense that there's only Nyx Assassins to really lock you down.
It's also a nice hero to pick up if you're worried about Razor. And you still have some bans. You could have dealt with him that way, but it's also nice versus Oracle. Oracle hates playing versus all these carries that get in the backlines, right? To get close to him.
I think it's also when you have this Doom and you plan on putting it mid, or even 3, like Doom gets so much, like he scales so well into late game and is kind of a greedy hero, so you don't necessarily have to go for this like super hard carry, right? You can kind of go a little bit middle of the road and pick up a Weaver, because you know that if the Doom gets off to, you know, this super high net worth and the game goes late, you probably have the late game no matter what. So it's more about like, how do we not lose the early game so hard that Doom doesn't get to that point, right?
Right.
I like the fact that I was smart enough to figure out Weaver Razor correlation, but not smart enough to figure out like in which direction it goes. Like Tundra, they do have the last pick, so if they pick the Weaver now, they could go for that switch up, right, with the Razor last, and then Team Secret does not have that avenue to use. They couldn't pick Weaver against it, as Team Secret also need a carry on their last pick.
Does feel like Tundra need a bit of spell damage though, right? Like they don't actually have any nukes, and
unless you build Kai on Spirit Breaker and you charge people, then you have spell damage.
then you
apparently.
It's kind of it's a bit weird when your best spell is like Spirit Breaker charge or Soul Rip. You know, that's like your best nuke.
So they could use a little more, but yeah.
Yeah. Also, when you play against Timbersaw, traditionally you want to have these high nuke heroes, right? So he can't just regen through all the damage with his armor stacks.
I guess that's where it gets a little bit awkward, because they picked this Nyx Assassin on Team Secret, and that what makes this opening so strong, because you don't want to pick something like, you know, the Lena or the Queen of Pain or the Pugna into this Nyx Assassin for those big nukes, because they're just going to get blown up because of all they're in. And of course,
yeah, I mean that is definitely one of the strengths of Nyx. Just if you just refrain from picking all these end heroes. Yeah, pretty much half the hero pool is like nah.
Int, nah. Batrider, nah. Whatever you want, nah. Nyx Assassin, man.
I'm still waiting for the DP to come back in the meta. I feel like this. Imagine Tundra last picks DP here. I just think it looks so strong. Maybe now a little bit less so, but still, it's just one of those nuke heroes that doesn't care about nukes as much. Good against everything.
Boy, and here it is, the Nisha Morphling. How many times do I have to read out this stat until people will learn? He has played 70 games of Morphling over his professional career, and he has a 78% win rate on this hero. You have to be ready for the Morphling pick if you're playing against Team Secret. Have Tundra address this hero enough?
It's also nice because they can flex it both mid and safe lane, right? With the Lesh.
And you also have Lesh that covers some of his weaknesses, such as PL, right? And you have this hero that can turn into Undying, use the Tombstone on its own.
I can hear Black crying in the distance. But is it a good anti-mage game? Does this work?
Yes, I believe this is a very good anti-mage game, actually.
Oh, damn. Maybe he's not crying.
You're against... All three cores kind of hate anti-mage. The only thing that can really kill you is... like nukes Vendetta into like many stuns, right? I will say though that if Timbersaw gets a lot of items, like if this drags onto late game, Timbersaw can pretty much kill anti-mage by using just all this pure damage, but generally it doesn't get to that point if AM gets farmed. So it's a nice curveball. We've seen Tundra do this a couple of times now, right? Where they they completely flip everything around.
Yeah, wasn't expecting it. So the Weaver will be on the pos 4, the anti-mage will be on the on the safe lane, and that's how it will be. Very interesting indeed. Lizard, what are your thoughts on this anti-mage pick before we sum up these drafts?
I just like that the anti-mage pick moved Spirit Breaker into a mid lane. So 9 will be playing that mid lane. Spirit Breaker is
going to be a treat.
Gonna be a lot of fun. I'm not sure which way this one is going, even though anti-mage is strong here. You're playing into the Slash and Timbersaw, which will play on a, let's say, faster tempo, together with Puppy Oracle just saving them. It comes down for me to Sumail and CIS to change the tempo of the game, take control of the map, and then Nyx Assassin, like Misery said, can hunt anti-mage around and perhaps get a couple of pick-offs. Still, I think Tundra's Esports draft is 60-40, let's put it that way. It's easier for them.
Okay. Well, Misery, what are your final thoughts on these drafts before we throw it across?
Yeah, I also think the anti-mage game is just very good, you know. So I think if you get some couple of items, it's hard for Secret. Although I must say that who's like 9 is gonna play mid Spirit Breaker against the Morphling? That doesn't sound like a fun time. Like you might get a couple of CS the first few waves, but what do you do after that? So Nisha is just gonna have a free game too, and we know his win rate is ridiculous. So it's going to be interesting to see who will take this one.
I'm not crazy enough to bet against Nisha Morphling, so yeah, I'm going to go Team Secret on this one. But let's find out what happens in game number 1 of this elimination lower bracket final best of 3 series with our lovely, lovely casters. We've got Bkop and Black on the mic.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Black, we get to see another anti-mage game. I feel like me and you have seen just about every anti-mage game in this event so far, and had different thoughts coming into every single one of them.
Yeah. But this one is an absolute last pick anti-mage, which is, I said anti-mage is a terrible hero unless you actually get to see all 9 heroes and then decide. Like in this game, it actually looks super powerful, right? Like once you get 3-4 items, all of the heroes on the die are actually afraid of you. Like there's just so much freedom you have, so many mana void targets, like at least 4. And yeah, it's going to be a tough game for Secret if they can't stop this anti-mage early. Like as the panel already said, they need to set the pace, set a really high pace rather, because this Morphling is going to be middle, he's going to have a lot of levels, a lot of farm, he's going to be much stronger than the anti-mage early on. And they don't have the best heroes to really kill him, so together with Lash and Ice Timber, I think Nisha can make some magic happen.
He's got a high win rate on that Morph, like the panel said. Does that take away, though, from the Lash? If he's not mid, he's not getting those levels, he's in a side lane splitting experience, is his pushing potential just going to be a little bit slower? Like, does that matter as much?
I am not a big fan of side lane Lash, just because of what you just mentioned. Like, levels are just so integral to this hero. And getting the level 4 Edict fast is just so important. They're prioritizing the carries game over the pace setters game, and that can really backfire against a hero like Anti-Mage. So we'll see how it works out for them. But this AM, in theory, should free farm against this Nyx Timbersaw. They can't really threaten him at all.
It'll be interesting to see Skitter have his chance with this Anti-Mage, and then, of course, we've always talked about it. Ice, ice, ice on this Timbersaw, how strong, how destructive he is with it. And we've seen some really good games out of him with this Timbersaw coming into this event. Couple of stuns on Snaking.
Well,
to use a tango or so.
Yeah, now we all know who did more finger training. Definitely Tundra. But they snatch both the runes in a right-click duel.
They have the follow-up stun, but it just won't be in time.
Yeah, it's hard, because the Oracle spell didn't actually root him for all that long. I think it was only channeled half duration. Very tough to set up a Lash stun on that.
And they still want to go after 3-3.
Another one, though.
Really put on some harassment. They've got another stun from Sumail, so they're going to keep right-clicking. And when they're ready, they might just throw a Split Earth, potentially get the kill onto the Doom if he's not too careful. Good avoiding of the stun.
They're getting right-click, though, by both.
Another one. Fortune's End coming out. Mana not a problem here for the Oracle, and eventually Sumail's just going to run him down and get first blood. Long and drawn out, but successful at the end.
Yeah, it's a terrible start for Tundra. Like, both of them have just been peeled at by so many right clicks and like 3 Lash stuns and 4 Fortune's Ends. This lane is going to be rough now for Tundra. Very good start for the Lash.
I don't really think that they can get another kill like that. Obviously, it took them a long time to get that first kill. So 3-3, I want to assume, should be safe, right? He just TP'd in a lane. If he dies again in the next few seconds or so, if they were to play aggressive on him, he'd have to walk all the way back. But I don't really see that happening.
Nah, I don't really think they have the biggest kill threat unless you're actually out of position, which it's pretty easy to not be if you just like manipulate the creep waves and stuff like that, which he's very, very good at, so I'm not afraid. Puppy though. A little bit low.
On the Weaver, yeah. He needs to be a little bit careful, but there's the Split Earth. They're doing a lot of damage onto Snaking.
No Fairy Fire.
Forward, and Puppy might just get run down by the Scorched Earth and the help of Snaking on the Weaver. That's exactly what's going to happen. So they do end up getting a little bit of revenge up top.
Yeah, and that's just the power of the Weaver. It's double hit, it's a cushy. It just deals so much damage, which is just why this hero is so popular lately, especially as support. You don't really need levels to just deal an absurd amount of damage.
Seen a couple of Weavers in the carry position too when they get that third Geminate attack and just rip through everybody.
Yeah, by the way, Timber so far 0 CS. Might get it first right here. Yeah. Not looking good for him at all.
So far, not a fun time, that's for sure. You can see the AM of Skitter just safe to farm, like you said. No matter what they try to do against him, he's here right-clicking, CSing away.
Yeah, mid lane is pretty much the same story though, because Spirit Breaker just can't stop morphing from free farming. So both the carries should have a fantastic game this time around, and we'll have to see what the pace setters have for Sumail and a stun, but Weaver too tanky. Also gets 2 strength per level for some reason. AM only gets 1.6, by the way. I don't
He's in
complain,
some
but
trouble. He's still getting hit up.
Has
They
a
turn
healing
on
salve, though.
Snaking, Fortune's End, Sentry down, right clicks in, Purifying Flames, and Sumail helping out with the Lightning Storm finish. Puppy was getting run at by this Weaver, and the aggression, well, turned sour.
yeah, the power of double nuke, double range lane. Like Lash plus Oracle is... It's just one of the most disgusting lanes, honestly, in the safe lane. So tough to play against.
I'm a big fan when you get that level 2 in the Purifying Flames as Oracle. You start outputting some big damage. It is so fun to maybe steal a kill here or there, you know?
Yep, just casually doubles the damage to 180. Level 3, no problem. On like a what cooldown? 3 seconds? 2.5 even, okay. Sounds fair. A bot lane, completely out of mana on a Timbersaw, so AM's free farm has been initiated. Well, he had free farm all the time, but he's gonna farm even freer now.
Auto losing his courier.
Yeah,
You
but at
need
least
to be
he'll eat the
careful.
cheese.
Everybody looking to eat that cheese, but you don't want to be ILTW when it comes to couriers.
No. He's had the worst luck of any player I've seen probably ever when it comes to couriers, so... Yeah. Snaking, it's gonna be full duration.
And there's going to be a follow-up stun. Ooh, Infernal Blade
Sumail,
stops it. Now they're
76
turning
though.
on Sumail. There's the Lightning Storm out, has the stun still, needs to be careful. Shikuchi forward, but doesn't want to play too aggressive with the Diabolic Edict going off.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a weakness of the safe lane Lash. Like, you want to max out the Edict because you're not getting a whole lot of levels, but if you have level 2 Split Earth and level 2 Stun, sorry, Lightning, you actually just kill there, which a mid Lash would have. But, you know, because you're in a safe lane, you got as many levels, you kind of just want to max out Edict to be as efficient as possible.
Sitting level 5 at the moment. So, ahead of both the Weaver and the Doom.
Yeah. So, it's peaceful right now. So let's talk a little bit about this Timbersaw AM lane, right? So, AM can't really ever kill the Timbersaw, but it's much easier for him to last it and deny creeps, of course, right? So that's why AM is considered so good against Timbersaw. And then maybe level 6 with a rotation, you can kill him with a Mana Void, but even that's not the easiest task. It's just like you can't get pressured by Timbersaw, which in itself is a win already.
And it's a win enough where he goes for the Orb of Corrosion. We've seen some anti-mages skip that altogether.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm like a big fan of the item against the Timber, because you don't really have a kill threat, as I said. Like, -3 armor when he has like 20.
9 just getting run down here. Puppy having that second level in the Purifying Flames. It was the Adaptive Strike, and then Purifying Flames gets the kill.
Wish I could have seen that. I don't have any vision on the map right now. Gotta restart my game.
It's a good kill to have. Nisha's certainly having a really easy time over mid. Pulling away by quite a bit. 24 CS for the Spirit Breaker, 38 for Nisha with 14 denies. They're going to run it 3-3 top, while bottom they go after Ice. 3-3 over in the top lane is going to get run down by Sumail, and there's nothing he can do to really get away, especially once Puppy makes the return over. Meanwhile, 9's gone bottom.
Yeah, too impatient. They needed the Mana Void. It would have been 100% a kill, but they didn't wait for it. So the rotation was kind of wasted. He needed 1 creep only to level 6. Unfortunate.
Can't get that charge to go all the way through with the Adaptive Strike. And 9 is a full level behind Nisha.
Yeah, it's an impossible lane, honestly. Like, it's probably the worst matchup for a Spirit Breaker. Like, Morphine just has so much base damage that you can't pressure him at all. You have no spells to make him low HP or force any morph ups, so Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under
But at least the AM is free farming, you know? It's silver lining.
Is that everything
And
the
Doom
game's
is
relying
fat,
on,
too.
though?
It is. Like, the AMs has been last pick because he has such a good core matchup against anybody, right? So a fat AM can definitely solo carry this game. Like, no doubt about it. But on top of that, look at Doom. He's actually the highest net worth of the game. And he's greeting it out with a Midas.
Yeah, going the Ultra Greed, knowing that this game might have to go late for them to beat the early game pressure and get Anti-Mage some farm. Going to the Midas, he's only got now level 3 in the Devour, and that's after 2 deaths in the top lane. So 33, you know, not falling too far behind the pace of what a Doom has early on in the game, despite the fact that he's had some struggles.
Yeah, luckily one of those deaths was like right at the beginning before the creeps even hit each other, so that death usually doesn't cost too much. So before Edict on the top tower, gotta pop the glyph, probably, maybe. Yeah. SB's charging, they got a Doom.
He's charging, but he's already far away, and the rest of his team, they're
he's
gonna
going
need a
in,
second
what?
to catch up. Yeah, he's committing all the way through. Nine kind of singled out because he put himself in this position.
Mana Void.
They'll miss the stun, but they've got Skitter with the Mana Void to just blow up Sumail.
Regeneration.
Nice bait. Even I didn't see it coming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I
I
wasn't
have the
so
Omni
certain.
Vision.
Yeah, I wasn't so certain Skitter was going to make the rotation all the way over. But
Yeah,
once he
same.
did, they have the catch to go and finish off this little Shrek.
It was a perfect rotation though, because you can't really lane bottom anymore, so you don't want to be there. And top lane is pretty much free farm for him. Like Lash cannot pressure an anti-match at this point. How far away is he from the Battle Fury? Still 3 components. So he went for Treads and Orb of Corrosion. So the slowest quote-unquote Battle Fury build-up you could go for. Gotta admit, I don't like the Orb of Corrosion too much, because as I said, Timbersaw doesn't care about it. We'll see if it backfires, because 900 gold towards the Battle Fury is a lot.
Yeah. Is it
Is 900 gold
reactionary?
It is. A reactionary to what though? Like, you know it's Timbersaw, you know you can't kill him, you know he won't have any mana, right? Like, that's just how the matchup works.
Maybe fighting early? I have no idea if he wants to counterplay some of the aggression that Secret's going to play, but I don't really think he should be moving around all too much unless he's guaranteed to kill, which he was up top if he just made that move and Mana Voided.
Yeah, but then again, he doesn't need the Orb of Corrosion for that one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it will lead to him surviving once more or so. 150 health is not bad.
Charge a puppy. They've got 3 heroes here to try and make something happen.
Ash?
And they just needed 17% to actually hit, and unfortunately it doesn't. Now Fada getting turned on. They've got the Fortune's End. Nisha joining in, gets the charge out onto 9. While this Undying's being singled out by both supports. Waveform charge away, Adaptive Strike on the low ground now. Far enough away where he might survive. They still have Spirit Breaker forming as a
Getting
morph.
charged.
I was going to get charged after he blinks back, so here comes the Morphling, Nisha, with the
Lot of
Adaptive
damage.
Strike, the right-click aim, Mana Void, and it just holds him back for a moment. Keeps everybody alive, though.
Yeah, and now it's ping to bottom. Was the auto-rotated top. I'm
again.
pretty worried about 9's game.
Oh,
Or Fata again, yeah.
starting to heal
Would
off
eat
the
the
Purifying
cheese.
Flames, but he's going to die eventually.
Would he eat the cheese?
Not
Not right
this
now.
time.
Yeah.
Usually
Wonder
after
why
every
not.
death.
Well, look at Spirit Breaker's net worth. He's a mid hero. Ah, it's rough. Rough. Sometimes creativity can be the death of you.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was creativity or just knowing that they needed the Anti-Mage and was forced to move this Spirit Breaker somewhere else.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I mean, they could have just gone with the Weaver carry and picked like a Storm Spirit or something.
Right.
But, yeah. That's what they went for, so... See how it works out for them. But Battle Fury is still far away.
You're forcing all this time now. Anti-Mage has to move from lane to lane. Not exactly sitting all too comfortably in a lane at the moment. He finally does go back bottom after everybody came top, but still, you know, you're spending that time moving and not getting that Battle Fury.
Doom, however, is still massive, so it's a big win for Tundra. Once he has his BKB, he can actually just run in and find a good Doom on potentially the Lash. Next Vendetta, they have no sentry. No sentry. But he can't solo kill AM, he needs at least +2.
Fada. Just kind of in this odd spot that makes it so the attention's on him. He's going to start to run with 3 heroes coming his way.
So much space.
It really is space created. But eventually the space will run out for him, and Nisha will get the kill and take out Fada. Still eating the cheese. They'll go after Ice. They've got 33 in. They'll doom him up. 4 heroes in this with Skitter involved. They'll get the kill onto Ice. 33 getting himself credit for yet another kill. Now 3 and 2.
CS Lul. So that Skitter tried to last it.
Didn't get it.
You know, if it's me, I would just man avoided that, you know, because getting that kill is actually pretty important. It's like 250 gold, which is like 6-7 CS additional. And your Battlefield is already like not slow, but not the greatest timing, you know. Any little bit counts. Boing. Spirit Breaker
on the mid tier 1.
Yeah, another glyph though.
And they have no Doom, so Secret can feel pretty confident pressuring this tier 1 mid.
Yeah, where's their teamfight also? They have none. A Tombstone is their teamfight.
Currently on cooldown.
Yeah, and it's only level 1 also. Like, he's not even trying to teamfight because he knows they can't. They gotta get a lot of money on all of the heroes before they can really fight. So it's gonna be Secret grouping up, pushing a lot of towers, and Tundra trying to split them, pick them off.
So far, Secret have done a good job. They got the outer towers in the mid and safe lanes, so the map opens up for them. 9, though, in on Sumail as well as Puppy. Fada coming over with 33. They're going to try and make a move with Snake King coming around the back. They go after Puppy for a second. The damage onto this Weaver. Now he's stunned up and just killed off. Sumail gets the kill. They'll charge through the fight.
Careful, AM.
Spirit Breaker. Now they've got themselves the false promise, but they get the kill on a Puppy. And Nisha, Skitter with the Mana Void, gets themselves 2. They'll run down Yapzor, take out Sumail, and 4 heroes die on the side of Secret.
Damn. There was a massive mana void on the Leshrak, who had like 200 mana out of 1.2k. So everybody took a good 1000 damage nuke. Morphling just disappeared. He was full agi, gone. Well, it's like AM still ended up dying, but obviously was a full team wipe pretty much, so very well worth it.
It says, yeah, Skitter dropped before he even got both those kills.
Yeah, but you like, let's just say this doesn't happen and he just dies, because it was like a millisecond or so, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't get those kills, he dies. Like, his game is pretty over at that point. Like, it's so risky to join these fights. This time it worked out, which I'm happy with, because I want AM to win, obviously. Very close to the Fury now. 300 gold. And Doom is just so far ahead of everyone. This game state is really good for them.
Madman. He's almost got this BKB. Yeah.
He has it. The Vow is about to come off cooldown. And there it is. Great hero.
So way more comfortable going into these fights with the BKB, and they've got Doom up. That was a fight without the Doom, and they still seem to take it not easily. I think a couple things lined up for them, obviously. Charge comes out of the Spike Carapace, Nyx Assassin, Yapzor back into sentry range, just kind of sitting there, and he doesn't know that this sentry is around that they just placed, so he'll be taken out. Good work there. Tundra don't give it away immediately that they drop down that sentry, and they're able to get a kill on the Yapzor.
Yep, AM's Battlefield is also there. Game is going very well for them. Another charge. They have Doom potentially.
And oh, killing off Nisha immediately. They're going to get Puppy as well. This is with them just recently stacking. Oh, gosh.
This is the worst case scenario for Secret. Morph keeps dying just before his Lincoln Sphere. He had the perfect start, but like, look at his net worth now. Same as the Spirit Breaker.
They'll take care of all the stacks that were made for Nisha.
Yeah, thank you.
They've got this Battle Fury now. Not the quickest timing, but we'll see what Skitter can do with it. He's been involved quite a bit. He's 2-1-4 for an anti-mage, a hero that we normally see try to isolate himself and get that Battle Fury as quick as possible. He has been involved in quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's because they have so many good mana void targets, as we previously alluded to, and they're at least the Lashrock is kind of crippling his item build to. Sure, there's a charge and a mana void, but do you really want Lincolns first on your Lash? It sounds pretty suboptimal. Well, doesn't matter. We'll see what happens. Yapzor, Vendettaing up, trying to find a kill, but the sentry placement and positioning of Fata is just so good this game.
Vision is ready for this Nyx Assassin.
They see him every time. They're like, ah, damn it, I have sentry, put it down immediately.
And it's stopping this Nyx Assassin from maybe adding to the pressure of Secret, and
Dire's
we're gonna go into Roshan's Secret. There's a
looks
smoke
so
immediately.
forced.
I think Tundra know exactly what is happening, and they have Sneaking throwing a swarm in. They've left this Rosh now with about 60% of his health.
Yeah, it looks so forced. All they have to do on Tundra is wait for the Doom. He has his BKB, almost blink, and then
Skitter.
be careful, Skidder. Okay.
Dire's top tower is
But yeah, all they have to do is wait now, because this Doom is pretty much unkillable, and they're on the clock. Aim is farming, Doom has Midas Devourer. Like, you are losing right now in your Secret.
They're down 4,000.
Yeah.
Nisha getting charged again, but 9 will stop it early. With Puppy making the rotation.
Yeah, this game is looking pretty rough for Secret. They only have 1 stun against the Anti-Mage, which is the Nyx. But as we said, he's always getting sentried out. Ooh. That was close.
Showing the high five as he crosses through mid. All the way down towards bottom. Although
Oh,
right into the hands
careful.
of Ice. Bulldoze and on the run. They've used the dust. They'll catch 9 for a second. He's got charge
Already
in
gone.
one more. And yeah, he's way far away.
Like, dust disappears so quickly once you have the Bulldoze active. Like, you actually need sentry wards or a gem.
Yeah, level
Otherwise, you're not
4,
killing the guy.
70% is... Yeah, I say it every time we see the Spirit Breaker together. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a 0 too much.
Yeah, especially because there was that time in the game where a lot of heroes were getting status resistance. Then that was all taken away, and now you got Spirit Breaker with 70%.
Fata's
Tombstone
eating the
drops,
cheese again.
and he'll eat the cheese, aka eat the gank. But does he eat the gank? The charge comes all the way through, and they're gonna pop Sumail with the Mana Void once again. They've got the Doom onto the Oracle. That means no saves. They'll chase down Puppy. They'll chase down Ice. 3 heroes down on the side of Secret. Yapzor behind the tier 1 tower, and presumably to safety, but you know, you never know with Tundra, who might just make the jump. They're going to go into Rosh instead, though.
If they get this Roshan, this game is all but over. So they gotta try to do something about it. But it's only Morph and Nyx. What can they really do? If this AM gets the Aegis here, just at 5 minutes of free farm, you won't be able to stop him anymore. And it's theirs.
fallen to the radiant.
Something that Secret started and wanted, but they don't end up getting, and now they've fallen behind 7,000 net worth.
Yeah, and remember, I said they had no team fight, right? But if Vara gets a 4-man charge, then it's pretty equivalent to like a good Lion Impale or something like that, you know? Deals a ton of damage. Sails for really long. Oh, they can't catch. Oh, no. Snaking doesn't even know, but... Ooh. Oh, double damage rune. If he didn't have that, he doesn't die.
Nisha finally getting another one on the board.
Yeah, but he needs so many more items. Like, if you're ever behind AM and net worth, you're really not comfortable fighting him as a Morphling.
First item Lincoln's is always a tough look.
Yeah,
From an outside
especially on the
perspective.
Lash. Like, Lash really ruined his own game with this. Oh, looking for a setup bottom again. He can just charge a creep if you stun him. Is he gonna do that?
He's got Doom nearby. No
Will,
Doom
yeah,
available,
nice.
but they're gonna go. They've got the Blink as well as the Infernal Blade. Follow that up with the War Stomp. The lockdown's there to kill off Sumail. All that with Scorched Earth on is quite enough damage to get this kill onto those Shrek, but now they've come over with the Timbersaw as well as the Oracle. They're bringing over Nisha. So 3 heroes here.
Just
The
charge.
dust is out. Bulldoze, charge over onto the Oracle waveform forward. The adaptive strike to get the kill on a 9. Nisha gets at least one in return, but they end up losing Puppy with BKB being popped by 33. Yapstores come over. Fada's here. We'll drop down the tombstone. BKB's running out. Nisha,
a lot of
though, got
damage.
Spear Vessel on him. They'll pop the Lincolns. They'll continue to chase. Fada, they'll eat the cheese. Oh, the Soul Rape almost enough, and they've got another Spear Vessel charge on him. The Swarm's on Nisha. 33 blinks in, but doesn't get the kill on Nisha. Now he looks over at Ice, but the stun from Yastro. They've got the impale. Nisha finally drops the Snaking. They're bringing over Skitter. They've got the Doom on Ice. They don't even care. They don't need to run him down. Fada gets the kill there on Ice. They'll look over at Yaptor. Nyx Assassin should be next. They'll TP in Sumail, who died earlier in this fight. He gets a 2-man stun, but it's not going to matter. They've already lost everybody.
Yeah, it's Secret is looking pretty like disorganized. Lash dies already, then they slowly try to trickle in and kill a Spirit Breaker, which they finally get after a while. But it's way too late already. All the reinforcements are there, and yeah, like I don't know what to do at this point as Secret. You don't even have a Yules to stop the Spirit Breaker from charging as your Leshrac. Like, you just get 3 charges off every time. It's a brutal game for Secret. I never expected the game to go this one-sidedly.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's been quite rough.
Dire's
And
middle tower-
Is that even a word?
Dire's middle
One-sidedly?
tower has fallen.
I think so.
Okay, good. If not, we just create words. That's what we do in German anyway.
Shakespeare did it. You can get away with it.
Yeah, for sure. Especially in this new generation, like in a modern timeline, right?
When yeet is considered a word, you can say whatever you want.
Yeet!
That's what they're doing to this Secret team. Eating them.
Oh, they're not just eating them, they're like burying them. Oh my god, he's going high ground. He will eat the cheese again.
Fada.
You know what I realized? Whenever they're really far ahead and he dies, then he eats the cheese. If the game is even and he dies, then he doesn't.
Yeah, he definitely becomes a looser player once they have the lead, and he just spams that voice line.
Yeah. But also when they're really far behind, he does the same thing. It's just when the game is tense, you know? And he's like, ah, okay, I gotta actually try hard. Oh my god.
He is
That
caught.
again.
They have just so much to lock him down and then take away his mana with the help of 33. And I say so much. Maybe that's a little bit of an overstatement. But Inferno Blade into the War Stomp, when you've got Skitter taking away your mana in that short amount of time, that's a lot to deal with.
Also, he's level 15 and Doom has the shard, which means he's taking an additional 150 damage, an additional 0.6 second stun. Good old
Yeah.
level death, baby. They're all in that range right now. Sumail is, Nisha is, Ice is. 3 is a great number.
You guys all thought Level Death was a bad ability.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It was the best thing back then. Like, you reach level 6 as mid-Doom, enemy reaches level 6, the multiplayer was level 6, bam! Instant death.
I just also like the
Wasn't
fact
broken at all.
that Level Death also, I believe, had a question mark in it.
Yeah, it did.
So it's just like, Level Death? Maybe?
Yeah, level death question mark. I'm
It's like,
pretty
yeah,
sure it came
it
from
is.
like a Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, that's a materia, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's a yellow materia.
It can be whatever in Final Fantasy. But yeah, it's a great mechanic. We should have more like that in Dota, like level sleep, you know, level stun.
All the levels. Level damage, level death. Well, I guess level
Yeah.
death is level damage, but level
Level
sleep,
movement speed.
that's a passive. Based on your level. I don't hate it. Take that, put that in for Bulldoze. Get that status resistance out of here.
Level status resistance.
God, no. That's just Bulldoze.
Pretty much. Well, they're gearing up for the next team fight, and Shiva's guard already completed on the Doom. He is
He's
just
so
an absolute,
farmed.
Yeah, like 3k as the anti-mage even.
To be fair, Anti-Mage has been playing the catch-up game.
He's just gonna BKB and he's fine.
There's the Doom onto Ice. They go to the ult on Yapzor from 9. Charge over to the creep wave, so that's going to keep Yapzor controlled. The Badger's in to
damn
get
it.
the kill there onto the Nyx Assassin. They look over at Ice. They look for a high five. They've got their hands out. You're my favorite player. You're my favorite player. And then they eventually get the kill.
Oh,
And they'll
Poppy with
take
the
out
jukes
his
though,
Tundra
TP.
once more. Oh,
Flash.
hi. No.
You could have popped this BKB on Doom if you really wanted to kill him, but
Dire's top
he's like,
tower
alright,
is under
puppy.
attack.
I don't hate you that much. Yeah.
Psychic Headband, Titan Sliver for the side of Secret.
Why do you think Fail Grenade breaks Lincoln's but Psychic Headband doesn't?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Because
Dire's
the
top
game's in
tower
beta?
is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. Because they removed it from Psychic Headband but not Fail Grenade.
They should keep it on Psychic Headband,
Dire's top
in my opinion.
tower has
Or remove it from Fail Grenade, one of the two.
Yeah. Should either be both or neither.
Yeah. Weaver. Nope. Just run away.
Immediately lose the outpost.
The entire squad is there too. Oh, Oracle's charged again. BKB is up on Spiritbreaker. You can just kill that Oracle.
It's going to come
Oracle's
through,
gone.
hit Sumail, and now go after the Oracle. They've got the Spirit Vessel. They get the kill on a Puppy who's going to be forced to buy back. Now they look over at Nisha. Nisha going after 33, but 33 pops the BKB, goes to the Inferno Blade. They'll pop the Manta, and he's focusing his attention on the Doom, while Sumail ends up falling to 3 heroes here on the side of Tundra. They finally take out 33. They've got the charge that lands on Anisha, but they focus their
You know,
attention on
his mana
Ice
burn.
once again. The mana burn is there. Skitter, snaking. Nisha on the run, waveforming away, and now, oh, Ice. He's free to leave too, as the rest of Tundra abandon this fight.
It was pre-Skadi. Like, look how good Skadi is against this entire Dire lineup. Like, they all hate it. He's just about to buy it.
Skitter just in on
It's a lot of
this.
mana gone.
Absor dusted. Avoids
Ooh,
the
nice
stun.
heads up.
And holding the Nether Strike for the moment. Mana Void used on Ice. They'll throw the Nether Strike finally. Absor to get the kill. Nisha coming in from behind. Looking to maybe get a kill on a Snake King. 9. He's focusing his attention onto Puppy, taking the Oracle out of the equation. They look to kill up the Tombstone, but there's the Soul Rip. Nisha struggling with this one. Right clicks in and never kills the Tombstone. He can't even get that accomplished. Nisha now forced to waveform out. It's just away from the side of Tundra, a Secret. They're there to back him up.
Yeah, they're just patiently waiting for the Doom to be back, which he is now. Get the next Roshan, and then probably try to end this game. Because AM just finishes Skadi, so if he's ever on top of Morphling, he is a goner. Also look at the ridiculous damage Spiritbreaker deals. Yeah, solo kills both supports, no problem.
And the charge is obnoxious. He doesn't even
Yeah.
have the Ags yet.
He just reached level 22, so he gets his 200 movement speed talent on the charge.
The fast cow.
Yeah, good luck. I think my max speed was like 1,800 or so,
Oh my god.
which is ridiculous. And also there's a ridiculous amount of damage.
He's at 960 right now. 960 going after Puppy. 1,744 coming in. Man,
And gone again.
coming in so fast, like a meteor.
What do you even do?
Puppy,
Like,
Ice both die.
you know, Ice had Yuled, but he couldn't Yule him. It's too fast. Like you actually need to play Osu. Have you ever played that game?
No, I've never. I've only seen it.
Yeah, so you gotta play Osu on the hardest difficulty, then you can like do a mouse flick like that, zack, or like Counter-Strike. I have no idea, but it's ridiculous. You see that thing, you're like, ah, okay, got him, but your mouse is like, eh.
Ooh, they found Nisha.
Oh,
33 with
yeah.
the kill. Now on a killing spree.
Yeah.
Antimate's trying to catching up
Radiant
too.
bottom tower is under
It's just been
attack.
all Tundra for like, what, 15 minutes now? It's pretty demoralizing as a Secret fan right now.
I would say probably closer to like 25 minutes.
I mean, not since minute 6, surely.
I don't know. I just. Yeah, I guess. He's still losing 33 in the top lane. He maybe got his second death around then. And
Yeah, but it's not pretty. And
Yeah.
I love this. The AM shot is an absolute hard counter to all of these Dire heroes. Anyone who doesn't know what it does, it reduces
Dire's
spell damage by
middle
10%
tower
and 900 AoE. And if you're right on top of them, or the 300 AoE, I think, yeah, they lose an additional 20% spell damage.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
If Flash deals 100, he's gonna deal 70 per second, which is nothing. Nothing. Or it also works on pure damage, by the way. So, yeah, even this Timber Saw won't do anything.
I'm thinking Skitter might blink back. That's not the answer. He's gonna blink forward and go after Ice.
Yeah. It's such a good shot, actually. Very underutilized. Very happy they gave it to him. I suppose they're just gonna wait for AM's BKB and then try to close out the game. They're probably like, the final is waiting for us, guys.
The Spirit Breaker has so much speed. Got the spider legs to drop. Has the Shadow Blade as well.
Dire's bottom
Yeah,
tower
he's
is
missing
under
Yasha
Dire's
though,
bottom tower
which is
has
coming out
fallen.
shortly. And the level 25 talent, of course, for the more bash damage. One hit in creep waves as Spirit Breaker. Nothing more satisfying. Nyx is on the hunt though. So
Yeah, Nisha's right there. They've got the Sentry. Broke in, stunned, and killed.
800 gold. For a killing spree. That's how far behind they are.
Yeah. Now, Absolute trying to run Skitter, moving in on this. Puppy comes over, but that's not going to be to any avail as they'll get the kill on the Absolute. Now Puppy's caught himself out of position, so Skitter with a double kill. The two-man stun coming in from Sumail. They get the kill on Fada. Ice gets credit for that one. So 2 for 2 so far overall. And Tundra, again, not pressing the issue to a point where they take a fight that's unfavorable for them.
Yeah, they really don't have to. Although Morphling is getting quite a bit of items now, he's really like the only threat as of now. Wow, refresher already on Doom. Jesus Christ.
So much gold.
Yeah.
Oh, Skitter. BKB gets popped. 3 heroes around him. Sumail getting chased. He's in trouble. Infernal Blade. He's dead on his screen already. And they know that. So they place the Doom on Ice. They'll get both kills. They'll take up Sumail and Ice. And there's really not much Secret can do to react to that.
Yeah, but like, what do you do in general? Like, you go on Skitter, he literally just presses BKB, kills the Lash, and everybody's running from him. They have no options.
It's also
No
nice
options.
to see them, like you could see just, sometimes you'll see, oh, we need to kill Sumail, throw the Doom on him, but they know they've killed him already. Even though he's got half his life left, they'll Doom up Ice and get themselves a second. It's the chaining of kills that has looked so good for them.
He might be about to be broken.
Puppy. Absolute does have that Ags. I'm not sure that's going to even matter. Puppy, false promise. He's going to try and survive. Not looking good, though. And now Nisha, he turns into the Spirit Breaker, trying to turn this one around and get the kill on a 9. 9 gets onto the low ground, and now they've got the help from this Weaver with the time lapse. That actually sends him back into the base. The Impale lands on a 2. The charges out onto the Nyx Assassin. They'll pop the Lincolns. They'll get the Doom out on to this Morphling kill off Nisha. He's dead for 94 seconds. Yapzor. 3-man stun, but that doesn't mean his life is okay. And Skitter will get the credit for that one, and he's now godlike.
Yeah,
Dire's bottom tower is under
pretty one-sided affair, unfortunately. There will be like a last-ditch effort, potentially with a Morph buyback. Yeah, here it is. But will that matter, Bkop?
It's not looking like it's going to matter at all with BKB being popped by Skitter. They've got the time lapse again over onto the Doom, so that'll save his life. Sumail gets run down. No way he's getting back to the base, and they'll look over at Nisha, finish him off there too. And it's a full team wipe and a victory for Tundra in this game number 1.
Yeah, it's a shame that the game went this way. Because like we said, Secret really has to push the pace. I suppose they tried to, but Tundra was just a little bit ahead, as they have been in so many games this tournament. And especially Doom early game, completely out of control when it comes to net worth.
Yeah.
No chance to fight. Like, they took 2 or 3 good fights, and then I'm pretty sure Secret already knew at that point as well that the game is over. Like, with the course that's going, Anti-Mage counters the entire team, has just free farm. What do you do?
Yeah.
Nothing you can do.
And it stems off that fight over bottom where they got those 4 kills. Even though they got the kill there onto the Anti-Mage, Skitter ends up dying. They get 4 kills out of that, and that's really where the tempo of the game felt to go all into the hands of Tundra. You had Doom, who had so much already, and Anti-Mage, who, once he got that Battle Fury, he was off to the races. And then you've got Spirit Breaker moving at 1800 movement speed. Honestly, with the controller support, I think people have to start playing Spirit Breaker with the racing wheel from Logitech. And then we'll have to
I would love to see it. I also want to stress, though, Bkop, they had a Spirit Breaker, and they all crippled the item builds so much because of it. Like,
Yeah.
first item Lincoln's on Lash, on a Morph, and then he went into Manta. There's just no damage anywhere, and they were just playing not to lose, basically, which they can't with this kind of draft. Like, you gotta build Yules first, you gotta find the pickoffs, you gotta push the towers.
Once the aggression wasn't available to them to push those towers anymore, it felt like the game was over. So Tundra, they take game number 1 in this lower bracket final against Secret. We're going to take a quick break and then be back with the panel for game number 2. So stay right there. Be right back.
Invisibility. Death tax.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Impurities.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Team Secret, they get destroyed in game number 1. The Nisha Morphling, it can bleed or water or whatever it does. It is a Morphling does when it gets hit, but it did get hit this game very, very hard, and the Anti-Mage did come out stronger. I mean, we knew it was a good Anti-Mage game, but were you expecting it to be this good?
It ended up being a great anti-mage game, right? 10-1-14 on the scorelines, but I wouldn't say that, like, every anti-mage game for me doesn't come down to the anti-mage, right? Like, you set up, if it's a good anti-mage game, if he counters a couple of heroes, that's awesome, but you need to play with the other 4 properly, and you need to create enough space for him to come online, and they did that. Doom was on point. And Spirit Breaker at the beginning of the laning stage, it looked kind of rough. He couldn't last it versus Morphling, right? But his later rotations and baits, which allowed Skitter to jump up top and use that mana void on last track, were just chef's kiss. Mwah, on point.
Mwah. Very nice indeed. Nisha really didn't get a chance to come into this game. He was kind of shut down from the early game onwards. What happened there, Misery?
I mean, it felt like none of Secret Cores really got to play the game after like laning phase, right? Like they were actually doing pretty fine in lanes, but it's just like when you play against Anti-Mage as 3 cores like that, it's like you can't play the game normally, right? Because those heroes kind of want to play at their own pace. They want to farm up their items and then they want to come together at a certain timing. But when you're playing against Anti-Mage, there's just this like, I don't know, you just know that, okay, he gets Battle Fury, then he's going to snowball the farm, he's going to get Manta, then suddenly you just can't play like you normally want to. So you buy different items and maybe you make moves that you wouldn't do otherwise.
Yeah.
And then it's just easy for Tundra, right? Like it's so easy for them to play this game just because they have this anti-mage that they know that they can trust going late game.
Yeah.
Isn't it a bit of Spirit Breaker as well? I guess
I mean,
when you're
sure.
buying and Doom as well, you're buying these Lincoln Spheres. They're good versus AM, Spirit Breaker, and Doom. So I don't know who exactly is the culprit, but they get like a Lincoln Sphere on Lash first item. He was doing well in the lane, like 5-2 scoreline after 15 minutes or something. Had a lot of farm and then buys Lincolns.
I think if you could say anything that Secret could have done differently, it might be the item builds, right? Like if you convert the Lincoln Spheres into something more like let's say you go more aggressive, unless you go Yule's first item, and then on Nisha you just go E-Blade first. It's not ideal against Anti-Mage, obviously, but it might give you that, ability to actually take the fight back to Tundra. And then if you win a fight, maybe you can get an Aegis, maybe you can get some towers, and then you can get the Lincoln Spheres faster that way, right? But if you're just investing all your gold into this Lincoln Sphere that realistically doesn't do that much for you, I don't know. It's just like, I don't think it might not have changed the game, to be honest, but it's just something that you can consider, right? Yeah. At least that Secret could have done differently, because it is a really rough game for them to win. When you watch it, it
would give you some win potential, right? Like it would give you an opening, perhaps. Like, and when you're building, like you're building defensively in a game in which you have to be on the offense, because eventually you do lose the game. You're playing versus this Doom and AM. So I agree with you completely.
Yeah, so maybe think it like, okay, we just realized, okay, this is a rough game to win, but the way we can actually maybe win this game is if we up the tempo and take some risks with our item builds, right?
Yep.
Go on this super aggressive and just try to play like maniacs, because playing out this game normally is not the play against what you're up against.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Tundra had a really nice kind of synergy going on with their 3 cores as well, where they went pretty greedy with their offlaner, pretty greedy with their safe laner, could be punished, but then you have this mid laner that just wants to run at you all the time, and that really enables the Doom and the Anti-Mage. You're talking about how they knew that they could kind of just go to the late game, they could trust in the Anti-Mage, but I think that was really capitalized upon by the Spirit Breaker pick, because he was just in their faces the whole time. Like, it was really hard for Secret to actually go and do anything about this hard farming Anti-Mage with the Battle Fury and the Doom Midas. It was just like, what do we do? Like, how do we answer this? I thought it was really well played from them, just in terms of draft.
And it was also one of those games for an AM. Like, I was talking that it's on the 4 heroes to make the space, but then again, like, it was one of those games in which an AM, all he needs to do is blink in, void, and go away, right? Blink in, use your ulti, go away, and you're going to contribute to the fights, like in a really significant way.
Absolutely, absolutely. Alrighty, well, we do have a draft now available for game number 2 of Tundra versus Team Secret in this lower bracket
5
finals.
seconds
Just to remind you guys,
remaining.
the winner of this game will be going, if it's Tundra, will be going to the grand finals. But Team Secret are one game away from being eliminated from the whole damn tournament. And this time around, we have got Tundra playing the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, so actually the bans are the same, but this pick order is reversed, right?
Yes.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And Tundra showing that their priorities.
They love the Spirit Breaker.
It was Nyx
Yeah.
Assassin from Team Secret last, and now they get the Shadow Demon that we talked about as a counter to the Spirit Breaker.
All right.
Do they combo
I
it
mean,
to
so-
something big, or do you just? I mean, if you already picked the SD into a Spirit Breaker, now is the
10
time to
seconds
perhaps
remaining.
find some synergies.
We've seen people pick Luna in the spot before.
Mhm.
5 seconds remaining.
I think we would also. I think Quap would also be a hero that they could consider. I think some people would pick maybe Invoker here as well.
Could be an interesting choice.
Yeah,
I mean,
I like
what
the
do you
Luna.
really... You like the Luna?
Yeah, but it's still so early, right? Like you're revealing your hand. But if you don't pick it, it will be banned out by Tundra, like 90%. If you do go Luna, I think they instantly respond with a Razor afterwards. Even though I do like SD into a Razor because of the Purge as well. Like just being able to slow him through BKB feels pretty solid in team
Radiant
fights.
team pick.
Just an
Huh. I should go with the Nyx again.
Just opening up the support duo.
I
Fair
think
enough.
that's, I don't know, that's quite interesting. Because, like, looking at these supports, it just doesn't look that appealing to me. You kind of have 2 single target, low damage supports, right? And Shadow
10
Demon,
seconds
you're also showing
remaining.
that Shadow Demon is your 5. I mean, you could have a Nyx 5, Shadow Demon 4, but it's
5
like,
seconds remaining.
yeah, that doesn't make it any better. Plus, you're picking the Nyx into Spirit Breaker. I don't know. I guess the Nyx can cancel charge with his carapace. We saw that once or twice last game. So that is maybe one factor, but I don't know. I don't think Nyx does anything to Breaker apart from that.
I guess you're protecting yourself from, like you mentioned earlier, some heroes as Queen of Pain, int heroes that just can dominate with Spirit Breaker. Imagine if this is, let's say now, a snaking Spirit Breaker, getting something like a Quap. How do you lane mid lane any longer afterwards? Comes hard. It's possible, obviously. I'm over exaggerating, but difficult
Can't
to
you
deal with.
just? Yeah, I know. Like you have the drafting aspect of Nyx, right? You prevent yourself against a bunch of heroes, but
Radiant team ban.
maybe you just Doom again.
Weaver.
Yeah, we have Weaver.
Another one that doesn't really care about these two. Like Nyx with the Carapace is nice versus Sakuchi sometimes.
Turn to ban.
Not
Radiant
amazing.
Team ban.
And actually Secret do ban out the Doom. They didn't like playing into that. So.
I mean, I can understand that.
It's pretty
Look-
brutal.
Yeah, he has such a fast BKB that last game, and you don't have anything versus BKB too, so that was also a big problem for them.
He had a nice BKB, and then they rotated with Spirit Breaker without a Blink Dagger on Doom. Just the amount of bashes that
10
Spirit Breaker
seconds
brings
remaining.
and allows 33 to get on top of, let's say, a Morphling and use
5
that Doom
seconds
before he can
remaining.
react.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I did want to just go back to something you said earlier, Lizard, about you liking the Weaver into Nyx. I mean, to me, that matchup feels quite good for the Nyx Assassin still, you know, because finding the Weaver before he's seen you always seems like a good move, so you can catch him before Itakuchi's away.
Did I
and then
say
you've got,
that I
the
like
stun.
it that much? Like, I mean, I didn't really go on either side, you know. Didn't really. I said that there is this Sakuchi that you can stop with Carapace. Yeah, you can catch out the Weaver, but
You gotta time it
nothing
pretty well,
special.
though,
Yeah,
right? And also, you gotta kind of use your Vendetta and everything. Like your whole kit has to go into killing this
Radiant
support
team
Weaver.
ban.
Right. And of course, Weaver can always get the shard as well, which takes away one of your elusive capabilities. Very annoying for the Nyx.
They ban out Undying as well.
they're just getting rid of the heroes that
10 seconds
worked for
remaining.
Tundra in that last game. Doom, the Undying.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't see.
I-
Like, I guess these two supports can't really deal with the Tombstone, right? That's also a case.
Yeah, they can't. And I think it's also getting to the point now where teams have seen enough of each other's games that they understand what heroes they're looking at and what heroes they excel at, right? I remember in the beginning of Dota Pit, we were like, what are teams actually playing? We don't really know. And it felt like teams also didn't know. But now the bans you see are very much targeted to either like OP heroes of the meta or just
10
very
seconds
targeted
remaining.
towards the specific team. In this case, Tundra, right?
5
These 4
seconds
heroes
remaining.
banned out by Secret are just Tundra specials. The last like week and a half.
Yeah, same comes from Tundra pretty much, but not perhaps from last week, but from ever since, let's say, Nisha got to Team Secret or Sumail got to it. Like, they're banning out all their heroes.
Long time being spent by Puppy here on the bans, that's for sure. He is really making sure that this sport duo is not going to be abused by something.
Secret needs some kind of damaged team fight, right? Lane push. Yes, there's a lot of things they don't really have in their draft right now.
Yeah, having a support duo without lane push always feels lane shift just feels a little bit
And you can't really
a little bit limiting.
You can't afford to get that
5
Dark Seer
seconds
next combination as well. It's a little bit too early. Right now, at least. I get it. They go for a Centaur. Are they prepping a Razor pick here, maybe? I mean, into a Weaver, it doesn't sound great.
Possibly not, yeah.
Maybe Tundra can pick the Razor 5 here. Just like they did yesterday. I don't know.
I mean, actually, Centaur plus Shadow Demon is a nice lane. If the SD is 4, right? Like, you get that nice round with the illusions and the stun.
Well, we saw it yesterday get destroyed by Wraith King Razor.
Okay, well, we have one.
All right, 1 out of 2. Let's go, Tundra. I was about to say, I really like the Weaver Razor combo when they're on the same team, because when you get those bugs on the heroes whilst the Razor's chasing them, you don't have time to stop and kill the bugs. You get the vision to the lightning strikes constantly going on you. The damage is insane from that lightning storm just constantly reapplying and getting your armor down even lower. Like it's super obnoxious to play into.
Oh, that's nice.
I also really think the Wraith King is a great response to Centaur. Not only is he pretty good against him in lane, he also just buys this Desolator, right? Which, like, Centaur needs to buy a Vanguard and maybe a Hood sometimes as well. And then he also needs Blink Dagger, so it takes a long time for Centaur before he gets armor.
Right.
And the Wraith King can just kind of, I don't know, he just doesn't seem tanky against Wraith King, right? Another factor is the fact that you have Centaur stun, which is kind of a little bit of a one-trick pony. You stun and then you're kind of done, right? That's all you have. But against Wraith King, what do you really gain from stunning this guy? He has 2 lives. He's also quite tanky. So I think it's a very good hero against Centaur. And also a Tundra special.
Oh, they go for the 3. I was thinking maybe they'll go for the Razor, as Troll looks all right for me on the side of Team Secret. Maybe that was an option for them.
I also think the 3 pick makes perfect sense, because what you want to do against Centaur is to keep that top lane, that safe lane tower alive as long as possible. If you can keep that tower alive past 10 minutes, I feel like Centaur as a hero has lost like a lot of its value.
It helps out Spirit Breaker as well, right? In all the dives, if he goes for the living armor early enough.
Yeah, he will, I think.
Spirit Breaker can be a bit crazier. Okay, so
right.
I was thinking Troll versus Spirit Breaker if Spirit Breaker is laning versus him, right? And kind of a decent Wraith King matchup. But usually Centaur, when you get it, you don't just pick Centaur for no reason right now. And one of the reasons might be that disengage once you pick one of these heroes, such as a Medusa or a Drow Ranger or anything like that. They go with the Medusa. I've seen the Wraith King matchup though yesterday, Medusa Wraith King, and Wraith King just ramped up the speed way too fast. That Armadezzo that you just mentioned gets a Blink Dagger, and Medusa suddenly does not feel as tanky as she usually does.
And also your supports are all dead by the time you've used like 2 spells on Medusa. So that was the issue that game, is that the Wraith King just one-hit the supports every single time. It was pretty sad.
I think the Centaur pick I think the Medusa pick is not necessarily a combo with the Centaur in particular. I think it's more of a response to what Tundra doing. You see this tree end. Yeah, you see this tree end and you're like, well, we probably cannot force the issue too much this game. Like we need to make sure we don't get a similar scenario as last game where you're on a heavy timer against the tree and Wraith King. So you choose a different direction, right? And you pick this Medusa.
So
to
for
make sure
full
that now
late
you
game,
can-
right? Yeah.
Yes, now you can at least play your game at your speed that you want to, right? And then you have the Medusa to rely on.
Radiant team pick.
Interesting.
It looks like Team Secret is perhaps expecting a switcheroo from Tundra and Wraith King offlane, which is something that we've seen in this tournament. So they ban out the Phantom Lancer hero that's generally considered alright versus the Medusa.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
think it would give some more value to Centaur though. Like he can itemize better. The laning
5
stage for him
seconds
instantly
remaining.
becomes a little bit stronger. Let's
I
see what
think, yeah,
Tundra does.
it is just a very good PL game too, right? Against the Nukes, Shadow Demons. Like you don't have anything against PL. So if they were to do some shenanigans, it would just be annoying.
Secrets turn
Ah.
to pick.
Are you playing against Tundra? You
Oh, there you
fan
go.
what's gonna
Shit.
Oh my goodness, Tundra busting out the
Spider.
spider lady.
Are you?
Dang.
Do you guys see a lot of Brood Mother at all? Like even in the pubs? Like,
I've started to see it a bit more, yes.
Mhm.
Obviously, it's the same guys who always play the
10
Broodmother.
seconds
Like, they start
remaining.
picking it again. And I was speaking with Weha the other day as well, and he also said that he thinks
remaining.
Broodmother is really underrated.
Hmm.
I mean, you have some things you can do, like, he said you can stand on the creep, like, in the web, and the enemy cannot attack the creep. Because it's like your model is like on top of the creep, you know, and
Why?
there's stuff like that, you know, that you can abuse. So I don't know if that's something to think about, but definitely interesting hero, and you don't have anything against Broodmother right now.
yeah, and this.
Your lanes are gonna be a mess.
There you go. That now you have something, I suppose. Oh,
So
with
is
the
this
Sand
Sand
King.
King mid, or are they just waiting to see? Yeah, so Mel's gonna be playing the Sand King and Nisha Medusa.
How strong
know,
is
man.
the Sand King right now versus the Brood Mother? The laning stage should be fine for him.
Yeah, I mean, Sand King will farm a lot, right? But it's the Broodmother will just move his spiders away, right, and farm as well. So it's like it's just a farm fest.
Yeah, but that's
The
later
Sand King has
on.
to stay there.
Yeah, but that's later on,
Oh,
right?
you mean
The
early?
Yes, Sand King used to be really good versus Medusa when she had spiders early on. But then he became not that great because of the way Broodmother works in the lane. So that's what I'm thinking.
I think Broodmother does not care in this lane. He has that. What is that spell called now? It's still called Insatiable Hunger.
Yeah,
That thing is really, really strong early on. So he should get to his 6 like pretty much freely, right? I would think. It's also a Shadow Demon 5, so yeah, I think Brood should be pretty happy. I just see all this pressure from Tundra, right? Like mid Spirit Breaker once again can connect to both side lanes. You have this Brood Mother. It's really disgusting, man.
so
What do you think, guys? Have they just brooded their way into the OGA Dota Pick Grand Finals?
It just might be the case. We didn't really see a lot
Wow.
of cheese picks. An offlane Brood could prove to be one of those that just takes the game for them. And how do you deal with it? Like you're this Medusa, you will have to run away from the lane very early on. Do you swap up? Do you put Sand King safe, maybe?
Yeah, I think you do.
Yeah.
Because you know it's a breaker mid, right? And Medusa should be pretty happy there.
Hmm.
I mean, there's something to just be said about, like, if Medusa starts getting a lot of items, it is kind of hard for Tundra Heroes to kill him, right?
Hmm.
Right.
Like, if you get 2-3 items, you can kite a lot, like, you can run around the Medusa a lot, but I don't know if you can literally, man fight her at any point in this
Well,
game.
We will have to find out in game number 2 of Tundra versus Team Secret to bring you the action. One of these casters is very, very strong. He can bench twice his own body weight and looks great in a leotard. And he'll be casting with black.
Thank you, Nomad. These are all the facts. Used to wear singlet when I wrestled in middle school, so I'm surprised you knew that. Information I don't really give out to people. Love benching me some double my weight. It's not a lot of weight overall. I don't weigh that much. It's a good
Please
workout.
speak after the ringing sound.
Hello, Black, you there?
Hello. Yeah, I'm not that happy right now, so have fun.
30 seconds to battle.
Why not?
I don't know.
Are you in Burned City right now?
some dude, he threw some shade at me.
Well, sometimes you gotta get it out of the sun, right? Get that shade. Don't want to get sunburned too much.
That's true. Actually, last time I went, true story. Last time I went into the sun, well, I didn't do it intentionally.
Begins.
I had to get my booster shot for the vaccine, right? Oh, hold that thought. Double stomp bottom. Wow! My Ice is actually dead.
Yeah, Ice might be dead, but 33, he'll get over the cliff's edge and be safe. So he's safe while Ice dies to Snake King. And a little double stun action coming out. But look at
I'm
the
doing the
D
math right now. 5 times 200 gold. Okay, the first one was worth it. 120 gold extra.
Okay. Can we confirm that math in the chat?
Because you get 200 gold, which they don't get, which is 400 difference, but they got 280, so it's 120, because 400 minus 280 is 120.
There's a lot of numbers coming my way.
Yeah. But I didn't take into account the assist gold, oh my god.
I need someone in chat to give me the math count. Burrow strike after the disruption. Snake King, Shikuchi's out. Puppy will stick with this courier, and now quick little sentry move there. Block that camp.
What's a snake?
Ooh. Fata?
Fata?
Yeah, he's gonna die here. Down bottom.
Fat A. Going down. Damn.
Ooh.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
33 losing his courier, too.
Yeah. But
Secret
top lane should be
rank.
pretty easy for the Dusa. Until level 6. Well, sorry, for the Brood Mother. And then you just free farm, you get your level 6, you start farming much faster than Sand King. Sand King is a good lane against Brood, but it's not stopping Brood's game, right? Nothing can really stop Brood's game.
Anytime we doubt the Brood, it seems like the Brood just shoves our doubt in our face.
Yeah. Insatiable hunger is too strong. It's too strong, Bkop.
Yeah,
It's too strong, I can't contain it!
Dire's bottom tower.
The shields are breaking down! We need more power!
Oh man, it's so dumb.
It's the double bug lane, though.
It is.
It's the buggo top lane.
Is a spider considered a bug? Or an insect?
It's an arachnid. I guess is an arachnid considered a bug? Is a bug the over?
Well, I'll tell you. Is an considered an insect or bug? Spiders are not insects.
Oh, disruption, shadow poison, Snake King. Couple stacks on him, and now the burrow strikes there. Snake King, Shikuchi, Sentry. Oh,
Miss
getting
hit.
onto the high ground.
Radiant's
Miss
top tower
hit.
is under
But wouldn't have
attack.
killed him though.
He's got Shikuchi again in 3 seconds. Does he kill Puppy here? Does he sneak this one? Is there some way he gets this one? He wanted it, just didn't get it. Puppy surviving, he'll have to take the long walk back, but he's happy with that. A little solo kill on the Snake King. Weaver.
Yeah, okay, so spiders are invertebrates. What is that?
You're gonna have to Google more.
An insect has 6 legs. That's great. Okay, so Weaver is an insect, but it has 6 legs. Does it have 6 legs?
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
No, it's only 4,
tower
right?
is
And
under
2
attack.
arms.
Well, technically those are legs.
Ah, okay.
Dire's
Happy versus
Disruption
Snake King
again.
round 2.
Yeah.
Encore. Snake has to be careful. It's only level 1 shadow poison though.
Yeah, but if he's not too careful, he'll get knocked out Tyron Woodley style.
You never
Don't
go
wanna be
that
catching
way.
that right.
No. Okay, so 9 once again, struggling a lot in the lane, which is expected, because you're playing Spear Picker mid. But yeah, at least the silence are going decently. How was Wraith King doing? On a free farm against the center. Wow, center was so poor.
Yeah, ISIS just cutting the lane, at least for a little bit. Disruption again up in the
Go by
top lane.
snaking.
Snaking. Shikuchi,
Oh, no
the
poison
sentry's down, and yeah, he's going to be able to walk it off. Fada.
Yeah.
Nice. Hey, okay.
Yep, and didn't get any levels into the armor on Fata. So he's going
has been killed.
for a more aggressive approach. Oh, we've on Korea Hunt, but Puppy knows. Oh, snaking, hey!
Oh, God. All right.
Didn't expect that one.
Yeah, just kind of dies there. Ice, though,
Ice
getting run
again.
down, but
Yeah.
Fada with the kill.
That is not a good look for him down here. It's a rough lane to lane against him. Wraith King, Treant, two of the strongest heroes in Dota. I mean, just like pure strength-wise, I mean. It's double slow, triple slow even. A lot of right-click damage. Skeletons. What do you do when the Ents and Skeletons form an alliance?
You burn it all down.
No.
When the ants and skeletons form alliances, and it's not ants and skeletons, it's an ant on Weaver, if you want to say Weaver's an ant, but it's
No, I
also
said
an
Ent,
arachnid.
the Treant.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
you still burn it all down.
Yeah, like fire
Answer
is
still
pretty
fits.
effective. Against the entire Radiant team, actually. Even the cow will burn.
Radiant are scanning.
It sounded a bit wrong, but yeah, whatever. Back to the game. Whenever you make a mistake at anything, just say back to the game.
Back to the game we go. Zoom out,
Yeah.
level 6. Brood, still just level 5, but right off of level 6, just needs a couple more creeps. I wouldn't be surprised to see 9 make a rotation. He's got that Nether Strike if they want to have that extra control and potentially get a kill here. But it's tough if Puppy can get the disruption and make sure the charge is not really getting through.
Yeah, but if Sanking dies, this top lane is gonna get overrun instantly. And Puppy has to be so careful here.
Ooh,
say Puppy
Snaking's also
twice?
heading bottom. Ice.
Oh,
Centaur
dead
gonna get
again.
run down. They've got the Swarm. They have the right clicks. Do they have the damage? Oh,
Beetle is biting him. The Beetle is biting him.
They just need one more shot.
Double hit.
And there it is.
Gone.
Geminate attack.
No,
this
you're
courier?
gone.
Oh, Yapsor. He's got the Spike Carapace, so that'll do a little bit in terms of locking down Skitter and Snaking, enough so that he can walk under the tier 2 tower and Tundra won't follow. They're
but
in
now
between
it's
the
a
tier 1
problem.
and the tier 2.
Yep. Have 3 heroes bottom, and they can't really handle the Brute top. I mean, they can handle him, but they can't control him, right? So it's a big win for Tundra right now. Ice finally level 5, still needs a whole level to reach 6, and the bot tower is gone. Losing it so early is rough. Sure, the Brute doesn't get her tower, but
His
teammates are doing their job.
Has fallen.
33 now with all these bugs.
it ought to be bugged.
Remember when we saw Old 11 with this Broodmother last DPC, and he would stack them all into one? I
Yeah,
want to
there
see
was
if
one thing
33 can
he
do
didn't
that.
do, Bkop, which
What was
was,
that?
like, he didn't place his model directly into a creep, so you can't actually last at the creep. It's such a it's such a bully mechanic, you know what I mean? You
Right.
literally just can't click on the creep. You cannot last at it. It's impossible. You will right-click the Brute Mother. But yes, his spider control is still, I think, from what I've seen, the best in the world. Like, it's just one spider. Although it's 100.
Going to this Orchid first. Stun
How does he
out,
do it?
Ice. Stampede, but the Nether Strike is there. Nine's got the control.
Nice
Ice
stun,
with the
though.
two-man host stomp, but Shikuchi forward. They've got the Urn. They'll have the damage, and they'll get the kill onto Ice.
Yeah, like, you know, Ice, I played with him for a long time. He's a player that really thrives when he's being like enabled. But now both games, they kind of, you know, just
Radiant's
sacrificed
middle
him.
tower is
And
under attack.
sure, he can play from behind too, but his strength is really when he's ahead. I feel like they're not like really making the best use of his strength there.
Yeah, there are some offlaners where you see that they're known as like that sacrificial offlaner. I think Chalice kind of played that position with LGD when he was on that squad, and you'd get away with that. But like you said, Ice is someone who thrives with an early advantage on his lane, and when he's being sacrificed, you can see it holds him back quite a bit.
Yeah, like the panel spoke about, if you can keep the tower alive for 10 minutes, you're gonna be in a very good spot. Not only did he keep it alive for 10 minutes, it didn't take any damage, and he doesn't even have his Vanguard yet. Or he just finished it. And they got the enemy's tower instead.
Oh.
Look at the spider control from 3-3. Such a micro god.
Puppy losing his courier. That's the Snake King, who's all the way back here behind the tier 2 again.
Weaver's
This
so
heat map
obnoxious.
is definitely warm over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, we might catch another courier.
Oh yeah, the Sankings. Did you see it with the ward?
Oh, he's TPing out.
Yeah, he didn't see it.
Nether Strike. Nature's Grasp, and they've got themselves the stun. Ice again. Two-man hoof stomp, Stampede once more. This time they don't have the Nether Strike because it was already used, so he'll escape. But that's another Stampede defensively just to get out himself.
Yeah, like the big item they're waiting for is a Sanking Blink Dagger. 300 gold away from that. And then they gotta start making some plays happen. Because Dusa, like, it's not easy to 1v5 carry any game. So they don't have the best damage against her this game. And not that they have a hard counter, but they have a lot of ways of kiting her. With the Treant, with the SB. Oh, he actually stunned in top lane, he might be dead.
Sumail getting chased. The charge is coming out. Will they even need it?
Wow!
No, they don't. Oh my god. Skitter with the kill.
He just cracked his head open.
Yep. It's time for Sand King's suit.
Yeah. Going on an insect hunt.
Technically, a insect as well. Nyx, Sand King, Weaver, Brood.
Yeah, Brood is apparently not an insect because it has 8 legs.
Yeah, arachnid, bug, whatever. Kill.
Does Sanking have 8 legs? I'm gonna check right now. No, it's just 6. Or it's 8, right? If you consider the hands.
An arachnid, yeah.
Yeah, so it's also
8.
not an insect.
Creepy crawler game. There we
Yeah.
go.
Treant is definitely an insect.
Charge out onto the Medusa, and the stun lands from Yapsor, but bulldoze. And thanks for the extra 58% status resistance. I'll just leave.
Also, just run away. The classic. Oftentimes, the most simple move is the best move, my friend.
Just run.
Or just TP, just buy a house. Have you ever seen a clip?
No, I don't think so.
This is where like this just thing is originating from. There's like this TikTok girl, she's like, if you're poor, just buy a house.
Nether Strike, charge, and then a one-shot from Skitter. The crits come in big. Burrow Strike as well as the Impale. They'll go to the Stone Gaze. They try to get this kill here on a 9. 9 will eventually fall. They look over at Snake King. He's low and has the time left. So he gets it off in time. 33 comes around the back, and they've got the damage on Sumail. They'll take the Sand King. They look over at Yapsor. The charge comes out of Nisha. They want a high 5, and they'll take him out of the game. They look over at Yapsor, who tries to TP out, and that swing was coming in from Skitter, but just not in time.
If that connects to another kill. The Wraith King crit looks so cool.
Slams it down.
Yeah, like right on the head. Every time. Apply directly on the forehead.
Head on. Apply directly to the forehead.
Well, at least 9 had to buy back, so that's something, but losing the Medusa there doesn't feel good. And he is behind the Wraith King in farm, even though he complete free farm. It's, yeah, almost desolate on Wraith King now. Rich, very rich. Also, I don't want to jinx anything, but he didn't die for 2 games straight on Wraith King. This might be the 3rd one. He still has 0 deaths.
Jeez. I'm pretty sure his scoreline has been quite nuts in the last few games he's played.
Yeah, even last game he had like 24 KDA.
Stampede. And now the stun on
Nice.
33 and Fada both go down. Nisha gets one, Sumail gets the other.
The double impale. Super well done by Sanking and Yapso. Well played. It's something they really needed. Like now the game is pretty much equalized again. Medusa gets space to farm. And he's actually going to Lincolns again. I feel it's such an overreaction every time. Like, sure, SB charge is annoying, but it's not like that strong, you know?
At least it's Lincoln's after Manta, not Lincoln's into Manta.
Yeah, but the thing is, Manta, Lincolns just are 2 items that cost 10k gold. Hold that thought, bot lane. Up the might
Bottom
be.
lane.
Just walk away.
And then there's a stun gaze going on, and that's going to stun up 3 of these heroes. They're going after Nisha, who's out of mana.
Yeah, didn't get the overgrowth on him, unfortunately. But yeah, it's 10k gold invested into how much damage? 26? Like
Radiant's middle tower is
40?
under attack.
40 damage?
Ooh, Burrow Strike
10k gold?
misses.
It's not a lot of damage.
So Skitter, by the way, game 1 against OG, he was 13-0-10. Game 2 against OG, he was 7-0-20. And then game 1, he was 10-1-14. And he's still yet to die in this one at 3-0-5.
Yep.
That's such a nuts run.
Certainly impressive. And adding one more to that.
Yeah, Sumail's going to go down to Snake King. They're going to continue for more. They look over at Nisha Yapsor as well as Isis, though. He's silenced. Time lapse used by Snake King.
Nisha
coming through, all the way through on the Yapsor, and now Nisha's in some trouble. He pops the Manta trying to run. They've got the Blink as well as the Host Stomp. That lands on a 2 as well as the Double Edge. The Impale comes out from the Yapsor. Overgrowth used. It only locks down Puppey. They want the kill on Nisha. They'll bring in Skitter. Right clicks through. Buyback used by Sumail. And Skitter's able to survive as they get the kill on Nisha. The Burrow Strike's going to come through on a 9. As well as that Host Stomp to at least get the kill onto the Spirit Breaker, who bought back in that fight over mid. So he's dead for 70. Nature's Grasp slowing them down. Skitter looking to go back in. These heroes on the side of Secret, maybe not feeling all too comfortable, thinking about whether or not they want to go in. They've got the stun on the Isis in some trouble. They get the silence out onto Puppey, but there's the Burrow Strike as well as the Epicenter coming through into 33 as well as the Double Edge, and now 33 trying to survive. Isis ends up going down to Snaking, and 33 standing his ground, has the damage, get the kill on Sumail, just bought back. 33 will survive.
Dire's
Man, it was so close to the ball from like, what, 200 health? The Brute is standing in there, life reaching back. And kiting around by snaking. It's just so difficult to play as a Puppey. Yeah.
They want to go for
Toggles.
Skitter. He still
Toggles.
has that second life, and he's going to Armlet toggle. Second life. They're not even going to get through the first life. Oh my god.
Nisha again, solo.
Yeah, Blink, Wraithfire Blast. All right, Armlet
Died to
toggling
Spirit
not
this
working
time.
out that time. But Isis is right there to get the Host Stomp out onto Snake King. Snake King low. There's the time lapse, able to survive it all and use that Shikuchi to escape. They still don't even get the kill onto the Weaver, and Skitter without that second life, go back away. Doesn't want to play too aggressive anymore, as he's still got 110 seconds on that reincarnation.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
like,
under
it really should tell you, like, in a small bracket next to the 0, how often you died with reincarnation, you know, to kind of, like, keep you grounded, you know? 'Cause,
Yeah.
like, his KDA with the last 3 Wraith King games, as we just alluded to, is... It's a little silly. And by little, I mean a lot. And now there's a DD rune.
Oh yeah, Absolr. Spike Carapace. They do get the stun out on Afada. Snake King thinking about whether or not he wants to go in.
Nice.
Overgrowth lands on a 3. They're going to have the charge follow this up. Sumail, Blink, Burrow Strike. So that stun's gone and out of this fight for the second. As they've got the stun, the Wraithfire Blast as well as the right clicks. They get the Kona Sumail. They'll take out Yapsor. That's going to be 2 dead on the side of Secret. They go after Nisha. Silence. Dead. Gone. Ice now in a bad position. He blinked his way in. They get the Host Stomp, but doesn't save the Medusa. They'll charge into him. Get the kill. Triple kill for 33, who is dominating at which is 4-1-6 at the moment. You've also got Skitter, who's 7-0-10.
Yeah, that should be a Roshan. At least attempt. They do have Sanking ulti, so if this is not a fast one, but it's Weaver, it's always a fast one, so never mind that thought.
The Swarm takes over.
Yeah. It's, I love that hero.
has fallen to the Radiant.
So they struggled to kill Skitter once.
Yeah, okay, this is just unfair. Like, how are you gonna kill him now? He's 3 lives.
Can they kill him more than that?
Can I kill him 2 times this time, so he still has 1 life? Find out in the next episode of Rave King, the Immortal.
Z. Yeah.
What's his name? Leoric. Leo. Let's just call him Leo.
Okay.
Dire's top tower is
Kind of sounds like a lion, though.
Yeah. Well, Leo Lion.
Oh, I saw him make a mistake. He didn't have a slot in his inventory, so it's desolate as delayed. GG.
Dire's top tower is
Nisha tipping 33.
For what? No.
I'm not.
Brute Mother, no doubt.
Yeah, maybe.
You got a pretty
last
exciting
picks,
street
man.
there. Very nice.
Last picks
Oh.
for Tundra have been pretty game-changing. God, Skitter just destroys Sumail. And
He had no chance.
Out on Anisha, they'll look over as they finish off Yapsor's Stone Gaze, but the Wraithfire Blast follows, so after the Stone Gaze is over, they can follow this up. Nisha on the run, Snake King is here, they've got the charge coming through, but the disruption out from Puppy, he'll save the life of Nisha for a moment,
GG
but
out.
it's inevitable that he's gonna die. Puppy falls with him, and 4 heroes are dead again on the side of Secret.
And they won't GG out straight away, but this game looks all but over. They're probably just going to lose the Rex now, to be honest. No buybacks at all. Did you see Snake King died from full to 0 from one Wraith King stun?
Oh my god.
Which, by the way, the talent is also ridiculous. You see that level 15 talent? 0.7 stun duration increase. It's like a level 1 Beastmaster raw now.
Dire's top
They
tower
take the tier 3 top.
And the Rex.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
And Wraith King has 3 lives still.
Dire's top barracks has
For another 3 minutes.
Yeah, and by then he's level 18.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
At least, ISIS has managed to farm like 500 gold in the jungle, so it's something. He's getting closer to his axe.
Okay.
And then the axe at least is like a form of anti-burst. Like if they initiate on someone, they can just press that axe and live a little longer. But yeah, like how do you win teamfights at this point? They're so tanky. Brute Mother 2.1k with a hood already done. SB with a status rest and 2k health.
And
Wraith
going
King,
into
let's
that
not even
pipe
talk
and
about
almost
that.
finishing it too.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, after the pipe, I don't know where the damage comes from.
Oh, Nisha. Manta. Okay.
Nice dodge. Now they know it's water there though, so should be dewatered immediately.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
C9 just continuing to farm these creep waves, charging into them. He's hoping to get spider legs again.
Well, honestly, it would be kind of fun to see
Dire's bottom
Tundra in the
tower
final,
is under attack.
just because
Dire's bottom tower
Fata's the only one using that voice line. I would miss it otherwise.
I will eat the cheese.
I will eat that cheese. Oh, there's so ice! Okay. Can you chew on ice cubes or no?
You can.
Because like some people, like they just don't have the like they can't because they have this like really bad sensation, you know?
Yeah, sensitive teeth.
Yeah. Do you have sensitive teeth?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you're pretty.
I also
You're
don't
rough,
chew on
yeah.
ice like a maniac.
Why not? Like, you literally buy like an ice cream cone, and then you just eat it.
That's a little bit different than ice. Ice cream's so not as rough.
It can be.
Gosh. Nisha and Yapsor high-fiving in the base.
Tundra cosplaying a ward. Sorry, 3-3 cosplaying a ward. Well,
I am
this
the
looks
vision.
exactly like game 1. They're stuck in base,
Synthesis.
and they're being out-farmed. And then eventually they're gonna lose if they can't do anything.
Nisha wants a divine rapier, but
Alright, so
that's not gonna
Manta,
happen.
Ulti Orb, Divine Rapier. I like that. Let's go. And there's also Midas queued up, just in case.
yeah. Maybe you get the demon edge. He still has to get to the secret shop, which is invaded with spiders.
They all have Midas queued up now. I don't know if it's like a running joke in the team, or if they just want to sit on a high ground and use Midas forever.
Oh, comeback is possible with the Midas.
They're not gonna purchase it, right? It'll make no sense.
Double damage.
I don't think so. They're smoked up. Throwing some words down.
Invisibility.
Okay, Bkop. I need you to tell me what Secret can do here. I don't see anything.
They smoke to try and make a move.
Oh, it's a BKB now on Skidder as well.
That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see Wraith King one-hit some heroes. 2 man might be the one.
Ooh. Smelling the trees, trying to take me out. They caught him. What is that damage?
Yeah.
God, the mortal strike. Just a
it's
quick
nerfed version, by
1200
the way.
damage from Skidder.
Used to be more. Used to be more.
Gosh.
And now he's level
17,000.
18.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Try to kill him twice, if you can.
Yeah, you have 1 minute to do so.
Oh, Nisha.
Yeah,
Look at where
camp
they
the base.
are. They're behind them in the base. They've got the charge coming in as well as the Stone Gaze. They'll use it. Ooh, Manta from Nisha trying to get back. Stone Gaze turns 9 to Stone, but he's got the Nether Strike that'll lock up Nisha. The Wraithfire Blast is out onto Puppy to make sure they can't get the Disruption save on Anisha. They've got the Orchid Burn. The Lincoln's popped, but he still dies. 33 with yet another kill. They'll invade. They get the kill into the Shadow Demon, and now I think the move is to push through mid.
They're just setting up camp in the enemy's base. Like that's how rough this game is looking for Secret. It's yeah, I'm really happy for Tundra that they found their like mojo back again, because early in the tournament they
Dire's structures
seemingly kind of lost it,
Radiant's bottom
and then they also struggled in a couple of the DPC games right after. So yeah, like they definitely reinvented themselves here.
Yeah, they've definitely sharpened up.
Yeah. Yep.
A golden thread.
Strong drafts. Very solid play.
It's been clean, and the drafts have been a little bit unique in some way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they're very unpredictable. They pick some Visage here and there.
And that'll be interesting if they do end up winning this series and go up against Spirit. Both teams will have some interesting picks to show. And of course, Spirit Breaker, yeah, why not? He gets the spider legs, so more arachnid stuff. 33 sacrificing the leg. Skidder going after Ice. They've got the charge coming in. There's nowhere for the Centaur to go, and there's the charge landing. The right clicks will finish off Ice. And Skidder will continue the deathless streak. He's 9-0-14.
Win the match to harvest their bones. Oh, they saw them at the triangle. They're looking for him. Well, Yapster should be... Yeah, he's piecing out. He's actually going for Midas. No way, dude.
The Midas will work.
Why is he doing that? It's literally like his Aghanim Scepter if he ever farms that much gold, no?
With the point booster already picked up, yeah. I would say
That is
just
such
that.
a weird decision.
Ice going heart. Medusa, by
Yeah.
the way, going for the Divine Rapier, needs 2,900 more gold. Meanwhile, 33 in on this Roche. 9 will join him.
Yeah,
Over in
I
the pit.
don't think it's gonna go to that Rapier, unfortunately. We're gonna take this Roshan, and then it should be, let's go base time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, they haven't lost any towers on Tundra.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy against the Centaur lineup. They do have Treant, so of course it makes it a little harder.
Radiant's
Wait, all their
bottom
towers are full health,
is
aren't
under
they?
attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been
Yeah.
getting healed up by Fada. They are pushing him bottom a little bit, but Fada's ready to heal it up.
Yeah, losing against Treant just feels so bad. Because then, like, you really lose, you know?
And not getting any towers is a bad feeling.
Yeah. But you know what I mean now, like, right? With this Lincoln's Manta, he's really not outputting all that much damage. It's mostly come from
Snaking
like Shadow
has
Demon.
the Ag, so Skitter theoretically has like 4 lives.
More like 5, because by the time he died 4 or 3 times, he has it off cooldown again on Snake.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah,
The pressure is on.
it's been on ever since the early game, yeah. I think we've seen it yesterday too, right? This Medusa into Wraith King. It didn't look that impressive.
No, not really.
But this guy picked it into it as well.
The castle muster.
They're still trying to hold though. I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, they have heroes to do so. It's just a team like Tundra is... I think you would be very hard-pressed to find a case where they would lose a game like this.
It'd be quite tough to see them throwing this all away. They missed the stun. They've got the disruption onto the Medusa, trying to get the damage out onto Skitter. You got to remember, he's got that time lapse, and that's what gets used to put him back at full health. Burrow Strike comes in at a 33.
How frustrating must this be? Like, you just look at this Wraith King hit their Rex, I can't kill him.
Oh, Charger's coming through, but they got the stun. Followed up with a hoof stomp. They might be able to get the kill on a 9. They disrupt this Wraith King and won't be able to save that Spirit Breaker. They end up trading Sumail for it, though. Skitter getting a little bit low, but again, he's got the Aegis as well as the Reincarnation. So that's going to be Reincarnation on cooldown. He's going to pop that BKB, blink in, now throw the stun over on a Puppy, try to get the kill onto the Shadow Demon, who uses that pig pole to get away. Nisha throwing out some right-click damage. Yapsor looking ready to find that stun once it's off cooldown in a couple seconds, but they've got Ice with the blink as well as the hoof stomp. Again, the time lapse on a Skitter, so Skitter's going to be able to survive on this one. Starting to run and the blink away means that they won't be able to catch him, even with Sumail buying back.
Yeah, and that's the Rex gone, despite using a buyback, and Wraith King still has his Aegis. Only used his ult, and it's back to Immortal City. For him, at least.
Nisha, though,
Yeah.
he's got the gold.
Dire's courier.
He's got the gold. And
He's
no
got
courier,
the gold,
though.
but the courier is now dead.
Ruto, he's very tanky.
Oh, Nisha
Upkill.
stepped up. He's a bit far forward. Puppy disruption trying to save Nisha, who's been disarmed. Vada moving forward. They get the kill on the Yapster. They have the charge going under to Nisha. Nisha now on the run for 33 as well as Snake King. Vada over from the side. They've got the hoof stomp that lands on a 2. The Burst Strike to follow it up. That lands on both those heroes. The Nature's Grass slows down Ice. Sumail into the Sandstorm. Mules up
It's
in the
gonna
air
hurt.
to avoid the Wraith Fire Blast. The charge will finally finish. They hit on the Nisha. They get the kill to Sumail. A ball back just a moment ago. They get the kill there on the Sand King, taking him out for 70 seconds. Disruption. Puppy trying to survive, but only extending the inevitable as he'll end up dying as well. He's got buyback and he'll use it immediately.
Structures are fortified.
While Wraith King is just knocking at your door again. Well, he did smoke Nisha for a last-ditch attempt at buying the Rapier. He's gonna get it, but they might have Megas already at the time.
Only level 19 getting this Divine Rapier. I'll have to come around the back and maybe make a play, but coming around the back might be a little bit dangerous if he does commit to that, so he will
It's
keep
Megas.
you back to the base. And they're going to give up Megas here just to
They
have
picked
a
out the
chance
Rapier
of the
already.
Divine Rapiers.
I already saw it. Well, now you have your Rapier, but... At what cost, Bkop? At what cost?
At about 6,000 gold and Mega Creeps. Silence comes out, charge comes through. That's on a Puppy to make sure they can't get the disruption onto the Medusa. And the damage isn't enough just yet, so he'll still survive. The Impel lands on a couple of these heroes. They've got the Stone Gaze. Maybe the damage will finally get the first life out of the hands of Skitter. They'll take him out for the first time. However, he's still working with that Aegis for only 8 more seconds. They'll find themselves the control on Tanisha, take out the Medusa, drop the Divine Rapier. Down goes Sumail and Puppy. GG will be called, and Tundra will go to the grand final as they eliminate Team Secret 2-0.
Very, very well played. Tundra, we expected a lot from them, especially after yesterday and the day before that. Yeah, it's hard to really criticize them anywhere. Like, their draft was good, their gameplay was really good,
Yeah.
very sharpen up. It's just very unfortunate to see Secret like this way. First game looked very much like the second game. Like after 15 minutes, 20 minutes, they're just sitting in base. They can't really make any plays happen. And that is really also the power of Spirit Breaker, because if you lose early game, then like you can't show anywhere. He's going to charge you, right? And you show top, and UTP bottom to juke them, but he sees that because you charged, and then okay, now you're bottom, and the team knows that, and then suddenly you're boxed in again. It's just so tough to play. Well, congratulations to Tundra.
Yeah,
they will eat the cheese for now.
Yeah, definitely. They looked really good. The Spirit Breaker, like you said, all those positives. But then again, with Fada on the street, they don't end up losing a tower. It changes the way the game has to end up being played, and it looks pretty clean from Tundra. And I say pretty clean, but ultimately it was super clean from them, and that's what gives them this opportunity to go up against Spirit in the grand final. But that is not until a little bit later. But for now, we've got the panel to break it down a little bit further. We'll send it back over to you guys. Take it away.
The king is dead. Long live the Wraith King as they take down Secret in a convincing 2-0 series. Tundra is back and with a vengeance and now in the grand final. What a goddamn performance from this team in this lower bracket final. That looked so crisp.
Was hoping for a full series, not gonna get it. The second game was just a beat down, and after, let's say, 15, 16 minutes of the game, it already felt pretty hopeless, and you could see that Tundra is on their way to a clean 2-0. Medusa going into that Manta Lincolns, but how do you play against these heroes on Tundra? They just converge, they're just so fast, they get on top of you. You have the Spirit Breaker, the Weaver, Wraith King with the Blink. It just Broodmother running across your own jungle in which you cannot farm. And 33, I just have to commend him. Like, his micro, all right, whatever, it's on point. But the way he's setting up spiders, like, you don't see way too many players be as disciplined at blocking the camps and giving as much vision with all the spiders just being set up across the map. Like, he's really on point with that.
Very impressive metagaming from him on that Broodmother, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's hard to talk about Tundra right now without talking about Skidder, of course. His KD over the past 4 games is now 41-1. He has died 1 time over the past 2 series they've played and killed 41 heroes. I mean, that is just a ridiculous stat, isn't it, Misery?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they definitely, like Black was also touching upon in the cast, is like it seems like they really found something that works for them. Like, they're starting to abuse this 33 hero pool, Visage. You now see the Broodmother coming back. Who knows what else he has up his sleeve? Maybe we're gonna see some Lycan soon as well. I don't know. They seem like a really scary team right now. They seem very cheesy, abusing the last pick. Just like really annoying strategies coming out of them. I gotta say though, from Team Secret, I feel like they need to take a look at their offlane this game, like, because they don't really have any place. Like, you have the Centaur offlane with the Nyx. If you want to pick Nyx Assassin early, I think you need to be ready to pick heroes like Necrovos, like pick these, maybe Nature's Prophet, like pick heroes that enables the Nyx Assassin or like can be left alone. Because if you have Centaur Nyx and you lose the lane, which you probably will because it's Centaur Nyx Assassin, then you have this really poor Centaur. You give away complete free farm to Wraith King. I saw he was level 7 by minute 7 this game, and he took the tower down. Like, at that point, it's almost impossible to come back. We saw OG as well yesterday lose a lane so hard with Centaur. The hero just doesn't do anything at that point. So yeah, I think they need to think about stronger heroes for the laning phase. That seems to be still so important in Dota. Like, if you lose your lanes, it's so hard to play.
It's really, really tough. But hey, at least CIS ended the game with a Divine Rapier in his inventory. Even if it wasn't his, it did in fact belong to Nisha. Nice last-ditch effort from Team Secret there with the Divine Rapier and Nisha to try and make a hold, but in the end, they just didn't quite have enough in the tank. What did you think about Samel Sand King there, Lizard? Because it was a bit of a desperation move from Secret, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're picking the Sand King because it used to be this old-school counter to the Broodmother, and in the laning stage, you didn't really defeat Broodmother. He still had enough farm. Later on, a couple of nice burrow strikes into Impales that did finish off 33, but besides that, really unimpressed by the pick. But it's really hard to flame right now individual heroes and like player performances when your lanes fall apart as hard as they did. Like if you compare Team Secret's lanes like Misery did to Tundra's, Tundra, they make like their offlane is already strong enough so Snaking can even abandon it and go on the safe lane to punish ISIS even further, or he can rotate around mid lane, right? So he has a bunch of these things that enable him, both 33 and Snaking. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Secret, one position forward that's not that strong makes their life a lot harder on every other lane. It's I'm not sure. Like in the first game, I've noticed the same pattern from Secret, right? Like they have a hero that doesn't contribute that much early on, and then Tundra, with their already very active draft, are able to execute on an even faster pace in that mid game.
Now, we have to start thinking, this was a clean 2-0 against Team Secret. Team Spirit, their victory over Team Secret was nowhere near this crispy, a 2-1. We got to start thinking seriously about Tundra possibly being able to be the first team to actually disrupt Team Spirit's series win streak. I mean, how likely do you guys think that is after witnessing this absolute demolition of the series?
I think it's very possible. I think, yeah, it just feels like they have a bunch of stuff up their sleeve. They had to show a bit more in this series and against OG yesterday as well. But there are just some heroes that you need to worry about now when you're Team Spirit, like Visage, Broodmother, like this Doom, Spirit Breaker, Wisp. Like it just feels like they have a lot of heroes that are, I don't know, kind of scary to play against, and they play them extremely well. So I think this might be the most hype final. If I had to, like, if anybody can beat Team Spirit, I would say it might be Tundra at this point.
Kind of feels like they're the only team with like the creative flair and the kind of the Team Spiritness within them to beat Team Spirit. The only team which could do that. I don't know, really exciting stuff. I mean, and any closing thoughts before we take it to a break, Lizard?
It's going to be an incredibly interesting grand finals. Like you can see, for me, OG, Tundra, and Team Spirit were three teams to really look out for after seeing them perform in the first couple of days. And now Tundra did reach the grand finals through the lower bracket, and in my opinion, they have just improved since the last time they played versus Team Spirit. So it's going to be very interesting.
They've looked better every time. I cannot wait. Will Tundra be able to put up a good challenge against Team Spirit? Will Skitter's reign of dominance continue? And who will be the champions of the OGA Dota pit? All those questions will be answered and more after this 1 hour break. We'll see you on the other side, friends.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Impurities.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dead in the water.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
New followers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I hate this battle.
My blade cleaves no more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
I take your life as it comes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Consider yourself close.
Dire's middle tower.
Vital thread is broken.
structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. The Radiant now have mega creeps.
Your invisibility. Death tax.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Impurities.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Terrifies me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. middle tower is under attack.
Dead in the water.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Followers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I hate this battle.
My blade cleaves no more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I will eat the cheese.
Dire
I will eat the cheese.
Dire's middle tower.
I take your life as it comes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Consider yourself crushed.
Dire's middle tower.
I will eat the cheese.
Your vital thread is broken.
under attack.
Impurities.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Terrifies me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dead in the water.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
New followers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
will eat the cheese.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I will eat the cheese.
Di-
I will eat the cheese.
Dire's middle tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
I will eat the cheese.
Your vital thread is broken.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the grand finals of the OGA Dota Pit Season 5 EU and CIS regions. We are very excited to get in to this final best of 5 matchup between Team Spirit and Team Tundra. Two teams which have battled through the brackets respectively. Team Spirit with a clean run through the upper brackets. Meanwhile, Tundra with the early elimination from the hands of Team Spirit down to the lower brackets, but they've come all the way through the run of dreams into the grand finals. Now we cannot wait to find out how this tournament's going to resolve itself and who will be crowned champions of the OGA Dota Pit Season 5. And joining me on that journey, we've got Misery and we've got Lizard. Guys, how are we doing and what are our expectations for this final best of 5?
Doing really great, my man. Hoping for a full series, hoping for the resolution to a good resolution to a really nice tournament in which Team Spirit, they just dominated like always, but they did show some signs, some weaknesses, right? And Tundra, like, coming all the way from that lower bracket, like you just mentioned, they might try and abuse a couple of those weaknesses that might have been shown by Team Spirit when they played yesterday, right, versus Team Secret and versus OG a few days ago.
And can you elaborate on what those weaknesses maybe were?
I cannot, because I just saw them lose. If you lose, that means you have weaknesses. Now it's on Tundra and AUY 2000 to, go in depth and figure that stuff out. Like, that's why he's the coach.
Misery, what are you going to be looking at closest in this series?
I mean, I'm going to be interested to see if Tundra has anything new to bring to the table, right? Like, we've seen some really innovative things from them most recently, the Broodmother, as well as the Visage yesterday. I wonder if they've had anything else that they're thinking about bringing to this grand final, because I do think that it might be one way that you can take Team Spirit down is with something cheesy. That being said, though, a lot of the heroes that Team Spirit already plays are generally good against Broodmother, as well as Visage. Like, this Mars is like really good, right? I don't know if we're gonna see some. Maybe if we're gonna see some Collapse Magnus bring back, that could be really cool. Even though it has been nerfed, it's still, it's still a good hero. So, yeah, I mean, just interested to see anything new. Hopefully, we're gonna see something that we haven't just seen over and over in this tournament.
There have been a couple of those very meta picks, haven't there?
Do you feel like they have a similar tempo to their playstyle? Maybe on one side, Collapse is perhaps a tiny... Well, not really. Collapse and 33, they're kind of similar in their greediness. And Snaking and Mira are the ones that just leave them at some point and start rotating across the map constantly. I feel like when it comes to the tempo and the way they play, there aren't many differences. So far, at least, it looked like Team Spirit are just one-upping them a little bit in that department. But
I think the cool thing about both OG, Team Spirit, and Tundra, it feels like all three of their cores always get a lot of farm, right? Like, you always see this. If they play Mars, then they're gonna have this 3-4 slot Mars with Satanic and all this type of stuff, right? They don't have this traditional position 3. Like, it is kind of out of the meta in general. Like, you kind of have a carry from the offlane, like, overall, but these three teams in particular just kind of get away with a lot from the, I think, more than other teams, right?
I agree completely. Those Marses and ODs as well, right? Like, right. OD Collapse, scary.
Yeah, some of the other teams we've seen in this tournament don't usually have this fat of an offlaner, right? Like, if you look at, like, for example, Nigma or Liquid, like, they usually play more of a 2-core style, right? Where 2 of them get farm and the 3 is just this traditional, like, more poor kind of offlaner. It happens sometimes, but generally, Team Spirit's offlaner always gets a lot of farm, right? And same with 33. It's like all of them, they just get so fat every time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would say personally, I think Tundra are the slightly slower team out of the two. We've seen it when they approach high ground, they're very careful, they're very methodical, they like to control the map, get all their key timings first before they make any big moves. Meanwhile, Team Spirit are much more happy to just jump on the high ground, find the pickoff. So if they see an opportunity, it doesn't matter where you are on the map, they will jump on you. Do you think that means that there's going to be a difference in the way the two teams play?
I think what also, another thing that they have in common, these teams, is I do think it depends on the game, like who's the most slow and who's the faster team, right? I think they play for openings. If the enemy gives them openings and they're ahead, they're going to jump those openings. If there's no openings, they're going to just play a patient, chill game. They always have, most of the time, have solid drafts that they can play a chill game where they don't force any moves. We also saw OG yesterday, even though they were behind, they didn't give the Tundra any openings, right? And I think that's something
Yeah.
that these three teams, I mean, Secret made it further than OG, right? But I do think that the other, like the three teams that I mentioned, OG, Spirit, and Tundra, maybe a bit more like stable, I guess is the word.
Do they feel
The
like
rest-
fresh to you, like inspirational, the way they're playing?
I think-
like you can,
yeah,
I feel you completely. Like you can really see the difference between them and Secret. Like
I just think their understanding
huge
of the
disparity.
meta, right? Like they play maybe they play more pubs. I'm not sure, but like they just have a better understanding of the meta. It feels like, and when they are behind, they know what to do. When they're ahead, they know what to do, and their drafts make sense in terms of what they're thinking. So, yeah.
All right, well, you talked about drafts a lot. Let's see exactly the heroes we're going to get in the first game in this best of 5 grand finals with the bans. And we shall start things off with the Spirit Breaker, first banned by Team Spirit. They watched that Secret 2-0 and they said, no, thank you. We do not want to
10
play against that.
seconds
And
remaining.
I do want to point out the Banes made it through the banning phase here. The hero which has a 75% win
seconds
rate and is the
remaining.
most picked hero in this tournament as well.
They let the IO go through. This is something that they like to ban. They pick up the Bane, like you said, instantly afterwards. They played some Bane SD in the past, Bane Weaver, maybe an offlane now as a pickup for them. Usually Collapse just gets banned out completely. Already 2 of his heroes are out.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, may want to consider Timbersaw. And they go for the Razor. Okay, this is very meta pick again.
Yeah, pretty solid lane, right? You have that sleep into the static link.
I guess the thing is,
Yeah.
if you're gonna give away the Bane, Wisp might be one of the nicer heroes to get, because I don't think
10
Bane is.
seconds remaining.
I mean, it's good against Bane is good against pretty much everything in the game, right? But at least Wisp has
5
like
seconds remaining.
it's maybe not the best against Wisp in particular. So I think this makes sense in a way.
Why is it not that good against Wisp in particular?
Well, you're single target heavy, right? And you can try to disable the guy who's tethered, but you know the Wisp can just either relocate or keep him buffed up.
Radiant team
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, look at that!
Oh,
There it is. You called for it last series,
Yeah.
and we're going to see it in the first phase and the
Look
first
at
match
that.
here.
It's also really good against these two heroes, right? You just see a wolf and all his summons running at these two heroes, they just kind of die.
Papa? Isn't it magical, Papa?
I love that voice line. I love that Isn't It Magical, Papa? I tilted someone really badly with it last night, and now I keep using it all
Is
the
that
time.
is that a voice line from the new Aghanims?
Yeah.
Okay.
5
Yeah, it's the
seconds
Battle Pass.
remaining.
One of the ones from the Battle Pass.
Right.
Isn't it magical, Papa?
like Lycan with all his summons is difficult to deal with for Razor, for Bane, right? He's very
Isn't it
fast as
magical,
well.
Papa?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, would I value Lycan more than a Beastmaster that can also roar the Razor and stop him from,
think-
just being that nuisance in fights?
I see what you mean. Because I could yeah, I know what you mean, but like maybe the Lycan is a bit more unexplored in terms of what do you do to deal with it.
Hmm.
Like the Beastmaster, I think most teams will have a good understanding of how to shut this guy down. Whereas the Lycan is a bit more
Radiant team
Exotic.
Yeah, he is a bit more exotic, and he has maybe if he doesn't get if Beastmaster gets shut down and his timings are dealt with, you could say the hero does become significantly weaker. Whereas Lycan maybe is a bit I don't know. Maybe you need to deal with it differently.
Isn't it
yeah.
magical, Papa?
When we are thinking about these counters to Lycan, what comes to your mind? Like something like a Bloodseeker, some Svens, these kind of heroes are usually pretty strong versus him.
I mean, it's like I think some offlaners as well, like Underlord, can be really good.
Hmm.
Phoenix is also really good. Mars is really good. Tidehunter, perhaps. The thing is, Lycan is kind of different nowadays. That you can play him like before. Like your hero now does not necessarily have to do that much, right? You can just put all your summons on the Bane, and then the Bane is out of the picture. You have all the vision from your wolves. You have the shard with the split pushing wolves. Like so, and then the Aghanims build later. So you have a lot of tools that makes the hero perhaps more flexible than he used to be. Before in the day, back in the day, you just picked Underlord and grouped up, and the Lycan felt like he couldn't do anything. Whereas now, like I just mentioned, he has a lot of different things in his kit.
Yeah, I like the Tidehunter call that you made. There are some position fours that are pretty strong with him as well. If you get that Weaver for the minus armor, strong versus IO as well. The Knight, away from Tundra. But
10
one interesting
seconds
thing
remaining.
is that Mira's Monkey King is still in the pool. Like, that hero has been
5 seconds
not banned
remaining.
by Tundra Esports. Most of the time, if the monkey goes through, they just first phase it. They go Bane Monkey
Team
usually, but
Spirit's turn to ban.
yeah, they opted to go for the Razor instead.
Mm. Yeah, I wonder what kind of 4 you're looking at. Monkey King could be pretty good here for sure. Into Lycan as well, I think. Makes sense. You can't really run into the ring, even if it's Sport Monkey King. You have the
10
AoE stun.
seconds remaining.
It's pretty neat. You can itemize some
5
ways, right?
seconds
Like
remaining.
how Kuroki itemized on that position 5 Monkey King with Gleipnir. It's an option. Eels is also just fine. Getting some extra
mean,
disables.
The Eels look so good.
I think
when
something
Mira's
like
playing
Winter
it. It's
Wyvern is really good as
super
well
nice.
for Spirit right now.
Radiant
It's kinda-
team pick.
I feel like Wyvern is good, but at the same time versus Lycan it feels bad. It's same like Bane for me. Maybe a little bit better. But
Yeah.
he's still going to send all these summons at you, and you're gonna struggle until you have some ability item, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. So Treant is also pretty good right now because similarly
5
to
seconds
the Centaur
remaining.
that we talked about before, Lycan kind of needs to take those early towers, at least the enemy safe in tower, pretty fast, I would say. If he can't do that, then it just seems a lot worse. And Treant is pretty good against it in lane, just because he punches so hard, but also, if you can defend the tower, like post 10 minutes, suddenly Lycan can't really play the game that he wants to. So I think it's a similar reason. And of course, the ultimate later on, right, is great against Lycan.
Mm-hmm. They have these two complete bullies in position 4 and 5, I suppose. What do you think? Like, I won't dare guess if Bane will be 4 or 3, and it's like pretty much the same in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's a mirror Treant, right?
Magical,
I guess they
Papa.
do. They do both, right? Like
Are
you said.
okay?
But
Poshka is just a god
Can we
Bane,
just
so
target one person,
one thing that
老奶奶长这么大就没这么无语过。
okay, these voices are actually
a little bit
Sometimes
I'm
it's
annoying.
very
watching
hard
it
to
in the
filter
game
them
and
out.
I'm like actually getting. But if you look at the supports from Team Spirit and compare them to, for example, the last series we watched, where Team Secret picked Nyx Assassin, Shadow Demon, right? Just compare the strengths of these two supports Team Spirit has compared to Secret. It's a huge difference. It's much harder for
Yeah.
Tundra to pick heroes now because they are staring down these insanely strong lane
Radiant
supports.
team pick.
They're bullies.
Lina.
Yes.
Right? They're true bullies in the laning stage. Tundra, they go with Alina, so you get this hero that can pretty much lane versus anything on that mid lane, right? Like, and we haven't really seen her. She was all the rage in the first couple of days. Like in the first phase, she was even picked, but
10 seconds remaining.
Well, now there's no Nyx Assassin, so you can actually pick up this Lina, right? But
you
at
can
the
actually
same
go
time,
for it.
5 seconds
Definitely
remaining.
helps.
yeah.
Team
Yeah.
Spirit's
And
turn to pick.
I think one thing this
Winter
Razor
Wyvern.
carry can have issues with are heroes which can outrange him and heroes which are faster than him. And I'm pretty sure Lina ticks both of those boxes, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like in the laning stage and afterwards, like you get that Laguna
10
Blade as well
seconds
to
remaining.
nuke him down. But interesting from Tundra to go for a Winter Wyvern.
5 seconds remaining.
Like,
Do you think
I
we're ever
don't-
going to see the 9 Winter Wyvern again?
Radiant team ban.
I mean,
That was a blast.
like, if you think about it with the range and whatnot, it could be decent versus Razor, right? Like, it shouldn't be that bad.
Some Winter
But Team
Wyvern
Spirit
mid
Night Stalker, damn.
with Lycan Aghanims on him. Just later on, just running around, flying around, hasted,
10 seconds
be fun.
remaining.
tethered up.
Tethered up, overcharged,
Yeah.
Wolf
Remaining.
Wyvern flying across the sky. Like, step aside, Night Stalker. No one is afraid of you.
Turn to
I
ban.
want- kind of
nice
wanna see
guys
that.
now. I mean, it would put you melee
Radiant
range, right? But then you
team
get the
ban.
bonus range from the Arctic Burn anyway, so you get a little bit of range, and then you don't have projectiles as well. It gets very weird when you add bonus range onto the Lycan Wolf. It gets very, very odd.
So
Will they
what-
be looking to pick up a carry on Tundra who can
10
synergize with Lycan
seconds
Axe though?
remaining.
Will that be a consideration?
I mean, yeah, unless they're doing
5
some
seconds
crazy
remaining.
Winter Wyvern mid, then I think
I
yes, they
feel
need
the same.
They definitely need that
Team
that
Spirit's
Skeeter hero,
turn
right?
to ban.
I feel the same like you do, Misery. This could be some crazy Wyvern mid, some 4 Lina, and they get this. I don't know. Like, can you actually go for a melee offlaner that that goes into a Razor there. That can be dangerous
think
too.
it's definitely a 33 Lycan,
10
right?
seconds
You're
remaining.
not
Oh yeah,
gonna-
actually you're right. You're right. That's
Yeah.
true.
We need a Skitter hero last. So Ursa got removed to protect your Night Stalker. Luna as well.
Is Wraith King bad against Razor, or can it be picked?
No, I think the Wraith King is not bad.
Got to be looking at it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
10 seconds remaining.
Considering how much they love it, and considering the fact that it's decent versus
5
Night Stalker,
seconds
right? Like you
remaining.
don't truly care about him that much, and you have some additional front line. Sounds
Is
like a
there-
solid idea.
Is there not that aspect of like it's too obvious though? You're playing against Team Spirit. They've let it through for a reason. Does Tundra really want to take that bait? Is it just too juicy a worm, and the hook itself is actually quite sharp?
I mean, it's hard to predict Tundra's last pick here, considering how sneaky they've been recently, right?
Yeah, true. It's probably IO Pods 1
Bloodseeker.
and then Lycan Pods 5 or something. But they do go for the Bloodseeker in the end, so they refuse to go for their kind of most predictable play. Instead, they'll take the Bloodseeker. But this is something they've been having a lot of success with, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you just imagine the Night Stalker or Razor getting ruptured. Like, they don't like that.
Yeah.
So, I like the pick. It's also a nice
5
combo with
seconds
Wyvern. The
remaining.
curse setup to Bloodrite. Looks good.
Honestly, the two heroes that I actually expected maybe Team Spirit to pick up after seeing Lycan, Tundra gets.
Oh, yeah.
Wyvern maybe versus Lycan Bloodseeker as well versus him. But like you said, Rupture works just as well versus Razor and Night Stalker.
Do you guys think it's a Razor carrier or Razor mid? Have we seen Team Spirit play Razor recently?
They played it on carry, I believe. Not
Okay.
on mid. And do you really want to mid that into Alina?
Nah,
Wouldn't you
probably
rather
don't.
side lane it?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. For sure. You're gonna put Razor versus the Lycan, right?
That doesn't sound like a great lane for 33.
Maybe
Like,
Tinker.
Right. I'll go with the
Now select
Morphling
heroes.
So
versus
it is,
Alina as well.
so it is mid Razor.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't sound super convinced by the Morphling pick up here. What's the reasoning behind that, Lizard?
Well, there are some things. There's some percent-based damage, right, coming from Tundra Esports. There's also some extra burst coming from the Atlina, which is pretty solid. Overall, I guess he is your end-all, be-all hard carry that wins the game eventually, but...
Yeah, exactly. I think that's why they picked it, right? The only thing Morphling has to be scared of this game is the Lina Shadowblade at some point, I would say. Because, like, they don't really have any disables. He's also going to play into Lycan, this should be a really nice lane for Morphling. Lycan, though, is going to have a nice lane there as well, I think. At least to some extent. But they basically chose to go for the hard carry instead of trying to, pick a different mid. So the Razor might suffer a little bit more, but like we have talked about in the past as well, you can play Razor on just the Q instead and just farm jungle, play the farming game. So
yeah, one thing that this Razor will not have is a stable link, right? Like you cannot static link a single target and leech out a lot of damage later on in teamfight because you're playing versus this Lycan, you're playing versus a Bloodseeker. They'll be running around constantly unless Treant is really on point with his disables together with Bane. Not sure about this one, really. Both of the drafts looked extremely funky to me. I'll go with Team Spirit just a little bit because of these two bullies on the supports.
I also feel like
quickly your prediction.
Yeah, I also think Team Spirit's draft is maybe a bit stronger in terms of their supports and just overall strength of their heroes. So I would also bank on them.
I'm worried about the lack of stuns, but I think I can go for Tundra here. I like what they've put down. Bloodseeker, it's proven really strong in their hands, and it's a great Bloodseeker game. So I reckon Skitter's going to have another outstanding game. Will Team Tundra be able to do it and take down the current TI champs, or will it be Team Spirit taking game number 1? Let's find out with a commentary duo of Bkop and Black.
Thank you very much. Nomad coming in first game of the grand final between Tundra and Team Spirit. Looked like these teams were about to skirmish over mid. Toronto, Tokyo postured across the river. Black, it's got to be an exciting grand final. Are you hyped for this one?
Yes, until I started draft. I feel like it's a little bit one-sided in this one at least, but the next games are going to be much better. I promise, guys. Like, I mean, even this game, is by no means over. It's a Dota game. Anything can happen, and I just feel like I do know how I feel like about no stun drafts. It's,
Right.
Yeah, it's rough. They have one Lina stun and a Wyvern's curse. That's it. That's it.
That's just it. You need more.
Yeah.
Give me more.
Give me more. But at least they're eating the cheese. That can be very, very important in winning this grand final.
It's the most important thing to winning this grand final is eating the cheese.
The cheese is of utmost importance, as some might say. They try to zone the Night Stalker out down here. He has 0 regen. Very greedy. But yeah. So this Morphling, last pick, obviously I predicted it because I predict all the heroes all the time.
This is true.
It is. Thank you for telling everybody the truth. If it gets like 2-3 items, I actually don't know how they really deal with him. He gets like a Manta, Lincoln's E-Blade or something. It's gonna be very scary for the Radiant team.
Right.
Mid lane should be a little difficult for the Razor, but it's a Razor. He should be okay with just spamming Plasma Field. And I like that they picked the Night Stalker into the Lycan. Usually, people say Lycan counters Night Stalker, but with that shard, when at 20 during the nighttime, you can actually just eat the Ancient Creep. 3 to 50 gold, and you make Lycan pretty much useless.
So you're hoping Collapse at that 20-minute mark gets himself into a shard?
Straight away.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's such a hard counter because you just completely ruin Lycan's game plan. Like, suddenly this Bane doesn't have to be afraid of a Lycan anymore. You just sleep the main hero, and 2 wolves alone can't kill you.
Right. Because that's one of the things that can sometimes be difficult for a Bane when you could get jumped on like that, where you can never really feel comfortable in a fight.
Yeah, for sure. Which is really what Tundra has to do. Like, this Lycan will have to kill both supports while Bloodseeker is focusing down the Razor. Like, it's a lot more complicated to play for the Tundra side, I'd say. Which is why I think Spirit is ultimately going to end up winning this game, because they're very good. And if they have an easier to execute lineup, high chance they're going to win.
Certainly have to see Collapse. He's going to get silenced. Nightmare is there from Maposhka. It'll keep Collapse safe for now. Skitter, who is had a last 4 games be 1 death kind of style.
He might be in trouble here. 2 more auto attacks? No, I can't get it. Needs a healing self, though.
Yeah, I'll be given that, and Skitter will continue to control the lane a little bit.
Yeah, this lane is really hard for Night Stalker, unfortunately. Like, Bloodseeker is such a strong laner. Lags. Why the lagging, Bkop?
You know, got to get that better internet.
True.
Do we have a Wi-Fi sponsor?
No, but I could hook one up real quick.
I was gonna, give a nice shout. I'm very good at the ad runs. You want me to make an ad? I could do it.
You can shout out to me.
Yeah, I could. This game is brought to you by Black Dota 2. Giving you all your anti-mage needs.
Mm-hmm.
Watch his stream.
Thank you for the subtle advertisement. I'm going to check. Oh, yeah. Instantly got plus 500 followers. Insane.
I do so well.
You do so well, Bkop. Good job.
Yeah.
I am impressed.
I'm good with my off-the-cuff ad reads, so if you guys need someone, I could do those off-the-cuff ad reads. As for the game, let's get back to the game. That's saying coming back into it. Yeah. How do you think it's going for both sides? Anything that really sticks out at you at the moment?
No. All lanes are going as expected, I'd say. The lanes are going to get a little bit rough now for the Night Stalker, though. And Razor is actually currently at least somewhat winning mid lane, which... Honestly, like, this new Razor is so hard to predict how he's gonna do in lane. Like, the traditional counters don't really counter him anymore, like this Quap and Lina, because his Plasma Field got this really big buff, which just deals more damage. It's so much easier to last at the range group now with that, like so. And yeah, He's doing very well for himself.
And not only gets that range creep there, but also does a good chunk of damage on the Lina too. Right on the edge of that.
Yeah. And he's going to be a very vital part in that mid game to shut down the Bloodseeker.
Bottom lane just seems to skirmish back and forth. Or at least not back and forth, more so just aimed at Team Spirit, and Collapse taking a lot of damage. He's soaked a lot up for the most part in this game. Yatro and chased for the moment. Snake King in 33 trying to get a kill here. The Nature's Grass. Snake King's actually getting low, and we've got a pause.
Do the math. 40 base damage, 0.5 agi. Multiplier minimum. He is not dead.
Not dead? Are you sure?
Not
chat?
Dead. Yes.
1 in the chat if you think he's gonna die here. 2 in the chat if you think he survives.
I'm gonna say he's gonna live with 40 HP.
40. Okay.
Ish.
40
Like, you can give me like plus 10, minus 10, right?
That's a big range when he's already got 95.
Okay, I say 5 then. Okay, give me a 5 range.
All right.
Minus 5 plus 5.
So 35 to 45.
Yeah.
All right, I can give you that.
Okay.
Don't move from the IO.
I will eat the cheese.
We'll have to see what the answer ends up being. Couple of pauses early.
Stop DDoS, yeah.
Stop DDoSing.
Isn't it magical, Papa? Isn't it magical, Papa?
Those are never the words you want to hear when you get your first pause of a 5-game series.
Accusing the enemy of DDoS? Yeah, no. I'm sure they don't like that.
They need to get some more mantles of intelligence, that's for sure. You know?
I will eat the cheese.
And some more cheese.
I will eat the cheese.
Couple of tips coming out. That's not going to stop the internet problems, though.
No.
Trading of shards, 50 each.
Hey, Bkop.
Value? Yeah.
What kind of shoes does a ninja wear?
Oh, I think you've told this one before. During the DPC as well. I love that there's just saying G the entire time, by the way. Tundra keeps saying that they're ready. What kind of shoes does a ninja wear? I have no idea.
Sneakers.
I will eat the cheese.
All right.
That
Fair
was
enough.
funny. That was funny. That was so funny, actually.
We'll see how chat reacts in about 5-minute delay.
Can we just target
The best jokes are the ones where you can laugh about them yourself.
Can we just target
Obviously.
one person, please?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a joke back. But my go-to is always just like, you know, never loved, only cringed.
You see, my IQ isn't even high enough to understand that. Like, I go for more like Twitch appeal. I go like 40k people watching, but no XD in chat.
If I see one more XD.
I will eat the cheese.
If I see one more XD, I will eat the cheese.
Isn't it magical, Papa?
All right, I got you. Here's my go-to joke. I got it. If we're still paused here.
He said no. Collapse said no.
Oh, okay.
I will
Never
eat
mind.
the cheese.
Yeah.
We're just
Sorry.
gonna continue to eat the cheese.
Yeah. What's the cooldown on the global chat lines? 1 minute?
I think it's 1 minute.
Because Fata can be very accurate with that. Yeah,
Just
every minute.
Eating the cheese. You think he's spamming it continually while
I
he's
feel
not
like
doing
Fata
anything?
is like a what's the word? A connoisseur. You know, like he presses it once every minute exact.
He
He's a
knows the
gentleman.
cooldown. Snake King? I couldn't tell. He popped the salve. I wasn't sure if he got under 30. After
Hey.
all that time, I couldn't tell.
Did you click on him?
I was clicked on him.
How did you not see the health then?
It happened so quickly.
Oh my god, then I'm definitely right.
Producers are telling us that Black was right.
Yeah. Thank you.
There we go.
Did they actually say that?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, cool.
So we're back into the game. Moving once more. Hopefully Spirit's internet troubles are no longer. We'll get into this one. Hopefully it evens out, because you don't want internet issues hurting you in the game, especially a grand final.
Yeah.
Better to get them out of the way early, though. Don't want someone disconnecting in a big fight. That could be very consequential. But right now, Tundra, they've got a 1K net worth lead. They're doing a good job overall. But Poshka getting body blocked by Fada, trying to save Skitter down towards bottom.
Oh, it's not even nighttime. Now it's nighttime. No mana though on the Night Stalker, so no real potential for pressure here. As soon as he gets mana though, the spot lane should become a whole lot harder for them. I mean, Poshka's actually going real aggro. Be careful
He's
here.
very far forward.
He might be dead.
Yeah, he is in a lot of trouble with the blood right down. The right clicks in, the silence there, and the first blood in the hands of Skitter. He'll continue his streak of not dying and getting kills.
Rare mistake. Like, Poshka kind of just walked in. Like, he maybe thought they didn't have a healing salve, and the bloodstick is really low, like sneaking a kill or so, but it completely backfired. And now bloodstick is very rich. Very rich indeed.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, that is a very over-aggressive play, that's for sure, to make. Not thinking that they have a salve. Fada will sacrifice himself to the tower.
Already up to a 1k lead though. Very good, because
They might get Skitter. Oh, one more right click,
streak
and they
broken.
finally bring down Skitter for what feels like the first time in a long time.
Do you think Skeeter was pressured by that? Like, all the people are like, oh, he didn't die for so long, good job. He's
No,
like, I don't want to
no.
die, I don't want to die. And now that he died, he's back to God mode.
I'm not even sure you think about that much.
I can confirm you don't. You just never die.
Yeah, makes it easier to know you're never going to die.
Oh, Razor haste, rotation bottom. Oh, he's dead again on Skeeter.
Yeah, and he just TP back. This is going to really kill his lane if he ends up dying again. His TP on cooldown for 60 more seconds, but they've got the cold embrace
Plasma
coming in from Fada. Plasma field on the edge, as well as the brain sap. They'll get the kill on a Skitter. Now they'll look over at the rest. They've got the sweep out on a Snake King. Fada getting run down here by Toronto Tokyo. So 2 heroes dead on the side of Tundra. They TP in another. 9 comes in and will at least it collapse. So it's a 2-for-1 trade that doesn't go over the top and fully downhill, but it
was an
does
insane
put Skitter in a
rotation,
bad
man.
spot.
Yep, Haste Rune Razor is a nightmare, especially if your TP is on cooldown, which obviously it was, as he just TP'd into the lane. But yeah, that's gonna set Skeeter back quite a bit. He's now rotating back to the mid lane. And you really want to get up to this fast Maelstrom timing on Bloodseeker, because that's your acceleration item. If you don't get that quickly, like every minute you delay it, it's just that much more costly.
I want to say Skitter doesn't exactly feel safe coming over mid to farm. He's out-leveled by quite a bit here by the Razor. Mira going to go for the TP as the Blood Right comes in. The Splinter Blast damage as well, so we'll just TP away, and I would assume that they understand that he probably put a ward down there. 2-man stun, 9. Not a lot of mana to work with. Static Link,
been
Snake
drained.
King's here looking for the body block. And they've got the sweep onto this Io, so they're going to continue to chase 9, who's
Doesn't
all
fit
by
up.
himself on the run. Plasma Field on the edge. It lands,
Oh,
avoids the
one more hit.
LSA. Toronto
One more hit.
Tokyo just needs one more strike to get this kill. Ooh, still not enough. Survives with 15 health, but has the Plasma Field to finally finish off this Lina.
Alright, this Razor, middle, you know. Some people were perhaps doubtful, but he's putting on the moves. Like, he killed the Bloodseeker, and he killed the Lina. He's making so much happen on the map. With a hero that's historically not as active. That one Haste Rune, of course, helping out a lot. Bottom lane abandoned, tower almost down. And Morphling, top of the net worth.
There's a big issue here for Tundra at the moment. They're up in net worth, but you've got Morphling, who's really free farming away, having these stacks over in the jungle. And then on top of that, you've got Toronto Tokyo, who is zooming pretty quick from Toronto back to Tokyo and back again.
Yeah.
Getting these kills all over the map.
It's classic move. It's how you want TI. Also, I'm really hoping that the Morphling is not gonna go for Manta. after the Lincolns, just because it's way too defensive. Same reason why Medusa, Manta Lincolns is just so, like, I'm just gonna call it bad because I think it is. You just have no damage, no offensive capabilities at all. So what does he have queued up? E-Blade, I love that. Like, you got one defensive item, but then it's time to deal damage.
Right.
E-Blade, perfect item for that.
Money to burn.
How long is it going to be until he's ready with that? So he's going into the early Lincolns, and E-Blade isn't exactly a cheap purchase. Is there a timer on when he's going to be ready? And before you answer that, Toronto Tokyo going after Skitter, trying to get this kill, and he'll be on a killing spree. Snake King now getting run down, but he had to relocate, as he is a higher level than his own Bloodseeker. He will go right back over. He brings Dai with him. He
brought the Lina. What?
Why did he bring the Lina?
He killed the Lina. Oh no! I know what he wanted to do. He wanted to instantly tether as he relocates back, but he tethered just a millisecond too early, so he brought him with him.
Oh, a bit of a misplay there, and well, it costs 2 more lives.
Yeah, that is actually such a big kill. Like, Lina was not the richest, but still pretty rich, and like, just getting a kill for free like that is, it's very, very big. All 3 cores of the Dire completely recovered, and very farmed now suddenly.
They've got Miposhka ready here with the Fiend's Grip if they want to make a move with that. Meanwhile, mid getting chased again. It's just so easy for Toronto Tokyo to lay down the plasma field, slow them up, and really kind of stymie this chase. And remember, Miposhka is level 6. They are far forward. They've glyphed the tower. Plasma field out, and Skitter now making the rotation. Yataro's here. Fiend's Grip coming through on a 33. They've got the Blood Right. That'll stop the Fiend's Grip eventually with the LSA hitting on Yataro. They'll bring over Mira. He's not level 6 yet, so he doesn't have the ulti.
No stun, no stun.
And there's the Rupture, and, well, just TP out.
Yeah.
And Winter's Curse.
Well, I can always just say, man, you have no stuns. It's so hard to play Dota. This should have been a dead Razor right there.
At the end of the day, they don't even get much. They get the tier 1 tower, which opens up the map a little bit, but certainly if you have one more stun there, you probably lock down Toronto Tokyo at least.
Yeah, and he's actually going for the greedy Razor route, okay, which is the Maelstrom into BKB, rather than just straight BKB. Together with the Morphing in the team, like, he must be feeling really comfortable with his current position in the game, which you can't blame him for. What is he, 303? Very farmed.
Yeah, looking really good at the moment.
I'm gonna give you some basic Dota, okay? Like, if you're really fast with the acceleration item, as like a Maelstrom, you can get away with it. You should always build it, because you're just gonna get to the item that much faster, right? So he obviously thinks that he's not gonna be having a rough game anytime soon. Which
this,
I hope for him it's gonna be the right call.
Does this mean on any hero?
Core heroes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't want you to build a Midas on the CM.
It would have been Ancient Apparition, but sure. I won't
Ice.
do it.
I got the ice right, so. You know?
Halfway there.
It's because we spoke about ice cubes.
True, and crunching on them. Dire Heroes, by the way, all 3 of them leading the net worth. You've got the IO, who's got a decent amount of farm at the moment. Looking for that Holy Locket. So, not too bad in terms of where the gold's at for Tundra. It's felt a bit iffy in the team play. They're trying to make a move over top, though.
That's very hard to kill a Morphing, though. Yeah, I get in the tree, and yeah, he should be dead. Bye-bye. What?
He's healing himself. Wow. And Rupture.
It's a lot of spells. They use one of them, but they use both.
Seems like a bit of a lack of communication on that.
Yeah, they have Dark Ascension, and they're giving up the tower.
They've glyphed it, they've TP'd out. Miposhka, though, getting spotted by the spirits, and now Blood Right's down. They've used the ult on 33. Miposhka's run down. They're going to get the tier 1 tower, which we've talked about this time and time again with the Tree Protector. When you're able to slow the games down, slow these towers from being taken, it's a big positive. It did take them 14 minutes to get the mid-tier 1 and the top tier 1. But still, as a Treant, you're always looking to extend that timer as long as you can to open up as much space as you can.
Yeah, it was still a fairly long time, as we have another pause, this time from Tundra. But yeah, like 14 minutes is pretty late for the safe lane tower. But the mid tower of Tundra is still standing. They gotta get that down next nighttime. Latest. Gotta secure that space for the Morphling.
What's Fonda doing? Not too high on the net worth. He's level 7 though.
Radiant are
Yeah.
scanning.
He's been eating a lot of cheese.
Not so fast.
Night Stalker pressuring the Bloodseeker on daytime. Always is a bit weird.
He's got the Echo Saber ready on collapse, and he's going into the BKB, then the Blink, and presumably the Lincolns.
It's a good
if he
ward.
continues to do so.
Yeah, Bane's gonna feed here.
And when Poshka plays down a ward, he's got collapse over to the side, but 4 heroes coming through. Oh, Poshka, decent job buying some time, but can't survive.
You let my
He might be able to kill the Winter, but he's so tanky and he has a ward as well. They're not aware of this ward at all. They should be after this play from Tundra, but we'll see.
9 and Snaking after the relocate came back towards top. We're looking to get potentially a kill here onto Mira. They've got Toronto, Tokyo nearby. 9 shows himself. And Nature's Grasp won't slow him enough to let this Razor go and jump.
Yeah, 300 is also pretty survivable. 1400 HP. All these guys have so much HP.
That's strength gain.
Yeah.
And he's also got himself a fluffy hat, an extra 125.
And he's just occupying the top lane like forever. Which is really important, because we all know a creep wave represents what, Bkop?
Money. Gold.
Vision. But sure, gold and money and experience too.
Represents a couple things.
Yeah. I was fishing for the most advanced one. Or that could be a good overgrowth up here. Setting up for it. Can he get it? No. Nope.
Dire's top tower
9.
is under attack.
Ooh, Rupture. That'll get used. Collapse now. Force the TP out. The damage, though. Oh, gosh.
Well, you really
Close.
need that shot. 4 minutes to go. He doesn't have it queued up yet.
Yeah, that's the only question now is if he's even going to go for it.
He might go just BKB into Shard, but like, if you pick Night Stalker into Lycan, like, that has to be the idea, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't make sense. We'll just pick any other offlaner.
Would assume so, but we'll see.
Dire are scanning.
I've got the scan that's going to be on Skitter.
They see him, but he sniffs it out, or does he? He doesn't.
And he went to the other side. He didn't actually see the scan coming and couldn't sense it coming either. So Collapse will get credit for that kill. 9 and Snake King, they're over by the tower. Spirit won't jump for any more. They'll just take away the ancient creeps that are over here.
Cancelled.
So we're on a Tokyo.
Cancel, yeah.
And a Brigand's Blade.
Morphling, though, is getting scarily big. Like, they don't have great answers. Once that E-Blade is up, look at Bloodseeker's health pool. He is literally going to die 100 to 0 from that shotgun alone.
He hasn't been touched, and he hasn't really gotten involved at all. He's 0-0 and 0, 200 last hits. He's been focusing on the farm, and that's exactly what they need him to do. That's what they're opening the space up for.
Yeah, I really like the decision to not really join fights, because we spoke about it. You build the Lincolns not really to fight, but to farm. It's like your farming item, your survivability item, and then you build to damage afterwards, and then you join the fights. You kill a hero too, you go for Roshan, that's your snowball play.
Money to burn.
So 3K lead right now for Team Spirit.
Where's the shot?
And not queued up. Picking up the neutral of the Brigand's Blade, though. So that extra damage and attack speed.
Is it Brigand? I thought it was a Brigand.
I don't know. I feel like Brigand...
You're sounding like a French person now.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Le Blade of Brigand.
I'll take it.
Oui.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
BKB finished up on Razor already. Like, they're just also rich. Like, they all built these acceleration items, and they're just getting away with it.
Now he's got the shark queued up.
He has it?
Yeah.
Queued up? Nice. That's my boy. Not actually my boy, but you know.
In a row.
I'm sure we could be good
Tundra.
friends.
Yeah. Very friendly.
Yeah, they need to do this before they get all the items online on what they already. Oh,
Dark Ascension.
Scary
Needle's
one.
Grasp
Yes,
inside the
BKB.
pit with the BKB. Gonna
Who's
try and
faster,
go
who's
for
faster?
this. Collapse. And the Aegis is picked up by Skitter. They do get the kill though for the Dire.
Radiant structures are
It's
fortified.
something for Team Spirit, but
Radiant's
they probably
bottom
would have liked the
tower is under
Aegis.
attack.
yeah, look at the map though. Bottom tower 500 HP. Mid tower took quite a beating as well. And that is not the timing anyway for Spirit, right? They're waiting for that E-Blade. That could be a grip. Yeah,
Yeah,
free kill
Fiend's
for
grip
Morph.
on Afada. Naturo's gonna get the assist.
Not the kill.
Mapochka gets it.
Yeah,
All
just
is planned.
250 agi, not enough.
Radiant's middle tower is under
This
attack.
E-Blade timing is gonna be scary. Like now all they're gonna do is wait for that nighttime, gonna pull the trigger, and sure your Bloodseeker has an Aegis, but look at his health pool really. Like 1540? No way.
Not looking too survivable.
And very close also to that shot that we spoke about. And the pesky Lycan creep is also just gonna be gone. You could potentially try to curse him, but no way he's gonna let it happen. Ah, he's too fast.
Go for the curse, and then the relocate, looking for everything, but the waveform is there. They've got the Nightmare out onto the IO. Bloodright's not going to land.
No stun for
Fada
5.
trying to help out and bring something over, but there's the E-Blade.
Dire's
Out onto
top
Fada. They look over at Mapochka. He's TP is not successful. Fada will get credit for that kill. Snake King, though, he ends up dead over in the Dire jungle.
Dire are scattered.
Has to be careful he doesn't feed away the ancient creep, and it might just.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, so much
tower
damage from
is
Razor
under
coming in.
attack.
Nature's Grasp, perhaps? It's a big kill if I can get it.
Gold
250.
goes to Toronto, Tokyo. Yeah, big gold for him, and he's going Gleipnir.
Yeah, it's a very good item. Like, they don't have the most amount of lockdowns, so one Gleipnir is so good, especially against Lycan creeps. But you don't generally build to BKB on Lycan until very late. So everything is just hard stuck. Okay, so what do we have now? Shard online, E-Blade online, 2 BKBs online. I think it's go time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They've got the items to go here for the side of Team Spirit, up about 5,000. Fighting into the Aegis, though. They might take their time. There's 2.5 minutes still left on the Aegis. Do they wait for the timing, or do they feel strong enough to just go and fight right through it?
There's a slight window right now, which they probably don't know. That Bloodseeker doesn't have a BKB for a while, but yeah, you might also just not want to risk it and just wait until the Aegis is gone. You still have that Fiend's grip against the BKB at least, right?
Arctic Burn.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, gosh. He's now up
He's
on
stuck
the
there, though.
cliff, and
Or
he
not.
morphs into the IO. So, wise move to tether onto the low ground, get to the Bane, and on the other side of the fight, they've got Collapse as well as Toronto Tokyo going after 33, who will use that ult, but he ends up being silenced. Plasma Field, LSA doesn't land. They've used the Rupture on a Collapse, but they've got the damage.
They found the timing.
Skitter. Waveform out of the back lines, forcing 33 as well as 9 to really find the right positioning. They look for the overgrowth, but that's not it. They got it on the
grip.
Seeker, but he ends up getting tethered and relocated out. They look over at Mapochka. They get the kill on the Bane. They'll lose themselves. Fada, Bloodright not landing. Yatoro hit by the stun. The rest of the team needs to be careful about moving in. And there's the Laguna Blade that goes right into the Lincolns.
Yeah. Well, at least they remember the timing we spoke about of no BKB. They caught just that. 300 away from it. Fight started just before you could get it. And sure, you do lose your Wyvern to your Bane to a good curse, but you kill the Wyvern twice.
So
Also,
brings them.
you start a Lycan, right? His creep instantly eaten. What did he do after? He had to run away.
Yeah. Runs with that ult, and there's nothing he can do with it.
How do you even play against this? I don't quite know myself, to be honest. Like, Nightstalker does such a hard counter to Lycan, because 70% of his damage during ult really comes from the ancient creep, and it would just be eaten every fight. And if you don't eat it, that means it's not in the fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So Morph still farming up, not really being stopped at all.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah,
Money to burn.
He's going into the Scotty next. He's got himself enough for the point booster, so that leaves him about 2,000 gold away from the Scotty in
Radiant's
full.
bottom tower is under attack.
But he's going to take the 2-2 tower bottom,
Radiant's bottom tower
and it's
has
going to get
fallen.
even closer. This is a really big problem here for Tundra, who just really haven't found answers throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, slowly but steadily. Like, that's the spirit we know, right? They get like a small lead, keep building on it, keep building on it. And now they're up to 8k already. Almost got it down on Morph. Magic. Because I heard magical, sorry. Nighttime in 5 seconds. I mean, it is quite magical, isn't it? This team spirit.
Yeah, their run's been super impressive, and so is Tundra's. Tundra's come through the entire lower bracket.
Found 3-3.
They'll go after 33, and they've got the Fiend's Grip. Miposhka just ready with this one. He's taking a lot of damage here, but it's not going to matter once Collapse comes over and eats that creep. Easy 250.
It's so silly. Yeah, did you use it how many times? 4, 5, 6 times? And the money's back in already for the shot.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Wait,
Toronto Tokyo getting
shot.
the kill on a Snake King.
Oh, the Lina's almost dead.
9. Ooh, Invis with the Shadow Blade does get out.
Are scanning.
Invisibility is... Invincibility.
Overpowered.
Yes, that too. But we are looking for more quirky lines.
Invisibility is invincibility.
Also, Bane's night vision. He spotted Bloodseeker, but he couldn't see him. Is it gonna matter? Will it matter, Bkop? Oh my god, it's behind the tower. It's insane. Might get a nightmare here. Got him.
Yeah, but here comes the Lina with the Shadow Blade. Collapse is going to go for this. He's got the silence with the LSA as well as the Laguna Blade to get the trade. Miposhka goes down. Fado will fall. And there's the Blink Dagger for Collapse.
But you could argue that a Bane without Fiend's Grip is way less valuable than a Winter's Curse, right? So,
Yeah.
a good trade still. Finally getting that mid tower. Or are they?
Stun doesn't land.
That's a hard stun on a 550 movement speed hero.
Radiant's middle tower
Certainly not easy to hit, and they'll get the tier 1 mid.
has fallen.
Yeah, Morphling I think has hit critical mass at this point.
Has the Scotty ready to go.
Yeah, Bloodseeker, like, they need to get their hands on the next Roshan. He needs that shard against the Morphling. It's the only counter they have. Has Fata eaten any cheese lately? Can't remember.
Yeah, he hasn't eaten any cheese. He's not spamming the line as much when they're down 11,000 net worth.
Yeah.
And Tundra really need to make a move that'll bring him back into the game. It's 17 seconds potentially on Roche respawning. As Collapse is here inside the pit. Maybe looking to make a jump.
Did Lycan not take an ancient creep anymore? He's just not using his helm, huh?
It says it's on cooldown. Yeah, he's there.
Never mind.
He's got it.
Yeah, sorry, I think it was just... Well, he's just killing it. He doesn't want the ancient anymore.
He doesn't want to give up the gold. Oh, top
Yeah.
lane. Skitter just blown up like you said he would be.
Yeah, the BKB just a split second too late. The E-blade damage comes through with the Adaptive Strike and he just gets killed from full to 0. Ouch, it hurts.
Radiant's top tower has been
That is unfortunate. 2,000 gold, or 2,000 HP ripped through so quickly.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
Yeah. Well, now the Lycan also. He spent, what, 60 gold on his item? Can't
Looking
use.
for this Winter Wyvern. Nature's Grass not going to land onto the Winter Wyvern, but Collapse is inside the base near the tier 3. They've got the Cold Embrace. They land the LSA as well as the Laguna onto Mira. Mira, Overgrowth on the 2. Now trying to run, but the BKB's been popped by Lina going over into the trees. Meanwhile, they've killed off 33. Toronto Tokyo gets the kill there. Fada ends up dropping a Collapse, though. Beat down 3 heroes for 2 seconds longer until Skitter's back up, but 9 just gets blown up. Snake King will be next. Technically a team wipe here for Team Spirit, and they'll call GG on Tundra. A very easy first game for Team Spirit.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah,
under
it's...
attack.
you know, some teams might just stay in the game for a while longer and try to figure out what to do. But there's really no coming back from a deficit like this against a team like Spirit. The late game is way better. They have Razor, Night Stalker, and Morphling Cores, which is really greedy, and they still won the early game with it.
Yeah.
Which is why the game snowballed out of control so hard. And yeah, like with Tundra's lineup, you just gotta win that early game. But they couldn't manage to. Spirit is too good. Spirit is very scary.
Yeah.
Very, very scary.
They look so good right now. That didn't even feel like a fight. It felt like a game that Spirit was destined to win, and eventually they do take it and they get themselves a 1-0 lead. Like, what do you do? Is it all just from the draft that game was finished on, or is there something more that Tundra could have done with that game?
It's really like they needed to crush that early game so that the Night Stalker can't actually get the BKB shot timing so fast, because you saw it, right? As soon as he had the BKB, he went to the shot minute 21. Lycan couldn't use his helm anymore. Here it was non-existent. And then you have like an underfarmed Bloodseeker against an overfarmed Morphling that will never work. And Lina, sure, she can survive, but she doesn't dish out the damage necessary against 3 cores.
Yeah.
It's rough. You have to win that early game in the scenario. The only chance to win.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Tundra, they dropped the first game, and it gives Spirit a 1-0 lead in this grand final best of 5. But we'll be back with game 2 in just a moment, as we'll go to a quick break. See you in a second.
Tower is under attack.
Fall into the fire. I stalk no. Burnt flesh.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That wasn't too bad.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Isn't it magical, Papa?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Hello and welcome back to a somewhat convincing game one in this best of 5 grand finals. Tundra unfortunately aren't able to pull it together, and we did have a bit of a conversation in the downtime. Of course, we always do when a surprising result like this comes on, because we're expecting this game to be close. We're expecting it to be a back and forth duel of wits, but instead, I don't know, Spirit just kind of whooped him. Misery, what happened?
Well, I mean, it's a bit like we talked about it in the pre-draft, like pre-game, like the draft just, I think, leans a little bit towards Spirit in the laning phase, just because they have these super strong supports. When that's said, though, like this hasted Razor running down bottom, killing Skeeter just as he TPs in, and then they try to help him, and they end up killing, I think, Fada as well. Lina has a TP down there without mana. That was a disaster for Tundra, and I don't know, from there on, it just felt like Tundra had no place to get back into the game. And against Team Spirit especially, like, they don't make any mistakes. They don't give you any openings. I don't know. It's very hard. Once you're behind against Team Spirit, they just slowly and surely like build this lead. And you can never really catch them off guard because their map awareness as a team is just so good. Even when they were doing Roshan, they did it pretty fast, but they just ping it out immediately. And Night Stalker's there to pressure. And meanwhile, 2 of their cores are farming. Like, it's just incredible how strong of a team they are. So I don't know. I think you really need to make sure you match them in the lanes.
They certainly were not able to do that. I don't know. I mean, Lizard, do you agree with the Misery saying?
Oh yeah, of course. There's nothing to disagree, really. The bottom lane even started off kind of fine with the first blood on Bloodseeker. It still doesn't matter. They kill him twice in a row, ruin his game. Like usually when you look at a team that has no reliable lockdown, you're at least, whenever you're missing something that should come from your hero's skill sets, you're trying to compensate with item bolts, right?
Yeah.
They couldn't even do that in this game because your Bloodseeker is supposed to carry. He's not gonna do any crazy stuff that will allow him to break some TPs. Not gonna build into an early Gleipnir or something similar. The Lina as well. No Yules, Lycan. What can a Lycan build in that department, right? So it's very hard for them to compensate with items to what they're already lacking with the heroes themselves. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, I was literally this whole game, I didn't watch it like from the normal broadcast. I just clicked on Collapse player perspective and watched him play.
Yeah.
Like, this guy spends so much damn time farming for an offlaner, even a Night Stalker, that it's insane. And then he gets that shard, easy 250 gold every time Lycan shows up. He's the only one that fed out of the course.
He was sitting the entire daytime bottom in the bot lane, just last hitting lane creeps. Just last and deny down there. Meanwhile, the Treant was defending top tower, right? And I mean, Razor was farming his area of the map, and Morphling was farming that area, another area of the map. And all the 3 cores are just completely free farming, right? And Tundra can't really do anything about it. And it comes down to what we talked about in the draft as well, how they have this Treant protector who they just leave alone top, right? And against heroes like Lycan, against heroes like Centaur, if you cannot take that tower, like, it is so bad for your game as a team, right? So they're just getting out farmed because Treant is also just farming top, right? So everyone on Spirit are farming while Tundra's map is like 35 to 40%, maybe even less sometimes.
Yeah,
and then
huge.
Yeah, and then on top of that, this Night Stalker just countering Lycan so hard, right, in the mid game. It's actually almost unplayable.
Yeah, last time we saw this matchup, they didn't get the shard, and we were very frustrated. And this time we see it, it just looks straight up stupid. Like I don't know, like what do you do as a Lycan when you spend all this money on the Helm of the Dom, and this happens?
I feel like it definitely does counter him hard, right, because of the creep that he's taken. But there are some games in which only the aura matters more, and yeah, he eats your creep. But if your team is stronger, eventually it just doesn't do that much. I'm just saying that I have seen games in which the impact of that shard doesn't look as significant as it did here. And I think it's pretty much amplified by just the general strength of team spirit and the way they played and their draft, that is.
Well,
it's also...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, I mean, I was just going to say, it's like a snowballing factor, right? When team spirit is a bit ahead and Lycan is a bit behind and his creep gets eaten, then what is Lycan? What is he in this game?
Indeed. What do you want to see Tundra adjust in their draft for game number 2 then?
I mean, for me, I would like to see them. I'm down for the Lycan or whatever cheesy kind of 33 hero, but I don't see any reason why you would first to it and kind of show your hand that early.
Yeah.
Also, I think, and then if you first to it like this, then you probably need to ban out the Night Stalker, right? I mean, I'm sure they learned that after this game that it's just too annoying to deal with. You basically get a free Midas, right? And that just eats the. It's crazy.
What about you, Lizard? What do you want to see them doing differently?
It sounds even better than a Midas, right? Like with the amount of gold that he gets and the cooldown and everything.
What's the cooldown on that?
20. Wait, let me check. That sounds way too good. Could it be 20? There's no way it's 20 seconds. There is no way.
Second cooldown.
Is it? It's actually 20 seconds. All right. I was right, but I'm actually sad that I was right because that's insane.
Yeah, that is insane for sure.
Yeah, but what I would like to see them do is just address the weaknesses that they obviously had in this draft. Black said it, Misery said it, I'll repeat it. Stuns, lockdown, control. It's so hard to play. Like, why did these 3 cores have 1 death together? And that one was a Night Stalker. I can't even remember. I think it's in the lane. Yeah, when Lina killed him, right? Why did they have 1 death combined? It's because they can't be caught. You rupture them, they TP out. That's it.
So get some stuns and think more about these cheesy picks. Don't take them so early in the point where they can be countered, and that's the way to do it. What do we think about the Bane then? Because they did let through the Bane Tundra. That has to be a question mark because Bane, he's the most picked hero of the tournament. He's also the highest win rate of the tournament. Was I think 16 games, 75% win rate before this match. Now that's going to be pushed up even a little bit higher. Do you think they answered the Bane properly with this draft, or do you think they just kind of gave them that for free and didn't really punish them for it?
I mean, they don't really have a way to break Fiend's grip, right? And
yeah,
I don't know. It's just Bane is also just such a solid opening hero for your draft because he can go both side lanes. It's one of the strongest laners in the game. He gives you catch, he gives you lockdown, he gives you save, he gets you, like, the hero just does so many things, right? And obviously, like, I don't know, like Wisp is good too, right? So I don't know. I think they could do that trade-off again, but like we talked about, I think they just need to have a bit more disables. I think you need to focus on 3 things against Team Spirit, right? You need to focus on not losing your lanes. You have to go at least even in lanes. Probably win them a bit as well, ideally. So you need to match the strength of the supports. That's really important. And I think you need to also have equal lane games so you can just sit back and farm because they're not going to make mistakes. They're not going to feed around the map and give you a lot of openings. So you need to be content to also just play that farming game and play around your own vision. And I guess the third thing, it's I don't even know. I think it's just do those 2. If you can do those 2 things like really well, then you have a chance of beating them, right? But it's not easy because like you also see just Toronto Tokyo in this game. He's like he gets this haste, he kills bottom, but not only that, he's a Razor. He kills the Lina, then later on he kills the Bloodseeker again. And it's just like, how does he find these openings, right? It's just insane. And you don't see other people playing Razor mid have this type of impact. And these guys just do it consistently.
Yeah, Liz, do you have any insight into what that Razor actually did to go so, like, for that lane to go so well for him? Like, he was destroying. And in my head, like, Razor versus Lina does not sound like a good matchup for the Razor. But as Misery said, he rotates bottom, he destroys.
Yeah, I heard that in the bootcamp of Team Spirit they have a Gaben shrine. So before every game they take a prayer for good runes and good fate. You know, you get that haste rune, you move bottom. It's the perfect timing. Like it's literally God's blessing. So that was something. But besides that, obviously not playing on the static link instead of playing on the nuke versus the Lina did help out in the laning stage itself. The rotation, I believe, was a little bit more important for how his net worth went and how the whole game went.
Yeah, it was pretty punishing when it got to that point. And Bloodseeker really never came into it either. Like Skidder, I don't know, he's had such a dominating couple of series behind him, and then for this performance, I mean, how much was that down to how he was playing, and how much was that down to actually Tundra, Team Spirit trying to shut him down?
Well, we touched upon a bit. It's like he dies, right? He does some kind of trade off in the lane. He dies, and they dive him. Night Stalker dies maybe or something, and then he TVs back into the lane, and the moment he shows himself, there's a Razor linking him with haste, right? And he just dies again. At that moment, he's level 4, and he just runs back down mid at that point to take over the lane from Lina, and it's just like it's a very rough start for him, right? He's a Bloodseeker. He's not a Luna who can just go jungle and like get neutrals all game or a Wraith King. He's a Bloodseeker. Like this hero doesn't do that, so. I think he was just set up for a really rough early game due to that. Like we could also turn it around and imagine like Lina finds the haste and kills the Night Stalker and the Bane down there. And maybe now he's level 6 and has like a super fast Maelstrom. Maybe then his impact is much higher, right? And he can actually maybe carry this game. But yeah, that was not the case. It was Razor coming to his lane instead.
So now one game down in the first match of the grand finals, and it was a convincing one as well. I mean, Misery, you've been in a grand finals before. Obviously, you know, you were in TI grand finals, a little bit different to the Dota Pit grand finals, but still the pressure and the factors are the same, if a little bit smaller. But what do you reckon Tundra is saying to each other right now after this first game?
Well, I don't think they feel so bad. I mean, I think they did take kind of a chance with that Lycan. I think it's a best of 5. They're like, okay, let's just pick Lycan now, you know. First game, let's try it. And then they forgot about the Night Stalker. I think they're just gonna go next game and try to fix some of the things that we also talked about, right? Have more stuns, maybe your opening, keep it a bit more open, right? Because like once you pick the Lycan and the IO, you already have 0 catch, 0 stun, 0 team fight, and then you kind of get put into a position later on where you need to deal with now something that Spirit has done in the draft. And that doesn't leave you the room to draft what your own lineup needs, if that makes sense. So I think keeping the first 2 as open as possible is always good. So, yeah.
Do you guys believe in the Bloodseeker? I feel like the hero itself versus Morphling could work because of the shard as well, right? Like
shard's really good.
The percentage-based damage. I think later on it could work, but he just cannot be this far behind. Maybe they were onto something there.
Was it a 22 Morph or a 22 Bloodseeker? I think they last picked the Morphling, right?
Yeah, I think Morphling was picked afterwards as well. Not sure.
I don't think Bloodseeker is very good against Morph, but it was good in theory against Night Stalker and Razor, right? And it is also a hero that they have had success with before. But usually he snowballs more, right? He wins his lane, and then he's pretty high net worth, and he's like, he can do what he wants in the game.
Yeah. Did you see the matchup with the shard? Like when Bloodseeker gets the shard and fights him? Like carry matchup, it can look quite alright for the Bloodseeker, but I guess in general sense of the game and how they fight, not as much.
I mean, it's the shard. It's also the rupture talent as well, right? Because you can get the rupture talent, which does a percentage-based initial damage. That as well can be very good against a Morphling. You know, if you don't catch him out, or if you come and rupture him a little bit later on, you know that nuke alone, when you're facing up a Morphling who's on the run, morphing strength, can be super, super strong in catching him. I don't know. I think, as you said, there's much more to the matchup than just the percentage-based damage with Bloodseeker, for sure. But I think I get what Lizard's saying for sure, and I think there's definitely factors which can push the Bloodseeker ahead. And if everything else goes well, then it can work. But we shall see. Will we see another Bloodseeker? I'm not so sure. What we will see, though, is a draft for game number 2, which is now underway. So let's jump into it after a short delay. A couple of getting the teams into lobbies and all that sort of thing. And we're going to start things off. Team Spirit once again, and just banning out that Weaver, banning out that Spirit Breaker. They
10
respect
seconds
the Spirit
remaining.
Breaker of Tundra Esports, and I think that is perfectly reasonable.
Mars still in the pool. If they don't pick it, they
Bane
won't
too.
get it ever again. Yeah,
The Bane,
Bane
as well.
Yeah, you're right.
I think you take Bane here, right? Because Tundra are not really the biggest Mars team. So forcing them to pick Mars, steal it from you might be a good thing. Plus, you might even be able to get it on 4.
Yeah. Mapochka's drafting. He says, no, I'm getting my Bane. Screw you guys.
Yeah,
Go get
exactly.
your Mars.
Do you think he gets bored playing Bane every single game?
I mean,
He
as
does
long
some
as you
sick
keep
plays
Bored
Hero,
winning?
but,
No, no, he does not.
yeah, as long as you keep winning, I think you're good.
10 seconds remaining.
They now have, well, before this game, they had an 83% win rate on this hero. And then with the last game, that would have been, 7 games of Bane with 6 wins behind it. Very good, basically.
You're not gonna do the math, are you?
No, I'm not. No.
What is it? 85%? 86? I think so. A little bit higher. Anyway, Tundra, they go with the Queen of Pain. Do you snatch? Wait,
I don't
maybe
think
go-
you pick the Mars. I think you just understand that you're probably going to play against it. Because it's not really 33-0 too much. I'm sure he can play it, but it's not really their go-to. So I think it's going away from your own. I mean, you could pick it and put it on Fata, honestly. Like, I think that is something you could consider.
I'm trying to think if they did that before. They probably have, like, considering how many crazy 5s he's played. This is what I expected instead. Like, if you don't, they would have picked it even, right? Like,
Potentially.
into the co-op.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, now you're going to pick 9, your Queen of Pain, right? You might as well protect the Queen of Pain by picking the nukes as well. Because 9 has been, like, really dominant on this hero, and you don't really want to... you don't want to end up playing into a nukes.
Have we seen recently any hero beat Queen of Pain on mid lane? I've seen an Ember do quite all right. Besides that, like even these DKs that played into her didn't seem way too great. Maybe a Puck here and there.
Samel nearly
Yeah.
beat Queen of Pain at mid, and
I
then
mean-
he got a bit too carried away and fed
Was and Walker,
a lot. But,
something
you
like
know.
that.
I think against Quap now, like, you just farm, right? Like, you just pick a hero that can also wave down the creeps. Or you just try the DK. I mean,
All
I
right.
was also thinking about this the other day, this DK mid against Quap and Puck and stuff, when they're so popular, but at the same time, like, it sounds good in theory, but then when you get into the game and Queen of Pain just screams every wave and screams every small camp and just gets, potentially gets the runes, maybe your DK, and later on with the Sanj Kaya build, your stun doesn't last that long, plus you just get exploded by all this magical damage from the Queen of Pain. So finally we see it. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm interested to see how it works.
I think the reasoning behind Dragon Knight is you literally don't have any other options. They pick the Queen of Pain, they covered it with a Nyx Assassin. Think about all the other heroes. They don't like really playing into Nyx. DK doesn't like it, but he won't be destroyed by a Nyx, right? So you can get this hero that's on mid lane that will kind of deal with the Queen of Pain. Not necessarily too great, but he'll lane all rightish. And he won't be countered by the Nyx, so... if you look at it that way, I suppose it does make some sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's nice. I mean, it's gonna be nice to see how Team Spirit are gonna do this. It could also be a collapse hero, I guess, but I think it is specifically picked for the mid lane co-op matchup. And I wonder what kind of build he goes for, if he rushes that Blink Dagger, if we're gonna see a Midas on him, or
an armlet, like some players are doing right now.
Maybe, yeah.
So they ban out the Darkseer on the side of Team Spirit, not wanting to give them that Darkseer Nyx combination. Tundra respond with the Night Stalker ban. Team Spirit will get rid of the Timbersaw. I mean, it makes sense. You picked a Dragon Knight. It's just they could possibly put us on the side lane, but we shall see. I mean, it's Team Spirit. They're leaving things open for now, I'm pretty sure.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the Timbersaw ban is really good. You don't want to play DK into Timbersaw
5 seconds
ever.
remaining.
That's so sad.
You're
then-
also protecting yourself a little bit, right? With the Darkseer ban, you don't want the Nyx Darkseer combination.
Yes.
The Night Stalker and the Mars are out, so Tundra once again they just aim heavily at Collapse's heroes.
Taking down that offlaner, making sure that he's not in his comfort zone. But I mean, Collapse does play like a decent range of heroes, though. He's not by any means one of these offlaners which only has like a few heroes he's really, really good at.
Oh, for sure. They have played some very weird drafts on Team Spirit when they pick up a Dragonite. They played these 3 cores with, let's say, a Razor and OD band, obviously, but very flexible, which is something that I really like when you open up. So even if Bkop is flexed, I don't think it will be, but DK can move around, follow her. Brood Mother, though, from Team Spirit, all right. They won't get brooded.
Yeah,
like
they don't want to
Secret,
get brooded.
like some. Yeah.
Yeah, that last game they played kind of paying off in the sense that I don't know how often Brood is strong, but at least now they get to have a ban for it.
Yeah. No, you never know when that brood is coming. Well, you do know when your brood is coming, and usually it's too late. By the time you thought about it, they've already picked it, and then you're crying. It's a tough one. Do you think Tundra has a better opening this game than their last game in terms of the draft?
Yes. I mean, now they have their 9 Queen of Pain, right? Very signature hero, and they have already stun from the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
So that's definitely way more open than the last game we saw. I also want to see Fata play one of those like run in first, feed a bit kind of heroes, right? Because like I think he excels a lot at he's like space creating. It seems like feeding sometimes, but he creates a lot of space, right? Gives a lot of vision for his team so they can farm. On Wyvern, you can't really do that because you die to literally anything. There's like almost no space being created just because like
5 seconds.
Yeah, you just die so easily.
Are you looking now at addressing the Razor, or I mean something like Weaver? Actually, Weaver has been banned out in the first stage, so they cannot get that bug versus him.
Nope.
But they might have to think about, like, even though I said 9 is 99% playing Queen of Pain, which he is, they could switch things around a little bit on the side of Tundra, right, and put the Razor versus him.
Yes,
who should lane even better.
For sure. This is a very good pick because of what you just said, right? Now you're threatening this mid Razor, and your Team Spirit are thinking, oh no, what if Razor goes mid? What are we gonna do now? So you kind of force Team Spirit to think and maybe change their plans a bit here. Then again, like if you do put the Razor mid, then what is this Quap? Where is this Quap going?
Yeah,
right?
where does she
It
go?
can also be a weakness in a sense.
Mm-hmm. We've seen some, I don't know, OG Yuragi played Quap on the offlane, even like a carry Quap on offlane or whatever.
Yeah.
One thing for sure is that Queen of Pain and Razor, they're heroes that aren't bound to lanes, right? Like same can be said for Dragonite. These heroes can lane anywhere if you make the side lane well enough for them with the proper support.
Grimstroke.
Alright, Team Spirit with the Grim. Is this some, I dare not say Tinker that we've seen? Or is it just for the double grip, double stun? Yeah, that looked actually pretty... There's Nyx, yeah, Doom as well.
Beastmaster. Doom. Beastmaster looks pretty good for Team Spirit right now. But
5 seconds
maybe it's abusable somehow.
I remember when Grimstroke Lich was all the rage.
Thank
I'll go for the thanking. It's a reasonable combo. Not the most powerful thing, but with the Inkswell, it's really, really good.
It's very solid to have these heroes. You have 2 targets that you can Inkswell, and with Blink Dagger they can initiate and just dish out a ton of control and a ton of damage on either the Queen of Pain or Razor. So
5 seconds.
Team Spirit's draft looks solid. You have objective taking capabilities, a lot of control. All you need is a solid hard carry to round things up.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this Abaddon. It looks so good, right? Because there's so many small stuns. And if you can kind of break the chain stuns with the shield, it can be really good this game.
Okay.
So yeah, this is a Fata Abaddon. it also kind of fits the
10
category of
seconds
him just
remaining.
running around like spraying the ground and saying, "I will eat the cheese," and
5 seconds
you
remaining.
know, you know
But,
what I mean, like blocking their ancients and having people like run after him and stuff like that. So I think I like the pick a lot.
Black did say that he was going to come around and break our legs if we didn't talk about how
Team
bad the lack of stuns was in Tundra last game.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, guys. I'm only seeing a stun coming out from the Nyx Assassin, and that's about it at this point. Are we concerned?
It's still better than in the last game.
I think we are a little bit concerned actually, because you are getting really outmatched in terms of stuns.
10 seconds.
Because Team
remaining.
Spirit has a million of them, right?
Five
What of
Nyx
control from
Assassin.
Team Spirit?
Turn to ban.
By the way, sorry, on
Wolfband.
Tundra,
Phew.
at the same time, any sort of a stun that you're getting from hard carry that you might pick here, or are we thinking this is a Razor carry and an offlane for Tundra then, in the end?
I think this is a Razor carry, but I'm sure you're asking.
Yeah,
Misery
that would
rather
make
than
more
me.
sense.
10 seconds remaining.
I think you could look to pick because I don't know, 33 Razor, 33 Quap.
5 seconds
He can play it, but
remaining.
again, it's not really his strength. They have the absolute last pick, right? So they can still play around with it a bit. But I would like to see him one of those semi-carry offlaners, like maybe Lycan again or Visage.
Again, no stuns?
Or... Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say before as well, like Nyx is not even the most reliable stun in the game either, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for him to hit that stun. So again, it might be like it always feels like it's the same with Spirit. They can just play their game now. You cannot catch them. You have to like smoke on their triangle, but they're just so good at reading these type of like 5-man smokes, right?
Team Spirit's turn
So-
to pick.
Well,
They do ban out this hero that's strong versus Razor. They ban out the TB and Morphling, like some of these that can match up against him late on. Meanwhile, Team Spirit banned out 5 33 heroes. So I suppose
10
they're
seconds
expecting an offlane
remaining.
to be last picked.
they themselves need
Yeah.
carry.
5
It is
seconds
Yatoro.
remaining.
He will pick any carry in the game. The man played
Dire team pick.
pretty much every carry
Phantom
on TI main
Assassin.
stage, and they will go for the PA. A little bit surprised that wasn't banned out already, but this is definitely a hero which can thrive due to the lack of stuns on Tundra. So
Yeah. Team Spirit draft just looks so
10
solid, man.
seconds
There's no holes there. So much stun, so good late game.
5 seconds
Out
remaining.
lane push. You know, they can defend their towers, they can take towers, they can do everything. And Tundras just look kind of lackluster in comparison.
You get like a Legion or something here.
I mean,
Is
out
that
of
an option?
I think maybe you
33's
have to pick
most-
another carry now. I don't know.
Hmm.
Not
Out of
sure,
33's most played heroes over the past few months, it's Doom and it's Tide Hunter that's left.
Doom
they will go
is-
with the Doom.
There, you were on point. They go with the Doom.
Have
It
my
usually gets
moments.
banned out versus them very early on. I guess you do have some ways of dealing with the PA now. Then again, not a lot of reliable stuns once more for Tundra.
All right.
Yeah, you have the 9
Is-
Quap though.
The
It's a
9
winner.
Quap is very, very good. We've seen it do a lot of work in previous series, but in this game, they need a lot from it, I feel. I mean, it's kind of the thing where they don't have that many stuns, but they also have the Abaddon as kind of like the counter stun, maybe? Is
Yeah.
that enough to maybe pray for Tundra in the second game? What are we thinking, guys?
I think
I mean,
potentially.
Yeah.
10
The thing is,
seconds remaining.
I think Grimstroke is pretty good against Abaddon because he can't really
5
remove
seconds
the
remaining.
ultimate, right? And Abaddon needs to be pretty close to the target that he's trying to save. So he usually gets bound to the guy, and then like the stuns just stack, right? So both Abaddon and the guy he's tethered to get stunned, and it's just too many stuns maybe for Abaddon to deal with.
Too many stuns, not enough shields. Misery kind of feels like you're going for Team Spirit this game.
Yeah, I mean, they just look so dominant, and their draft is just so solid. And yeah, I don't feel like Tundra really like. Maybe the Doom. I don't know. Maybe Doom is the key here because he could end up having this super fast BKB and just frontline, right? And then they can't really deal with him. So that could be
could
the answer
do it.
for Tundra this game.
All
Yeah, that's really
Lizard.
the way That's really the way I feel as well. I'm looking at 33 and I'm thinking, okay, if he gets a ton of farm, he can itemize against the PA as well. But he doesn't have snaking on some Weaver or something strong in the lane. He's playing with the snaking Nyx Assassin, which generally doesn't really contribute as much as some of his other heroes in the laning stage. So I'm worried for that lane too, and the way it will go. Plus, he can't rotate and create a lot of space on mid, like he does with his Weavers and whatnot.
It's looking
Obviously,
a little
Spirit.
bit scary. Yeah, it's looking a little bit scary for Tundra. Will they crumble like one of Lizard's mum's tasty bureks? Or will they shine like Misery's beautiful bald head? Let's find out with our casters for game number 2. It is Bkop and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad. That interesting throw over. It's looking pretty Spirit favored, but I'm always hoping for 5 games, so whether it happens now or later, I kind of want Tundra to win this one. I like when you can beat the doubters. It's always a good feeling, right, Black?
It is, but it's also not very easy, unfortunately. Like the draft looks, once again, you have 1 stun.
I will eat the
Maybe 2 if Doom takes the Centaur and then gets it, but none of that is reliable again. They don't have a Bane, they don't have a DK, no Sanking. Like, look at the amount of stuns on Spirit side. Like, it looks really scary, you know?
Yeah.
It looks really scary. Yeah, I don't know. It's
30 seconds. to
stuns
battle.
win Dota. I gotta go with Spirit again.
It's very hard to get behind a team that doesn't really have a lot of stuns. Maybe they're relying on potentially an early blink from 33 where they use the Vendetta to get that like Vision, Blink, Infernal Blade with the Impale to follow it up. But that's only one combo that's going to get you so much, you know? Other than that, what do they really have to offer? Seems quite tough for them.
I mean, of course, there is still the fact that they do have 2 quote-unquote counters to the PA, which is the Razor in the early mid-game with the Link plus BKB, and the Doom with that Aghanims in late game, but if the PA just gets completely out of control, his counters won't matter because he's too big.
So any of these lanes really sticking out at you?
Well, the PA lane has to go very well for the PA, because if the Doom just free farms like he has in that other series, then he will have that Aghanim is way too fast, and PA is in potentially a lot of trouble. So I think that is the most important lane for Spirit, actually.
It's mid DK. As we see Oshka get lit up a little bit. We don't really see DK mid too often. This felt like a staple, one of those heroes that you'd fall back on. You know, I don't know what I really want to play in the matchup. DK, well, his passive's good enough where I can kind of just rely on that, feel comfortable in the lane, and get some sort of semblance of a farm where I don't exactly get destroyed in any matchup.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, he's gotten nerfed a little bit. Like his passive, at least, like -1 HP region on all levels, I believe. -4 HP region, even like -1, -2, -3, -4. So it's actually quite a big nerf, but it's still a strong laner. It's still a very strong and easy hero to play, right? Dragonform to push towers, point blank stun, very strong. I'm a big fan of it.
That was a big staple everywhere. It's one of those heroes in the Chinese region that I was just like, if the all in is doubt in the mid lane, you just go for the DK.
Yeah, it's just always solid, right? Has a nuke, has good right click, can scale late game. It's got it all. It's like the most cookie cutter Dota hero, probably.
Seems like it. Ooh, Spike Carapace not going to land, but the Impale does. Yatro getting a little aggressive on that one. A Stifling Dagger onto 33. Has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, it's really not an easy lane to kill them,
Infada?
actually.
Getting low again. Plasma Field is out. Mira in an interesting position to break this Aphotic Shield and look to get the kill, but he's inside the Sandstorm, and it will be Collapse who gets credit for the first blood.
He most certainly ate the cheese right there. Yeah, a little bit over-aggressive. Was one of those fairy fights. And yeah, that first part is very important for the Sanking. It means his Veil is going to come so much faster.
No real exceeding difference between these lanes in the moment in terms of CS. Meanwhile,
No.
you've got Mira, who just kind of sacrifices himself to the tier 2 tower. No one's really pulling away, right?
Yeah, mid lane is looking a little scary right now, though. He's very low and he has no regen left. So, gotta ferry out something quickly.
It's all about the dragon's blood.
Yeah, he didn't skill level 2, surprisingly. He actually only has 1 level into it right now.
And now he's gone level 4, puts the second level in Dragon Blood. So 1-1-2. Now hitting that 6 health regen, 6 armor.
Yeah.
But he
Putting him at
certainly
12
could use a little bit more.
Yeah,
bit more
especially
regen.
now that Bkop comes back with a decent amount of mana. And the runes are about to spawn as well.
Is it worth it value-wise to just get a stun to get 1 deny? Like, you're stunning Quap, using a decent chunk of mana, you get 1 deny. Maybe it misses another, maybe 9 misses another CS, but is it entirely worth it?
Yeah, definitely. Especially if it's a range creep. If it's a melee creep, it's somewhat debatable, I guess, but range creep 100% worth it. Because you won't really be using that mana for anything else for a long time.
So water runes picked up on both sides by Tundra. Toronto Tokyo still left without those runes, and not like he's holding onto a bottle anyway, but he's now gone 2nd level into the Breathe Fire at level 5.
Yeah, and still sitting very low all the time. Like, he's gonna bring in some more regen if he doesn't want to commit to the level 3 Dragon Blood.
Inkswell on Nafada, it's actually a lot of damage, down to about half health, looking to get the courier. Thinks about taking the step forward, but then thinks otherwise. Does Quap make the rotation to try and get this kill? No, he's not going to come top to maybe kill the Grimstroke.
No, he has a very good grip on the mid lane right now. I don't think he wants to give that up.
Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo trying to stack that camp over to the side to make sure that he can pick up a little bit more farm as he's fallen behind a little bit here in terms of CS. Only by 5. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, Razor's game is actually pretty slow, surprisingly. Like, he's over 500 net worth behind the Sand King right now.
Collapse to get that first blood, so he sits in a pretty decent position. Nightmare out onto the Nyx Assassin, looking to get this kill with the right clicks, but Snake King we able to get the stick off, and now Maposhka, can he survive Fairy Fire? And, well, gets the Brain Sap, survives a little bit longer, and will eventually go down to the tower.
Yeah, but Doom is having a fantastic lane. It's exactly what Tundra need. Not actually going into the fast Midas, but rather the face boots. And mid lane has to be so careful now. Sonic Wave is online. That health that you have right now will just disappear in a second.
Swell on Nafada again. Would you prefer that he goes into the Midas after these phase boots? Like, is it something that's just a necessity coming into this game?
I mean, I kind of like what he did with the face boots. Because he can actually pressure the PA out of the lane. He has the armor aura from the Wildkin and the Ring of Protection. He's going to be sitting at, what, 14 armor on a Doom? That's massive. Like, he can actually pressure the PA now. So,
right.
Like, I always like it when teams prioritize aggression over just greediness. Oh, second top.
Yeah,
Stun
Burrow
out,
Strike
should be fine.
on a Fada, Stroke of Fate, slowing them both down. Skitter and Fada can't keep up with the SK.
Yeah. Like, it's always better to gain more net worth by denying the enemy net worth, right? Is basically what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so aggression is the way to go.
Skitter's got this ult, but he doesn't have any mana left.
Oh, he might be dead here.
Veil, Burrow Strike, Inkswell, all popping. They're looking for the high five. Collapse now has himself a second kill.
Yeah, Skida had like a perfect series, the last two, but in this series in particular, he's getting tested, man. Cat 9 even TP top to try to kind of alleviate some pressure of him, but can't be found. Wait, he's using a new line? It must be a mistake.
That's one of the things, too. You were talking about how 9 didn't really want to move over because he had a strong grasp on the lane. Now he's moved over. It gives DK a bit of an opening, and he's got just about as much net worth as 9 does.
Yeah, and he found the Ocean Heart, the perfect mid lane item. 10 HP region in the water. Good luck getting this guy out of the lane now.
Thinking about the
Look at him.
epicenter, and Burrow Strike short on Skitter. Is it even going to matter? The Inkswell lands. They've got the silence onto the Razor. Fada's here with the Aphotic Shield, so making him a little bit more survivable, but there goes the Sandstorm. Now he's got the Static Link Collapse. Once he missed that Burrow Strike, this became a little bit dangerous, and Skitter doesn't want to commit inside the Sandstorm. So now
Did you see
Collapse
a
has
good
Burrow
play?
Strike. Plasma Field gets killed. Toronto Tokyo, though, will get the life of Skitter, and now move on over to Fada. Inkswell pops. It's Mira who gets credit for the kill. So 2 more up towards top. They do lose Collapse for it, but then otherwise, 9 goes down and use that Sonic Wave. Gato survives, Snake King with the Impale, so he'll at least trade that out. But kills all over the map for both teams.
Yeah, I would say pretty even trade overall, but the big winner, the Doom, he is closing on a Midas, and he is in winning condition against the PA. So it's still okay, I think, for Tundra, what just happened. But the Razor, big problem. Like, his net worth is super low. He has no game right now.
Razor is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, even Quop's game is kind of slowed down as well. They'll have to find a good fight soon.
We were just talking about how it was just about even in terms of mid lane net worth, but all of a sudden Toronto Tokyo goes up towards top, and he's leading by a couple hundred gold over the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, gets a kill, gets a tower. It's a big net worth swing. I'm wondering if they are going to play around the Doom at all or not, because he's a very strong hero, probably the strongest hero they have right now. So
He is going to the Midas after the phase boots.
yeah,
He's just about got it.
he's massive. I mean, a 10 Midas face is, and soaring too. That's big, very big.
Top of the net worth by a couple hundred.
Yeah, and it's only gonna get bigger once that Midas comes in.
You have done a great
Good sentry there by Mira, cleaning up some Ob's vision.
Yeah,
Nine taking a lot of damage here from Toronto Tokyo, who's got the Elder Dragon form back up.
yeah.
And you're wondering whether or not 33 is going to move off the lane, especially after he picks up this Midas. He's got Doom available, and now Plasma Field, Mira in some trouble. The Static Link is there. The Inkswell pops, but it won't save his life.
Yeah, at least he denied the rune, but probably not worth his life. And yeah, Dragon Form committed mid lane. Has to be a bit careful though, there's a lot of heroes around. Even in Nyx level 6 as well, do they have a sentry? They don't right now. You could actually just get blown up.
They have Fiend's Grip ready over bottom with Miposhka collapsed TP'd bottom to go into the trees. They're looking to get a kill here on a 33 who's keeping himself on the other side of the lane. Wisely so, kind of having his senses go off.
Yeah, setting up on a
And
catapult.
Snake King's got the Vendetta too, so he might be able to catch the vision that pops him out. And now Sentry down, but Collapse shows himself.
Yeah, very patient play by 33. No need to risk anything really. Like when you have this amount of net worth, they are definitely not going to kill you.
And they're bringing over 2 more heroes. Fada's going to come through, and then they've also got 9. 9 comes into the Sandstorm. They don't get anything yet. The Shadow Strike on Miposhka, but he blinked past them. And that may have botched them potentially getting these kills in this lane. But they brought all 5 heroes down towards bottom, and they want to go for this. But the Silence, the Fiend's Grip, the Inkswell, all on a 9. He gets stunned up. He's not in trouble. Mira's the one who ends up going down, and the Epicenter misses, and so does the Burrow Strike. Another missed Burrow Strike by Collapse that probably misses out on a kill. They'll kill off Miposhka with the Sonic Wave and kill off Collapse. A bit of a misplay there by Spirit overall. And Tundra come out ahead on that engagement.
Yeah, like rare misplay by Collapse. He probably wanted to like, I think he jumped in without vision and just wanted to stun like the entire team or something, but could have definitely killed the Quop there.
Toronto Tokyo.
They're just playing. Got the
He's got a
haste.
haste turn.
Yeah. At least a lot of space for PA, right?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Yeah, you could say that. Still needs to get to the Battle Fury.
Yeah. And mid tower, do they have TPs on Tundra? Most of them do, but they don't seem to be defending mid lane. Maybe we can get a cheeky deny. No.
Dire's middle tower
Is
has
it just
fallen.
magical, Papa?
9. Look at that
So they
smoke.
Can I get anything out of that smoke?
Might be able to get a Nyx Assassin. See him now, and
He's got Vendetta, but Burrow Strike sentries are down. Multiple sentries. They've got the vision. They'll get the kill.
Is under attack.
yeah, making it look easy peasy. Doom, though, his BKB is very close. This is the recipe away.
Just looking to farm up that gold for the recipe. About 13.5 minutes in, and about 1,000 gold away from that Battle Fury here for the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't ban out the Doom if they were going for that last pick PA, because it's really like the only offlaner that puts PA on a timer. And, well, that's something they have to deal with now, but yeah, a little bit surprised by that.
What do you think, what kind of timer is it putting on in terms of like minutes, or is it items more so?
Items, like, you're probably still gonna see the normal build-up. Oh, Toronto Tokyo, wow! Oh, nice Impale Dodge.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You still go for like this Shiva's Blink, everything, right? But once you get into the Acceptor after that, it is near impossible to play PA. If you get doomed, you don't crit, you have no evasion. You do nothing, basically.
So, smoke used. 4 heroes smoked on the side of Spirit. They're going to potentially look onto the high ground. Fada might break the smoke. He didn't move forward enough. And Snake King will be the one who breaks it this time. So, they know that he's right there. The rest of the team, they back off. They don't break their smoke just yet. Only Toronto Tokyo does. There's 5 heroes towards the bottom end of this map for Tundra. Need to be careful on Spirit about how they move, as Tundra seemed to be ready for this one and could probably have some reinforcements if they were to go in this bottom lane with both the Queen of Pain and Nyx Assassin there.
Yeah. Space for the PA again, though. Nyx invis for still like 3 seconds. No.
Battle Fury on the way to Yatoro.
Yeah, but Razor recovered nicely. He has his BKB and 500 gold. Doom almost has his... He already has his BKB, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, it's going out.
He's so rich.
He is really climbing the net worth, and by climbing, I mean climbing his difference between him and the second person on the net worth list. And this is 2 BKBs, certainly a big timing for Tundra if they want to make a move.
Yeah, I think it's a very good time to make a move as well. Or maybe after BKB of Razor. Carapace. No, he's down there.
Dust, Burrow Strike away, trying to find some distance. 33 going through the trees, pops the BKB early. Oh, boy. That was an opportunity wasted by Tundra.
Yeah. It's the pink top, they want to catch the PA. TP out now, TP out now.
And, oh, 9!
Oh. Like, you know what he wanted to do, like push him into the Nyx Assassin as the ping, but... just very slightly off, unfortunately.
The eardrums are safe for now.
Not ours, but PA's, yeah.
It's true.
Do you only hear a sound if you're in the wave? Because arguably it might have been louder, right?
No, behind the cone, it wouldn't hurt as much.
But if you're right next to it, I guess, yeah.
It'd still hurt.
Yeah. It should do like damage around her, right?
No. The cone's enough. Stop. Don't give Ice Frog ideas.
Oh, careful there, careful there. They're still waiting there. Doom is still waiting there. He's got the Bane back up, though.
A couple of misplays by Tundra that kind of allows Spirit to have some time here, because they're not going to go in without the BKB available on the Doom, which comes back up, but they also don't have the Sonic Wave. So, yeah, they can find maybe a pick-off, but it's not the full-fledged fight that maybe Tundra would have liked, and that gives Yatoro time to farm with this Battle Fury. He's almost into the Yasha.
Yeah, but at least all the cores of Tundra are also farming pretty decently. And also, you know, they needed to make a misplay because of what previously happened. Like, Team Spirit made a big misplay as well. You want to have a good game, right? So you gotta make an even amount of mistakes.
Right. Doom up at the 10k mark, but you can see he was about 2,000 ahead of where the next person was a couple of minutes ago. And you can see DK and Phantom Assassin, both Toronto, Tokyo, and Yatro, climbing and catching up to this Doom.
Just what I...
Question is, how quickly can the PA catch up? And how quickly are we going to see Yatro maybe even look to fight? He's waiting on that Manta, and then he's going into the Lincolns next to keep himself a little bit safe from the Doom.
Radiant are scanned.
Yeah, it's also decent against the static link of the Razor, as it blocks that as well. There's a pretty good Lincoln's item. It's just a question whether he has enough damage in his team. Oh, bot lane, Razor.
Bottom lane with the double ink swell. They've got themselves the ulti from the Grimstroke. Collapse, though. He's going to leave with the BKB being popped here by the Razor.
That was decent-ish close. 400 HP, I guess not super close.
I will eat that.
Yeah, and DK just popping form of cooldown. Ooh, Razor, that was so close.
Who just
Still
gave
has
him
a
the
battle, yeah.
no ping?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, at least he did have the Abaddon behind him, right? So he's never really in any trouble there. And yeah, it looks like Spirit is just fine, farming away.
Dire's
Farm.
top tower is under attack.
Have they used the Doom yet? No.
Still off cooldown.
Dire are
Right
haven't
now
used
it's
one
just
all game, right?
omnipresent. I don't think so. I think it's just been omnipresent this whole time.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
5 heroes top here from Spirit. Looking to make a big play. Who's gonna get caught?
Got all 5 heroes.
Oh, they don't know. They don't know. Could be
33.
fast.
There's the blink stun, Burrow strike to follow it up, and a quick kill on a 33 who is unable to get the BKB off.
Yeah, Bkop would have BKB'd that. I guarantee it.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, that is unfortunate to not get the BKB. Oh, not sure it's damage, almost enough.
Yeah.
And they're in a row.
They're just going into the pit. Yeah.
They're gonna try and
I
make this
mean-
happen.
Yeah, most farmed hero down for a long time. Should be a freebie.
So should be Aegis going into their hands. You do see some of Tundra starting to converge over in their jungle, but the question is whether or not they're going to be in time. They'll go to the Vendetta 9 coming over. They're going to need to get in quick. Dust used early. There's the Aegis onto the ground. They'll get it for Yatoro. The BKB is going to be popped here by Toronto Tokyo. Skidder looking to move over and in. He's got his BKB hit by a stifling dagger, and that will stifle his advancement.
Whenever you see that crit, all the blood coming out, you're like, ah! I better don't go. Always Manta done now on PA, so he's at least reasonably farmed. But yeah,
Yeah.
the Doom is still the big one. After the Shivas, we're really looking at his Aghanim's timing. One steps up, PA. Whew.
Wow.
Are they smoking up? They are.
Yeah, they're 5-man smoke. They're still looking to fight this.
Yeah, if they catch the supports from the behind, oh, they're going the other way. No, that
Yeah,
would
they're
have been
not gonna
such a
catch
good fight
anybody.
for them. It would have been perfect for
Dire's
them.
top tower is under attack.
Like both supports were so exposed behind this tree line.
They can still come back up.
We push ourselves to
Koshka.
go.
Nightmare surviving, potentially an epicenter from Collapse. He's got the Inkswell on him, looking for a target. There's the Burrow strike into the next assassin with the BKB being popped by 33. They've got the Dust Inferno Blade. And you kind of played yourself there, Collapse, and he ends up going down to Snake King. The
Hey,
entire
catch it,
team for
Inferno
Tundra was
Blade!
there. Inferno Blade in time on Amira. They will catch this Grimstroke and get themselves two. There's a BKB by Skidder.
Oh, you can't
Plasma
find
Field
him?
doesn't land, and Mapushka TPs. No! Oh, just in the last second.
How did you get vision there? The plasma
thought
field
he-
was not there.
I thought he got out.
That's some, like, entering hacker mode. Wait, DK is invis there.
I know he doesn't have BKB, but who does he have to help? Meanwhile, they're going after Yatoro over bottom. He needs to be careful. Sonic Wave, Yatoro low. He still has this Aegis, so they're chasing to get the first life out of his hands, and they will. They've got the static link up top as well as the Doom onto the Dragon Knight, so two-pronged fights happening as they're going to have PA up again, and Yatoro won't be chased a second time.
Yeah, they don't have the damage without the Doom and the Razor there. But still, getting that Aegis out means that he has to farm much more passively now. And we haven't really seen a lot of Link and Spheres win games, have we?
Not really, but that's also with a bit of a different build-up, I guess.
Yeah, but it's like pretty defensive, right? Like Manta into Lincolns, that's always the build it goes back to, and I really gotta say, I don't dig it.
Maybe not the best build, but you still do have damage potentially with that crit, right?
Oh, Skeeta! No, he wasn't. How did they see him? Everyone's hacking.
Oh, wow, they got him. Collapse gets the kill. They have the Nightmare out on a Snake King. Mira moving forward. There's the Soul Bind. Double Fiend's Grip. But, oh, that's going to go away. They've got themselves the borrowed time. They'll start to run, and nobody here to follow this up from the side of Team Spirit. Both supports, though, pushing back the side of Tundra.
Yeah, how did they see the Razor in there?
Dire's top tower
What's
is
happening,
under
Bkop?
attack.
Both teams have global vision. I don't know if you read this update, but...
Oh, a Fog of War is a concept. No longer.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Turo going to try and take the top tier too. He does do some decent building damage here, and nobody rotating over to stop this, so it kind of looks like it's a free tier 2.
Is under
Yeah,
attack.
without Razor. Oh, yes, you say that, the whole Doom is tipping in.
And back to our
There's no
game
Doom
up for a
available.
second. No Doom for 42 seconds.
Yeah, didn't give the tower up 100%, but like 90%. It's still
Yeah.
pretty scarily low.
It's just once I said something that they went top, I cursed it.
You ruined it.
The immediate reaction to me saying, nobody's protecting top.
It's really funny to see Toronto Tokyo just pop Dragon Form off cooldown, just farming with it.
He's going AC next, so he's already got the Hyperstone component of it.
Yeah, he's big. He's big. And PA finally overtook that Doom for the top 1 spot.
And that's not even with 33 having a lot of deaths. He's only died once in this game. So his farm with the Devour as well as the Midas, not enough to maintain his net worth lead over the Phantom Assassin that's been going around the map with the Battle Fury.
Yeah, but at least the Quap also found her way back into the game. So that's very good for them. I'm wondering if Doom is going to go straight into the Axe Scepter or Shiva's first. Because you could just go Axe straight away.
Right now he's got the Plate Mail, which is always good.
Yeah, you need
Whether
that.
whether or not you're going to finish the Shivas first or the Ags, I think just having that extra armor is a great feeling for you. So you have the component to go into the Shivas. You can make the decision on whether or not you want the Ags or to finish it. Does have that shard.
Yeah, it's so hard to call when they don't have anything queued up. Because you're obviously not in their brain. But,
Well, I think for the most part, we have the right to items in his mindset, right? You'd assume that that's what he wants to be going for.
yeah, but it's going to make a big difference whether it's Axe first or after Shivas, right?
Right.
And
I think
there's
that-
almost AC done now on the Dragon Knight as well,
Radiant's
so
bottom tower is under
more
attack.
Mind's Armor.
No, he's just a Plate Mail away. Only a 3k lead. Like Tundra, they've made a couple of mistakes, but so have Spirit. I think they've left a lot on the table here for Spirit, where those early kills, especially the ones that they could have gotten with Collapse over bottom and in the top lane, might have allowed Tundra a bit more time and space in this game.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. But at this point, really... Okay, finishing his Shiva's Guard first. I still think I favor Dire quite a bit in late game. Like, they just have this really strong Tricore. But then again, you're playing against Bane Grimstroke. That is so scary as well.
Dire's
Yeah, the double
bottom
Fiend's
tower
Grip,
is under
which
attack.
hasn't exactly been the biggest problem for them, but certainly can be a problem later on.
Yeah, but then again, they have a Baron as well, right? Who is a pretty hard Bane counter.
Dire's
So,
bottom
yeah, it's just
tower
gonna
is
come
under
down to who
attack.
outplays who in a late game scenario, really.
And maybe a couple of lucky percentages on the crits for Yatoro.
It's not luck.
50% is not luck, it's skill.
Every 6th hit? Yep. And sometimes you get 2 in a row.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Or none.
Oh yeah, or 0. That's usually my go-to, is just get 0. Aether Lens now for the Grimstroke, so that'll allow him to sit a little bit further back in these fights. Both him and the Bane have the Aether Lens, so they don't exactly have to put themselves in a bit of a rough situation when it comes to positioning. The problem does become, do they find themselves trying to position so off the fight that someone like Snake King does find them, which was something that was possible in the fight if they took it up towards top.
Yeah, like they definitely needed this press a little bit better because positioning is so key. Like the supports are absolutely necessary.
Burrow Strike comes in, they'll look after Fada, but he's got the borrowed time. The silence comes through, and the blinking from 9, that's going to get the silence on Amir with the BKB popping here by the Queen of Pain. They go after Yatro, they're looking for the Doom, they've got themselves a Soul Mine on a 2. Now Yatro gets out, the Lincolns ends up getting popped. They were looking for a way to pop that Lincolns, the blink away from collapse. Plasma Field doesn't land. On the other side of the fight, though, they've got the Sleep as well as the Fiend's Grip. They'll get the kill on a Snake King as well as Fada. These heroes now need to TP out, and Tundra are out of there. They lose both their supports.
Yeah, they were way too tunnel visioned on trying to get the Doom on the PA. Like he pump faked the Doom 4 or 5 times. Wait, this is really fast rotation bottom. They're looking at this Skitter. He has refresher or BKB though. They use it at time.
Fail the damage, the refresher.
Crit.
Oh, the crit! I think 1300 on that last shot.
Yeah,
Oh man.
They got to
They're
do on
gonna
him.
doom up Yatro. So he's in a little bit of trouble. They've got the Yules out on a Snake King, but it's not looking like they're going to be able to save themselves. The Phantom Assassin, 9 moving in. Burrow Strike onto 3. Toronto Tokyo now without the Elder Dragon form, but they have the Infernal Blade out onto the Sand King. They have the stun through onto the Doom. They'll take out 33. The blink in. That's with the Shard. That's got the silence on a Toronto Tokyo as well as Collapse. They can't escape. They get the kill on a Collapse. They look over as Snake King lands the Impale onto the Dragon Knight. And again, the silence onto Mira, trying to stop this Grimstroke from making anything happen. And with the Mistcoil, they'll end up going off Mira. Toronto Tokyo pops the BKB, gets the Breathe Fire out onto Snake King to get the kill there onto the Nyx Assassin. Again, a blink with the silence. Maposhka trying to run against the Brain Sap, popping the borrowed time on Fada, but Maposhka dies to 9. 9 blinks over, looking for Toronto Tokyo, who's still without this Elder Dragon form for 10 seconds. But, well, he ends up surviving and backing away.
Whew. That was back and forth snaking. At least bought back and died again. It's a good thing for Spirit, but yeah, like PA just a little bit too deep after that kill. Like he tried to take the tower as well. A little bit too greedy. What a Groon. Oh, popped it. Yeah, ends up paying the price for it. But still, like, you can see how fast Spirit is, right? Like they kill top, instant TP bottom, kill that Razor. And he needs armor badly on the Razor. Plate mail. Needs to come in right away. And it's actually in the Korea. Okay, nice.
Desperately needing that because you can see how much damage can happen so quickly there from Yatoro.
They're setting up top again. They want the Razor once more.
They know there's no Doom.
Yeah, but of course, he won't get caught out there.
The thing that Tundra did well, especially 9, I think really salvaged that fight. He was able to get on the supports, and this Shard has proven to be very clutch for them. The silences are big, and when they find Maposhka, they'll have the Impale, they'll get the kill. This is right by the Roche Pit if they want to make the move in, but they'll buy back on this Maposhka Bane, making sure that they don't get the confidence to go for that.
Yeah, also the Daira heroes are actually not that good at Roshan. Doom is on cooldown for only 10 more seconds. They have to be a little careful here. What about the Refresher? Also 10 seconds.
In the pit. They don't have a sentry to stop.
Wait, no way. There's such
I'm
a
a little surprised.
Can't be happening.
By Carapace, Plasma Field, there's the Impale. They're looking for this. They've got the BKB. Yatoro trying to survive with the Banter, but he ends up getting taken out. Snake King falls. It's a 1-for-1. They've got the Juma on this Dragon Knight, but Toronto Tokyo trying to fight with the Refresher being popped by Skitter. He's got the Static Link. They'll get the kill on Toronto Tokyo. They'll also take out Mira. 3 heroes dead on the side of Team Spirit. The blink forward going for Maposhka, and one more shot from Skitter to get the kill. He's dead after buying back. Collapse can only hide in his Sandstorm. The Aegis is picked up by the Queen of Pain. This is all going Millhouse for Tundra right now as they even it back up. But they've got the Epicenter as well as the Burrow Strike on 33. War Stop, but he's in the Sandstorm. They'll get the kill. Collapse at least get something back. Skitter comes over with Fada. They just don't have the vision for this to go after the Sand King.
I cannot believe they had no sentry in the pit against the Nyx Assassin. What is that madness? It's like not putting a sentry there against the TA. Well, at least that means even the team like Spirit makes very basic mistakes, right? It's good news for everybody else.
And they do bleed. The question is, will they bleed enough for it to make a difference?
I mean, that's a massive swing into the favor of Tundra. Massive, massive, massive. Sank is just sitting in the sandstorm for like the last 3-4 minutes. But a sentry down though.
Carapace, sentry down, looking for collapse. Is the control there? Yule's up into the air. And eventually Soulbind, but Mira now caught out of position. They've got the borrowed time. The plasma field comes out. Yatoro trying to make something happen. Stifling Dagger, the right clicks in on a Skidder. They might need to rethink this. Impale lands. They've got the static link onto the illusions. Yatoro blinks away. And we'll use that Phantom Strike to get some distance. They have the Nightmare onto 9. And I did also use that Fiend's Grip. He did. And now they've got the Sonic Wave, which pushes Yatoro back into the hands of this dire side. They've had the Impale. They landed on Yatoro. They get the kill on the Phantom Assassin. They buy back on Collapse as well as Mira. They've got the Shivas coming around the back. They're looking to get the kill on a Collapse. They'll end up losing Fada. Down goes Skidder to the Stroke of Fate coming through from Mira. The BKB's been popped by 33. He's on the run, but there's the blink in with the silence. Queen of Pain in a little bit of far, but
he's going in.
Impale lands from Snake King, gets the kill on a Mira. The Inkswell pops, but there's only the first life down on the hands of this Queen of Pain. 9 needs to blink out. Can they land the Burrow Strike? Not in time. Epicenter committed. Burrow Strike short. Collapse again. Comes up short on this and is another ult wasted by this Sand King.
Yeah, things not going the way of Spirit here at all. Very well played by Tundra. Like the 9 is playing this team fight so well. Like, he's dealing so much damage. Keeps jumping the supports. He still has his Aegis, so I don't really want to commit for him. But if they don't, the support just left to die. And that's exactly what happened. Like support after support just died. He just went into the base. Nobody cared. Great Sonic Wave also to push Yatoro out of the base. To kill him off as well. And yeah, like he is the real carry of the team right now. Like Razor is just there as a little distraction. It's like, hit me guys. My crop is not that scary, I promise.
I have a refresher. I must be doing everything right.
But you can see what I mean with this item build on the PA, right? Like he feels very ineffective. Like he doesn't have a BKB, so basic stunts will always get through to him anyways, and the damage is very lacking. Like I really hate this Manta Lincoln's build.
And it feels very reliant on percentages. Has a basher, has the crit. Gotta hope that those percentages line up.
Yeah, it's another smoke movement, but can't find anything. Also something we didn't talk about, the crop now has a double Lincolns. So stunning him is going to be so difficult.
God, he's already level 26. That's wild. Shiva's blinked again and again. They've got the silence. Mira in trouble. Mira dead. They're going to blink back on Toronto, Tokyo, but now Phantom Assassin stunned up and trying to run. Phantom Strike. They go the other way. They actually get juked for a second. Yatoro has the Phantom Strike once more, but he has to be wise about where he's going to go to, and he goes to the back of the creep wave, but the plasma field hits. He's silent, or not silent, he's slow for a second. Has the Manta with the Lotus Orb, gets away. There's the Sonic Wave to kill off Yatoro. No buyback. Maboshka drops 2. 3 heroes dead without buyback. They've got the Yules out on a Collapse, and Collapse, silence, killed off and dead. Triple kill there for 9. Godlike. Can anybody kill him?
I mean, I think it's mighty time to either address that crop way better, like counter it directly, or just get it out of the game. Like every time 9 gets his hands on this hero, this is what it looks like. 13-1-10. Like, he's just destroying again. Now he's building into Bloodthorn. Once that's up, good luck playing PA.
Ooh, Toronto, Tokyo, Lincoln's popped.
Oh, he's a Lincoln's too. Ah! What's up with this item lately?
A lot of gold spent on defense.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Which isn't even great defense, to be honest.
Are fortified.
One, like Shadow Strike, and it's popped.
Radiant's middle tower.
Even just a Mist Color or a Mana Burn will pop it
Radiant's
too.
middle barracks are under attack.
Shivas jump in. Toronto, Tokyo. There's the Lincoln's popped, and they've got the Doom. They'll get the kill. No way he gets out of this one. And with Mira stepping up again, he's dead too. Toronto, Tokyo's dead for 90 seconds. They've got PA up in 9. I guess it's a question of whether or not Tundra are going to push all the way through. They still have a tier 1 up in the top lane. But long timers may just give them the confidence to finish this off.
Radiant's middle barracks.
This might just be game. Like they're so far behind now against a superior late game lineup. Doom Refresher online. Yeah, I don't know what Spirit does at this point. They have no damage. DK has no damage. PA has no damage. They're too survivable.
7 seconds for Collapse. Another minute without this DK. DK no gold for buyback, and now you've got the Bloodthorn on 9. He's level 27. The Lincolns gets popped. He's also got that spell block.
Which is also popped right now.
Yeah, both are down for the moment, but I don't know if that's even going to matter.
Both up.
And they're going to go for the throne. 8 seconds till they have Miro looking potentially for the epicenter. It's going to be the epicenter as well as the Burrow Strike coming through onto the Razor. Now Razor, Plasma Field, BKB's popped around the horn. They get the kill on Babushka. They'll take the Bane. Bane's not going to survive much longer after will go down Collapse. So 2 heroes gone and GG is called. Tundra even the series up at 1. And a very well played comeback there by Tundra.
Yeah, very well played by Tundra indeed. I do think you gotta get rid of the 9 Quap. It's just too good. Even the 33 Doom as well. Like they're getting the hands of a lot of signature heroes, Snaking, Nyx Assassin too. But I do also have to really emphasize on the fact that it was pretty sloppy play by Spirit with that Roshan thing. That's what turned the entire game around, right? How do you go Roshan without a sentry against the Nyx Assassin? You just stood there. You watched them do it.
Yeah.
And Quap blinked in, waved them. It's the easiest task ever to just grab the Aegis. There's no one else there because they pushed out of the way, right?
Yeah,
Take the Aegis, kill everybody. Suddenly they're super far ahead.
Yeah, and then that's the fight that really changes up this map, and like that, it was a mistake that should never be made with a Nyx Assassin in the game. And unfortunately for Spirit, like that's a problem that causes more problems, that causes them to lose the game on a mistake that should never be made. So Tundra take game 2, ends up going 1-1 apiece. We're getting at least 4 in this series, but for now we're going to take a quick little break, and we'll be back in a second.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Wowzers! Tundra, they do it back. They even out this grand finals. And in what style as well? I mean, who needs stuns when you've just got health and damage? I mean, it made sense. And I think mobility came into it as well. But I mean, what was so special about the way Tundra played this game, which kind of upset us here, Misery?
So I think the game was to like a little bit like game one. You know, teams were both playing this farming style game, not making too many mistakes or giving the enemy opening to jump them. The difference this game, perhaps for Tundra, was that they had this Doom and the Queen of Pain. They had this really strong tricore that Black also touched upon, so that they could play this farm game without feeling too, pressured by the PA. And then even though they did that, they played really well this game. Team Spirit kind of was in control of the game despite that. And then they made this play where they TP'd 4 or 5 heroes bottom to catch the Razor, which I think was, in theory, the idea was good, right? You see the Razor on the wall, he just TP'd bottom, so you chain TP down there to kill him. But I think that play was almost too fast because you forgot about the Doom being a factor. You forgot you TP'd 5 heroes, right? Instead, what you could have done, just take the tier 2 top and play for Roshan, right? I think that would have been just a safer play. Like, you cannot blame them going for that play, but I feel like that was where they actually threw the game, because they lost control over kind of the whole map at that point.
Yeah, the game closed off massively for them from that point. And this isn't a lineup where you can let the map shrink for you guys, because this is a Doom with Midas. This is the Razor. Razor might be a new one for a lot of people in terms of a hard carry, but basically you just spam Plasma Field. You farm really, really fast. You even pop the ultimate to farm sometimes because it's got such a low cooldown. It really is a pretty hard farming hero. And of course 9 as well. Oh my god, 9 had a ridiculous game. I mean, listen, how impressed were you by his Queen of Pain performance?
Yeah, super impressed, but at the same time, not really, because it's 9.
True.
Like, it is his Queen of Pain, and this is something that we've come to expect from him. Have pretty high standards for the hero. But I hate to be that guy, but we have pretty high standards for Team Spirit as well, and in some parts of this game, they weren't truly met. Like if you go down in the nitty gritty, in the little bits, like collapse on the Sand King, this isn't the first time. This isn't the first game that I'm seeing his Sand King. And this is also not the first game in which I see a lot of whiffed burrow strikes, a lot of missed spells here and there. But I mean, it happens. What did surprise me though is that sentry in the pit. Not having the sentry when you're playing versus the Nyx assassin, that's like, I'm not sure. Perhaps because Poshka bought back and he was the only one carrying vision, right?
Yes, but I really think that the whole 5-man TP to bot lane kind of put them in that scenario because they had complete control over top area. They had vision there. They had the potential to take the tier 2 down and ward up that area, prepare for next Roshan, right? And once you TP everybody bottom, suddenly like you don't really know what's going on anymore in that area. Like you kind of gave away that whole area, right? And that's the important area, which is where Roshan is going to spawn. So when Bane walks over there and he dies, it's like it's kind of a result of all those TPs. Yeah, so and then you don't have your Bane, your position 5 guy who is running around with all the sentries. And if Mitposha was alive, he would have absolutely sentryed that pit, right? Because that's he always does that. Just he was kind of running from base or wherever.
Yeah, he bought back. By the time he got there, it was way too late already for Team Spirit.
Yeah, pretty insane. And what's going on today? What's with the amount of Lincoln Spheres we've been seeing? Like, I get the item gives you good stats and such, but it just seems a little odd the sheer quantity of Lincoln Spheres we're seeing recently.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, it's mostly also because of the heroes that are being picked. Like, we see a lot of Lincoln Spheres being picked against the Spirit Breaker. That's like a very popular hero, right? And then I feel like it carried over versus the Doom. Like, versus him, buying Lincolns is definitely not bad, but they just had so many ways of breaking it on their side that it truly didn't feel like it even mattered at any given point. It's going back to that thing that we talked about with Misery before. Itemizing to survive versus itemizing to actually be a little bit on a riskier side, but perhaps win the game, right?
Right.
I mean, kind of, but I do think that Lincoln's is a super strong item right now. Like, there's merit to why they're picking it, or buying it. It's super cheap. It gives good stats, like we talked about, and then it is kind of a must against Doom. Like, if you don't have Lincolns, it's just so easy for him. He just dooms you, right? But with the Lincolns, at least now you have this half a second to react to probably a BKB or to blink out a PA. We saw them try to jump the PA top lane, right? Actually, right before the TPs, that fight where he had a Lincoln at that point. So his Lincoln was popped, but he managed to blink to the Grimstroke. And then, at that point, your Doom has already wasted like 3 seconds. He's shown himself, he's popped BKB, and you're kind of kiting him now, right? And that's the whole point of Lincoln Sphere. I think the other game where we saw Secret by Lincoln Spheres, it's a different scenario than the one we just witnessed. Because I think if they just play the Roche area there and grab the Aegis for PA, now suddenly he's gonna get that damage item that we all are looking for, right? Just by gaining that gold and that freedom to farm it. And now he gets that extra damage item and the Aegis, and now they're ready to go, right?
Yeah. That does make sense. But unfortunately, wasn't quite enough to keep Team Spirit in this game, and Tundra do even out the series. And I mean, in style as well. Like, it was a little bit close in the early game, and then, as Misery says, there's that one big fight down at bottom, and Team Spirit just lose control of it, and Tundra just, they play really well from up front as well, and just remind everybody why we should not be underestimating Team Tundra in this tournament. They do a fantastic job. So, game number 3. What do we want to see Team Spirit do a little differently? I think the first thing for me would be let's get Collapse on something which he's more comfortable with, because I'm not saying it was a bad Sand King performance, but there was a few when you need him to be pulling out the clutch plays because you're behind. I want him to be on a Collapse hero.
Which one of the 10 Collapse heroes are you talking about here?
Exactly.
15.
Exactly.
So anything.
Yeah.
Anything
any
but
of those
Sand King.
10, 15 is absolutely fine. I'm fine with it. Let's get Collapse Axe back in. Why not? Where is Axe actually? We never see him anymore. Is that hero just gone?
Yeah, pretty much. I can't even remember what happened to him anymore.
It's
He got nerfed. Was the last patch that he was played the Manta? But no, it wasn't. He was picked
yeah, the
afterwards.
Manta build definitely got nerfed, and
Yeah.
then from there
Poor guy. Poor guy.
there he
didn't
just
deserve it.
yeah, people stopped picking it. But he will be back soon enough. Like that's how he hasn't been nerfed that much to justify him just being like out of the
Unpicked.
meta completely. Yeah. So
Yeah.
he'll be back soon enough. I think the Sanking worked out fine for him this game. Like there was a couple of times where it didn't look so good when he missed his stuns, right? But
Mhm.
that's just Sanking. Like if you miss your stun, you're just gonna, it just shines. It shows so much, right? Where you miss a spear on Mars sometimes or whatever, waste an arena, you're not gonna like remember that moment. But this missed Sanking stun or the missed nuke stun, I just feel like those two in particular, it just looks so grim, right? But like they
Yeah, just because he almost killed Queen of Pain like 2-3 times if he connects on the stun, right? The moments were actually very significant for them. But I see where you're getting. Nyx Assassin, Sand King, like when they miss stuns, it looks. You remember those moments.
They picked it for a reason, though, right? Like they picked it to go against this Razor top, I think. Like
Yeah.
the top lane was really good for them because they needed a collapse hero, a melee offlaner traditionally that goes into Razor without getting smashed, and like they actually won the top lane pretty hard, and he got a really early blink veil. So I think in that sense the pick worked out fine, right? And they were in a dominant position, so I think it was okay. But I mean, I agree. It is more nice to see him play these Night Stalker, Mars, Magnus, right, where he has these flashy plays and high impact and can like where he can scale more with farm, right? That's also an issue with Sanking. Like, you can take a lot of farm on this hero, but all the items that you buy it's mostly supporting items, right? You cannot really scale with items the same way.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it's interesting when you look at the way they drafted against Tundra before Team Spirit, because they have played against the Doom before, and they've beaten the Doom before earlier on in the first round of the tournament. In that game, they had the Collapse OD, Mirror Monkey King, Toronto Tokyo Ember. They had Yatoro Morph, and they had the Weaver and Maposhka as well. So totally different draft, like completely different heroes against that Doom, and they were able to beat it that time around. I mean, it just kind of it's just kind of interesting looking at how different it was, but yet the same kind of heroes we're seeing. But we're not really seeing the OD anymore because it's always banned. Do you reckon we'll see an Ember Spirit this time around, though?
It's possible, perhaps, if the Queen of Pain is picked up, but Nyx Assassin isn't. Right, you can pick that Ember
that
for the mid
shield.
laner to deal with 9, unless they just ban out. I'm not sure. We'll see if they ban out 9 Squap. It looked pretty damn solid.
It did look very scary. Let's see. We do have the draft available, so let's jump into it and see if they do take the Queen of Pain out of it at all or not. Tundra. Did they get rid of the Mars this time around?
They ban out the Mars and Yayo. This is what they banned out in the first game when they played versus Team Spirit long time ago. Yeah, in the first series. So we'll see. That time they picked Bane in the first stage. So maybe they follow up. Team Spirit actually banned out the Spirit Breaker that game too, and then followed up with the Snapfire. Snapfire did fall out of favor in the last couple of days, a little bit at least. So
yeah,
I'm expecting perhaps something different here.
What did they ban in this slot before? Breaker and
Snap. Or you mean today?
In this series. Yeah.
What
in
was
game
it?
1 or
was
game 2?
Breaker and Quap in game 1.
Game 2.
Yep.
In game 2, I can't remember.
In game number 2, Team Spirit banned out Spirit Breaker and Weaver.
Okay. First pick Razor.
They go
Not
back
surprised.
into the Quap ban.
They do ban out the Quab. Okay, there we go. So they pick up the Razor on the side of Tundra. This does allow Team Spirit to possibly go for that Bane if they want it.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess you're probably gonna pick Bane here, right? But I wonder if you are concerned about the Abaddon pickup straight away. Because I think that's something that Tundra might do here. Like you pick the Razor and then you, if they pick these kind of stunts, you just go Abaddon straight away, so you don't have it banned second phase.
Are we going to see Mira Monkey King today? Like, that's something that they've been picking in the first stage before, but
Yeah, Weaver is also there. They have done Weaver Monkey King together as well.
I would love to see the Weaver too. Just because of the matchup with the Razor, you can flex it. You can put it on the carry position as well if you wanted to. And it scales well versus the Razor, right?
That is what you sound like. That is what you sound like.
Yeah, that would make. I mean, I imagine it's Bane Weaver. That just seems to make a lot of sense. But it is instead going to be an assassin.
Radiant
Why?
team pick.
Oh yeah, the OD.
Because we forgot about this guy.
Yeah, he's coming back. OD making it through the ban phase under our radars. And he is going to be grabbed by Team Spirit here. And of course, they can flex it across many roles as well. Didn't look quite as good when Toronto Tokyo played it, but looked excellent in the hands
10
of
seconds
Collapse.
remaining.
Yeah, I think this is most certainly Collapse's hero also because it just fares so well with Nyx Assassin and lane. You have the setup for the stun. You have this really strong ranged offlaner together with the 4 Nyx. It's just a dream, right? And then it's like one of the most OP heroes of the patch. So very strong opening here. Completely forgot that OD existed for a minute there.
It's
Same.
been so long since we've seen it because it's just been banned every time. That's what happens. People do not like playing into this hero.
So now Abaddon does not look very appetizing here. You're gonna look for something else. There's the Rubik, right? What else have we talked about? It's been good against OD.
Yeah, usually it's the Rubik that's amazing versus OD because of the steal of Astral Imprisonment. Besides that, we always... that Puck wasn't bad, yeah. Tulane against
Nature's
him, but
Prophet, maybe.
Yeah, as well, position 5.
I think
You're not gonna
Navi
pick
beats
that
it with
now,
a
though.
silencer, if I'm not mistaken.
Radiant team
As long as you can get on top of him and disable
Oh.
him.
Whoa.
That's
First
an OD
phase
counter.
Brood Mother from Tundra Esports here.
I
Well,
kind of
never.
like it actually because it's like it's certainly good against OD, right? It makes OD's game really uncomfortable throughout.
10
Like he does not like these
seconds
spiders, small ones.
He doesn't like spiders. He's a bit of an
5
arachnophobe,
seconds
is he,
remaining.
OD?
Team Spirit
Yeah, I would
turn
say
to
so.
ban.
Well,
They,
it's going to be
after-
the Nyx Assassin's job to come in with that glass, you know, and scoop up the spider and run outside with it whilst OD screams in the corner.
If you're Team
10
Spirit,
seconds remaining.
what's the best counter for the Brood Mother that you can get? I
5
really like the
seconds
Kunkka
remaining.
ban. I feel that hero is probably one of the best versus Brood, always has been.
Yeah, the Sand King didn't work out so hot for Team Secret, so
Radiant
I'm
team
leaning
ban.
against that.
Monkey King can also be maybe a thing because you can kind of dominate him early on, and then you can kill the spiders with 1 Q.
Do you win that lane as Monkey King? I'm still thinking you get a lot of mischance
Yeah,
there.
who knows,
and-
man?
Team
At this
Spirit
point,
turn
like-
to ban.
You said that as if a man who's been scarred by many a brood pick in his time.
No, I mean we never really see Brood these days, right? It's hard to really tell.
Right.
And usually it's in pubs it's usually these mid brood spammers, right? So you don't really get to see that these matchups play out.
10
Like
seconds remaining.
Yep. Pretty much the last time I saw Brood
5
being
seconds
picked up a
remaining.
lot was in the last DPC season. The Chinese region picked it a lot on offlane. I remember some picks in EU as well.
yeah,
And they would go for those greaves and utility builds. But I can't. I'm trying to remember like how exactly it fell out of favor and why. I think Troll was the best pickup on the safe lane versus her, but you're playing into a Razor as well.
10
but he also got
seconds
nerfed since
remaining.
then, right?
Yeah.
Like right as the
5
patch, like
seconds
they
remaining.
changed the brood mother so she had this silken bola and stuff, and then it was really popular for a while. But then it got nerfed. The Monkey King gets banned, and TA is also a really good answer, right? So the bans make a lot of sense. What about Ember Spirit now for Team Spirit? That could also maybe be a thing.
10 seconds remaining.
I'd like to see it. It's been really good most of the times when we've seen this Ember hero. It's
5
been very,
seconds
very
remaining.
effectual.
I wouldn't mind any sort of a spirit, any sort of hero that can actually follow Brood Mother over the cliffs, right, and catch her, which is another way of dealing with her, not only in the lane, but having something to follow her and actually kill her off.
Would Void Spirit suffice? I mean, you got the physical shield to help you against her a little bit more, but at the same time, you don't quite have the same level of catch. So I guess the trade-off there, right?
Yeah, you're right in that way. Like, you can't really catch her. You can get on top of her, slow her down a little bit, but that's about it.
Mm.
Earth Spirit ban. So did they expect some Earth Spirit mid lane?
Maybe.
Or that's something that Tundra did use to roll.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you do have it in nukes, right? So you're not as scared of Pox and
10 seconds remaining.
these type of heroes, but Earth Spirit though could be really strong here with Tundra.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I like that idea. And 9 does play at mid as well if they wanted to go down that route.
But yeah, this is a 33 Brood, probably going off lane, right? So you have to pick a safe laner that can deal with that somehow. I think the troll makes a lot of sense. But they already have the Razor, right? That's kind of a, yeah.
10 seconds
What we talked about earlier sounds juicy, but Razor versus all these melees that are decent versus Brood Mother, usually Razor is good against them, so you have yourself covered. I really like these two openings, actually, on both sides. Like in Nyx Assassin and OD as well. Heroes that are decent versus OD, usually Nyx is good against them.
Are we looking at a Razor position 5 here, Lizard?
I think we are. It seems that way, yeah, indeed.
Oh boy, here we go again, but it did work last time. We were very
10
impressed by
seconds
Fada's Razor position 5 before. I mean, he managed to get himself a BKB in that game. Basically just became a lunatic position 5 that ran into the fights, and no one really wanted to kill him, but also you couldn't really let him survive either.
Because I was a little bit late to that game. Did he, how did he skill in the lane? Was it static link with some boots and just following people around, hitting them, or was it something else?
He went Fluffy Hat and Regen, and then he came to lane and drained the Centaur.
Oh, I see. But he can't kind of do the same to OD, right? You just imprison him, you move away. Or I guess you do have the stun from the Raid King, right? So,
yeah, I mean, you're not going to allow... I think if you're going to play Razor 5, you're not going to allow him to just Astro and run away, right? Maybe you are, but you at least steal like 20 damage or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then it's fine.
I mean, there's no way you play a core Razor into this, surely. Like, you've got 2 disruptions now on the side of Team Spirit. If your BKB's down, you're going to feel particularly useless, right?
I mean, it might still be okay. It might be the 3 core showing. Venge. Is this a 4 snaking bench? Or is it a Fata bench?
Is this the point where we stop trying to guess and just kind of...
I think it is. I think I'm going to say with certainty that it's a 33 Brood Mother. And the other 3 heroes...
No, I think it's a snaking Venge, Fata Razor. Last pick 9.
I think it's a Fata Brood. Can you imagine?
But yeah, your Team Spirit, you have 20 seconds here. It's not easy.
Yeah, they got to figure this out, man.
Yeah.
I can only imagine the conversation though. Everyone's just like shouting, like it's Venge 3, but no, it's 33 plays Brood.
You just get this hero that's decent versus the Brood Mother, right? Even though Razor was picked into Sven before, if Sven has a good time, if he gets his items, you don't really care about that static link. You still will just two-shot him, which is fine, right? And they don't have too much control after he gets that BKB. So...
Well, once again, you still have the opportunity to just put the Razor mid here now, and you have the Razor versus Sven matchup, which is good later on. And then I think 33 probably does not mind this Sven that much because he doesn't threaten him, right? He's still gonna be allowed to farm. He's still gonna buy all these tanky items and auras and halberds and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you're kind of forcing Team Spirit. That's something that's cool about this Brood pick too, is you force Team Spirit to react to you, right? They are not allowed to just pick whatever they want. You tell them what to pick, kind of. Because there's only a set amount of heroes that can deal with this.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you're just throwing problems at them, and you're banning out the best solution to the Brood anyway. Pretty solid approach to the game when you're thinking, yeah, we're playing against TI winners, we're playing against favorites, arguably, in the tournament. Let's just pick our best, and also just these niche picks.
Invoker gone, Beastmaster gone. For Tundra, Team Spirit, they're going to get rid of the Tree Protector. And now taking their time over their last ban, but they don't have much time. Both teams really running it down to the wire, as this really has been a battle of wits between
10
Fada
seconds remaining.
and Maposhka, and of course their coaches as well, Aoi 2000 and Silent.
5
I'm not going to even
seconds
try to
remaining.
attempt and figure out what Tundra will last pick here. But Team Spirit, any sort of catch for them, some mobile mid laner, I would like to see.
Welcome to the club. I'm not even going to try and guess what they're doing, club.
Yeah, it's hard to predict for sure.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Final pick from Tundra Esports now. What is it going to be? I mean, I reckon it's going to be a pods 5. I reckon they're going to run the Razor mid.
Really? I was expecting mid lane here.
Let's see.
With that Razor 5. But okay, you're right. I was wrong. They go with the Bane. In before Bane mid.
Yeah. The real twist. Bane 5th pick, though. That is a first for this tournament, I reckon. That hero has actually snuck all the way through the draft under the cover of the madness of Tundra Esports. Team Spirit now need to answer this, knowing that it's going to be the Razor mid, the Broodmother
5
offlane, and
seconds
the Wraith King
remaining.
carry.
Yeah. Also another BKB disable, right? So the Sven, they're kind of dealing with Sven this way, potentially.
You do run the Brood into the Sven, even though he's got
Now
cleave,
select
right?
your heroes.
Yeah, I think you don't care. You just play your Venge Brood lane down there, and
Okay.
then the Sven will still get pressured at some point, I think, because what you can do on Broodmother is instead of using your ultimate to create spiders, you just spam this nuke on the Sven over and over, right?
Yeah.
Because the ultimate is pretty nice nuke, plus it has like pretty low cooldown. And then Sven's gonna play on like half HP, and he's gonna be scared of dying, so he eventually will leave the lane, I think. And then the Broodmother can take over and take the tower.
I feel like you're going to zone him out by that point. Like even at that level 6, unless there are some good rotations by Team Spirit, I feel like you're dominating that lane already. But not
Maybe.
sure. We'll see. This is
Yeah.
only the second game of Brood that I see in a really long time.
Right. I mean, they do have an SD5, which is kind of weak here, I think, as well. So maybe they will just lose the lane straight up, because Brood is not that weak of a laner.
Yeah, the lanes do look interesting. I don't know, but I think when it comes to the game itself, I mean, the Razor was weird because it was first a really bad Razor pick with the disruptions they had, and then it turned into a good one when they picked the Sven as well. But then ultimately, eventually, late game, the Sven doesn't really care about the Link anyway. I don't know. I think for me, I'm gonna go for Team Spirit this game. I think this looks like a great Sven game across the board, and that's why I'm gonna lean towards them. What do you guys think?
I also think potentially between picking Broodmother and like dealing with your own draft, Tundra forgot about the whole OD nukes lane they have staring down at them. And this OD might just have a free lane once again, right? And
Collapse
get this
OD.
fast
It's
meteor
very
hammer
scary.
and like take the tower, and then they can actually just play away from the Brood for a while
Blizzard.
and eventually just take over. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. Collapse OD this time around. No Sand King's shenanigans. This is a hero that he has solo won the game, so I'll go with Team Spirit as well.
All right, there it is. 3 of us all going for Team Spirit, which means it's a sure thing for Team Tundra to take this game, as we've cast them down so badly here. Right, we have a hell of a third game coming up for you guys, and we have a hell of a casting duo. 2 lovely chaps by the name of Bkop and Black for this third game.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Coming into this third game. Black, do you agree? All 3 on the panel going for Spirit?
Wait, hold a thought. Yes. Was that good answer? Was that Let me think. Yes.
Yes, you agree.
Yes.
Okay.
You know, something really weird with the microphone happened. I had to like replug it or something.
Always gotta get the mic going. I was just gonna assume you were gonna say Tundra. I was gonna start speaking for you.
Why is technology so difficult sometimes? Like
Just-
it showed me
it's-
muted, even though I wasn't muted.
It's
Had
in
to
beta,
replug
that's
it.
why.
Oh, right.
All
today-
technology always in beta.
I went to a shop, right? They offer like contactless, like pay, right? Like you tap your card and then it's paid,
Right.
and it just didn't work. I was like, damn, technology can be so nice or so annoying. What is your take on technology? You like it? You think it's annoying? You think it's good?
I like it when it works. Other than that, not sure.
Same. I think we have the same sentiment there.
Always seems to be beneficial when it does work. And going after this third game here, well, we see a couple repeats. Got the Bane back in it, the Wraith King back in it. OD finally finds his way through. We've got Nyx Assassin once again. A lot of stable heroes inside these drafts, but then you've got some quirks like the Broodmother and then Sven coming out as well.
Yes, Sven as the quote-unquote brute counter, but honestly, Sven against brute is not as bad as it used to be, because you got the Silicon Bola, which is like how much 40% miss chance on every attack Sven has, and yeah, it's not that simple anymore. Once brute is 6, Sven still has to leave the lane.
It's also not the early spiders you'd give up more gold or anything like that. Because it used to be the insatiable hunger that's as your ult and spawn spiderlings elsewhere. So you're not giving up as much gold anymore.
Yeah, mid lane should also
Fada?
be near impossible. Fada.
And Miposhka, both heroes getting low. Brain Sap, Mira in trouble. Back up top, Snake King low. Yatoro gets first blood. 33 will get second blood. And Mira still survives. There was an impale that actually lands on a Fada stopping his salve, and he's out of regen.
And he's back to base. Okay, well, let's see if they can pressure Odie now with this, because he is now solo 1v2.
It's the TP out, and then now the long walk back, right?
Yeah. Just look at mid lane, such a bully lane. It's very hard for Ember. I'm surprised he even has 7 CS, to be honest. 8 now.
Miposhka now trying to run from 33 as well as snaking once again. As the magic missile came out, as well as the wave of terror. Yatoro, though, doing some good damage onto both these heroes. 4 stacks of the shadow poison onto 33. And the magic missile, now Stormhammer. 5 stacks, those pop. 33 getting really low. And they'll drop down another web. Yatoro doesn't have enough for another Stormhammer, and it's on cooldown anyway.
Yeah, really need level 3 for the level 2 shadow poison. Then it's really gonna hurt. And 1 shadow poison is kind of like whatever. You know, like it hurts, but like the upgrade from level 1 and 2 is so huge.
Going for 24 to 36 damage, so a 50% upgrade.
Yep. And it's actually so costly, that spell, Shadow Poison. 45 mana per cast to get like the full like damage is 225 mana. It's not cheap at all.
Quite a bit.
That's why I play him as a mid.
Shadow Demon?
Yeah. Oh, mid lane speed. Dude, he had 2 misses. It was so unlucky. Yeah, he had 2 misses. Unfortunate. He would have definitely been dead on Toronto Tokyo there.
Get some luck going his way, so he'll go to pick up the bounty rune, get 2 sips on that bottle. And, ooh, Snake King getting low once again. 2 stacks in the Shadow Poison, Magic Missile, make it a 3rd. Miposhka's mana, he's got enough for 1 more Shadow Poison.
1 more means he might be dead.
If he can grab the 5th, pops the stick, gets the Shadow Poison, and then pops it for the kill. So that just comes off cooldown for the stick. He had 1 charge on it, 1 shot, 1 opportunity to get that kill, and he does.
Yeah, Svendo getting harassed out of lane by Broodmother already. You just see you can't really contain the Broodmother. This insatiable hunger is way too strong. Okay.
I believe
he wanted to
Miposhka,
suicide.
Yeah.
Gets a courier too. A little bit unfortunate that snaking piece around his face, but yeah, because now he got all that solo experience, almost level 4 on the bench.
Yeah, about halfway there, and well, now I guess you've got Miposhka coming back into the lane. Full health, full mana, level 2 in the Shadow Poison, and you're gonna land at least 2 when you've got the Stormhammer to follow it up. You've got the Disruption, Magic Missile comes out from Snake King. You're going to have to focus on this Brood, and Miposhka just eating the damage that's coming out from Snake King. You get a 5th, and he lands it. Oh, 30 health left on 33. Meanwhile, bottom, Fada, he's going to go down to collapse.
XD. Yeah, combo's very deadly. Almost as a Meteor Hammer there. And Shadow Demon damage is actually insane. As I said, level 3 onwards, there's nothing to laugh at. And now even Snaking, ooh.
Yeah, 2 Shadow Poison stacks missed, so that's just going to pop without really doing too much there to Venge. He doesn't really care about getting stunned, and he's standing his ground so far. Disruption and more Shadow Poison. And he's got one more to throw, but he's one short of getting the ultimate shot on him, but he does end up getting the kill.
Yeah,
with the
so close,
illusions.
So close. And Bane to Pete middle to refill that bottle. Who's gonna get lucky? Not 9. He will eat the cheese.
Now Fada grabbing that illusion rune and then puts the nightmare out onto Mira. And that allows him to go and swipe that bounty rune.
Yeah, Meteor Hammer now online on the Meteor Hammer. I mean, OD, sorry.
Obsidian Destroyer. Picking up that Meteor Hammer.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say. And now it's time for Skeeter to say bye-bye. I didn't want to lane here anyway.
I wasn't having fun anyway.
Yeah, go away. Party pooper.
We've seen ODs do this before. They push the lane up, they get the Meteor Hammer down on the tower, and they try to press the lane as much as possible. And like you said, Skitter already gone. We've seen that too, where cores just have to leave the lane and hope that their jungle goes well and they don't get invaded too much.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to be invaded this game because Ember is taking a lot of damage. 2 levels behind the Razor already.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo not exactly having the best time here in the mid lane as he's continually being forced away and away.
Finally level 6 though, so I can make some plays happen at least. Yatoro also
Ooh,
just farming
Impale.
jungle.
9, not a lot of mana working for him, but he goes after Mira, trying to get the kill on the Remnant forward from Toronto Tokyo as he hits that 6 and kills off 9.
Yeah, a triple Remnant. 270 damage, a little bit too much for him to handle. And Odie is pushing in the bot lane now, slowly but surely.
Sneaking. Messing with this Sven, Yatoro using that God Strength to farm up the jungle.
Tower is under attack.
I think he might be
Sneaking
dead here.
coming back.
But Yatoro says, nah, you're not worth my time.
Yeah, it doesn't have the mana for the Stormhammer anyway, so does leave the Venge to survive, and it continues to farm the jungle post God Strength, at least for the moment.
Tower is under attack.
That kill for Toronto Tokyo really helps him kind of salvage a little bit of this lane.
Yeah, very
Wow.
important for him.
Invis picked up by Miposhka, so he takes away that rune up in the top area of the river, and will start to head
Top tower is under
towards
attack.
top, but I don't think there's anything they can do to stop 33. He's already got the tower, and he really doesn't have much follow-up. There's the sentry, now the magic missile, and that'll allow him to take out the dire sentry right there. Looks for an obs ward with the wave, but won't find it.
What about the top tower though, Bkop? Broodmother
Let's
just
go.
ate it.
On to the next one.
Yeah, Fata bottom has to be a little careful. I think Odie could have just killed him there if he wanted to drop the hammer, but he says it's not worth it maybe for the Bane.
And Meteor Hammer on cooldown, I believe.
Yeah, well I meant the old hammer.
Ah, the sanities.
Yeah, we got double hammers, right? How's Broodmother looking? Completely free, going for the Orchid first. So strong against Ember Spirit and Odie.
That's what we saw in the first Brood game today.
Yeah. And I'm a little worried. Like this Brood might potentially push the pace to a point where this Odie and Sven will not feel comfortable at all with this game.
Do you think Collapse should be doing a little bit more with the Meteor Hammer? And he's pushing bottom, he's farming as best he can, but should he be fighting, or should the team look to fight, or is making space by getting this tower enough?
You gotta get this tower first before you move, I think.
Radiant's bottom
Fada is
tower
doing a very
is
good
under
job at
attack.
defending it though. Or he's dragging the creep wave away. But obviously he has the ward on the next assassin, so he knows not to come forward. But does it anyway, because he's a Giga Chad.
Goes into the trees and now pops that clarity. Mira, though, crossing the lane line, and well, Fada goes back towards the top end of the lane, where now he gets the Nightmare onto this OD. Impale, as well as the mana burn. So now out of mana, but it won't matter. Collapse can't get anything from that. He was trying to maybe line up and hit this Bane. Instead throws the Meteor Hammer back onto the tower, as well as the Creep Wave.
Yeah, and now the wall position was given away by the tower. Such an agent sometimes. Root Mother converging on the mid tower. Honestly, Root Mother is just a more efficient OD at this point. Like, he just pushes much faster.
And I'm really relying on that Meteor Hammer or that cooldown, and they end up getting the tier 1 over mid. So that opens up the jungle for the Dire, and you saw Sven. Yatro's trying to farm inside the jungle and really try and bolster his farm, but instead now he's forced back into a lane and back into places on the map where he's not going to feel as comfortable.
Yeah, and look at the Root Mother. It's almost an Orca completed. 600 gold. Ember Spirit has Maelstrom queued up, so there's no dispel in sight anytime soon.
Sentry placed down. Spike Carapace, Storm Hammer coming through. 9 moves forward. They've got the Salt coming up from Snake.
Oh, Yatro's dead.
Fiend's Grip. Yatro's going to die very quickly. And they had everybody coming in for the side of Tundra, and they want to continue to go. Collapse, he's in some trouble. The Magic Missile comes out. We've got the Wraithfire Blast to follow it up, so the stun lock's there. The damage, however, will follow up from 33 with that spawn Spiderling, so that's 2, and make it a 3rd with Mira falling to 9. Tundra full control of this game, and all the tier 1 towers about to be gone on the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, this pace is getting way too fast for Spirit. Like, Sven also uses God Strength, so he can't even farm the Ancients. At least not easily. The Ancients are blocked anyway by Fata. Like, Tundra is playing amazingly in this game 3 here.
They've really picked up some form. Starting with that second game, they've got themselves a little bit of momentum going. Winning this game would mean they're the first team to win 2 games in a series against Spirit since LGD. And then could potentially break that streak, but obviously for all the Tundra fans, I'll knock on some wood.
I don't know what that means.
It's a anti-jinx kind of thing.
Oh, knocking on wood?
Yeah.
Alright. Never heard that before, but if you're saying it, Bkop, I'll trust you. You're the most trustworthy person. I know.
You didn't say that with much conviction. But I'll take it. Arcane Boots picked up here by the Shadow Demon. We'll see what Miposhka can do. He's now got that level 6, so they have the Demonic Purge. Yatoro, he is not feeling too strong or too comfortable in this game, right?
Look at the spiders coming in, just blocking the camps. Oh, he lost his Orchid.
It's a big timing. To end up being missed now.
It's gone for 2 minutes. Ay. That's it could have been a dead Ember or dead Odie right there. But now you can't do it.
And the run at you does stop for a little bit, for a minute and a half at least.
Well, it doesn't have to stop, but perhaps be less effective.
Yeah, a little bit
still
weaker
wanna,
now.
yeah, you still wanna like really harass the Sven here. And 3-3 is really obnoxious with his Root Mother. He's just blocking all the camps all the time.
Just throwing these spiders out all over. Gonna have to call an exterminator for that. If you were the side of Team Spirit.
They're just coming in again. They never stop. Well, now they stop.
The Fiend's Grip now onto Mira, and that'll lead to another 33 kill. He doesn't need the Orchid to get a kill, but we'll have that boost up soon once he gets it off the courier in another minute.
Oh my god. He blocked the Ancients and the Bkop again. And they can't even do anything about it. Like, what do you do about this?
I guess Miposhka's trying to get some farm. That's worth like 50 gold, sure.
Yeah, Sven can't get his biggest resource because of spiders running in there. Damn. That's actually such a big deal.
He wants to get that Blink Dagger so he can get some mobility under his belt and really start to move in and potentially get a kill with the next God Strength. It's tough, though, when a lot of your map is being blocked by, honestly, amazing micro from 33.
Yeah, I want to see if he does it again. Where are the spiderlings?
There's looks like they're starting to spread out. That almost looks like it's command. Insert block camp command.
Oh my god, it's blocked again.
I sense a next patch. Spiderlings now no longer block camp.
Did you see how they spread out too? That looked insane.
You ever see the movie Eight-Legged Freaks?
Yes.
That's what this feels like. When they just kind of come over the mountainside and block all these camps.
Sure, except they're the size of a little house.
Radiant structures
That is true.
fortified.
Luckily, they're not trapdoor spiders.
Dude,
4 heroes bottom for Team Spirit.
let's stop talking about spiders.
These all belong to me.
There's a
Let's
brood
talk
in the game.
about-
I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, but she doesn't. Honestly, Brood looks like a very acceptable spider. You know what I mean? Like not spidery spider.
I don't know if
Especially
Frodo
with this
would
set.
agree with you.
Look at this set. It's like
This set
stone.
gives very Guardian vibes from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't look like a very scary spider, right?
Depends what your definition of scary is. Things that can kill me, they're definitely scary. Yatro up in the top lane. He's got that Mask of Madness as well as the Echo Saber closing in on this Blink Dagger, but does go to use that God Strength. So I'll have to wait for that to be off cooldown, but he should be able to farm the Blink Dagger while he's got the God Strength up, and that'll give him the opportunity to maybe make a move with the next one. Toronto Tokyo, he is 2 levels behind 9 on this Razor.
Yeah, Ember Spirit doesn't really have a game at all, unfortunately. This is kind of what happens when you put it against Razor. It's such a tough lane. Oh, look at the spider party out of the ward spot there.
They're not one single spider though. I'm still
Yeah.
yet to see that.
Yeah, only Old 11 did that.
Radiant's bottom
still.
tower is under attack.
33 sitting on the top of the net worth.
Yeah.
Going for that BKB. And they're invading the jungle, so Tundra's taking away the farm again from this Sven. Sven, he does pick up the Blink Dagger. He doesn't have God Strength for another minute. And Tundra, they're... Oh, Skitter thought about TPing out, but that'll be on cooldown. Now they are by Roche, and they are by this top tier 2 if they want to make a push or go for an objective.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, just looking around, I'm trying to see who I favor more in the late game. I think it's gonna be quite even. But at the pace of this game is definitely going Tundra's way, obviously. Razor does have his BKB going to the Refresher next. Standard. Root Mother BKB. Yeah, and this Wraith King is also finishing his Blink Dagger, so...
Quite free game for him.
Yeah, looking to further increase the pace.
Tower is under attack.
To be fair to Yatro, he's a higher level than Skitter.
Sure, but like you're supposed to be really far ahead of the Wraith King at this point, probably like 3k net worth or so. I just can't farm
Right.
his Ancients. Well, now we can.
Mira getting taken out by 33, now dominating.
Makes it look easy.
Ooh, Bulwark
Very,
too.
very
That's
easy.
always a good one.
Dire's top tower.
You fan of
Yep.
Bulwark?
Attack.
Yeah. Mostly for the region. Usually forget to use this active.
Bulwark
Yo.
for both sides.
I don't know if you're with me here, but like the neutral item looks so insignificant. Like the icon is just so much smaller. I think they should make it bigger.
Where, on the HUD or in the game?
Yeah. Like look, there's so much space, right, on the HUD.
I guess. You could always make it a square that takes up the fill on from the corners right there to the TP.
Yeah, exactly. Cause like it's so small that you just think it's, you know, it's just a passive item, but it's actually
in
an
a
active
rush.
item. Yeah, and it's pretty free. They can't fight it all in Spirit right now. It's a problem. Like
Dire's top
Ember
tower
has
is
no
under
Orchid
attack.
counter, Odie has no Orchid counter, even Sven has no BKB yet. Like they need so many items to be ready to fight. Not happening anytime soon.
Roshan has fallen.
Yeah, Aegis for Tundra, and they continue to just feel
Radiant's bottom tower is
ultra comfortable in this lane.
Yeah, I'm a little scared for Spirit because they have stuns, but they don't really have like superior team fight.
Ooh, Toronto Tokyo
Radiant's
sent out of his
bottom
jungle,
tower
out of his
is under
triangle.
attack.
Yeah. How do you fight it to all these BKBs? You can't.
And they're trying to buy their time as
Yatoro.
much as they can. And here come the massive TPs over bottom. They've got the Fiend's Grip available. There's Collapse with the Astro Imprisonment. They have Swap, I believe, ready to go. And that's going to be on Yatoro. They should be able to get the kill onto the Sven. Nothing to stop that. Mira now on the run from the rest of the team, too, with Blink Dagger. They'll catch up, throw a Wraith Fire Blast, and get themselves a second. So Yatoro tries to push the bottom tier 2. Doesn't get the tower, and loses his life.
Yeah, I've seen Yatoro die like this twice now. He has 2 deaths, and both times he used God Strength and instantly dies. It such a feels bad, man, because like obviously you want to use it to farm faster or get some objective or something, but yeah, Tundra's really on top of it.
They're on top of the movements. They're on top of the map all over, really, and they've just made it really hard for Spirit to enact any plan.
Yeah, it's not gonna get easier. They really need that BKB on the Sven, but even then, there's still a swap, there's Fiend's Grip, all the Razor spells go through it except Plasma Field. It's looking quite grim for the iChamps.
Which they use, too. They use the Fiend's Grip, they use the swap, making sure that they can control Yatoro. He's the only one at this moment in time that they really need to focus, especially with that God Strength. Everybody else can, for the most part, be a +1, especially with the BKBs. They don't really feel too bothered, right?
Yeah.
King 33, as well as Fada spotted. There's the Vendetta hit, as well as the Impel. Spike Carapace, they've got the swap to save Fada. That puts Venge in a bit of a bad spot as the Orchid comes through onto Mira. Mira taking a little bit of damage from the Spiderlings. They've got the Plasma Field coming out. Toronto Tokyo needs to be careful. Collapse drops the Sanities, gets the kill on a Snake King, and now on the other side of the fight, they've got 9 as well as Skitter, ready to come down the steps and maybe cut off Spirit's escape. Again, Astro Imprisonment, 33, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. They've got the BKB available on this Broodmother, and that will be popped as they start to retreat. They only lose the Venge, but they do push Spirit to the brink in this bottom tier 2.
Yeah, they're poking at them, which is exactly how they need to play. Because like in a full-blown fight, if anything happens, they'll just get blown out. So very well played by the Ember, getting 2 shackles, or 2 steering chains rather. And then if the Root doesn't BKB that stun, he's just dead. He's gonna God Strength and he's gonna kill him. So very necessary BKB. Good recognition also at 33. But the pressure is still on. 6k down, map steadily shrinking.
Yeah.
They only stopped the bleeding. They didn't actually gain any ground.
Yeah, they have been struggling to really stop the bleeding, and Tundra, death by 1,000 cuts towards Spirit at the moment. Toronto Tokyo, Fiend's Grip, it's there. Toronto Tokyo dead on his screen pretty much already. And once that control is there, there's nothing he can do without any help, and it's a quick kill for Tundra.
Yeah, Dota is so easy to play when you have stuns. Which I really like that they started picking them up in game 2 and now game 3 as well. Do you think they're gonna ban Broodmother next game?
With 2 good performances not only in this event but today, and it might be one of those bans that you have to make, and the question becomes, they picked it in the first phase, right? So does it become a first phase ban, opening up other things like the Spirit Breaker, like the IO?
Potentially, yeah. It's always a big question. Oh, I got stunned on the Razor, but no follow-up, obviously. Fake hype.
Is there a point where this game starts to turn for Spirit, or are they just not on their timings?
Let's see. So Sven definitely needs his BKB. He's so far away from it, though. Wow. Like, he needs his BKB as step 1, but even then, Razor can just freely link him with a double link. Now he's the refresher op already on the Razor. He is so massive. Yeah, I don't know. They have to like somehow force the BKBs of Tundra by poking with the OD, with the Ember, and then find a good reinitiation after the BKBs are used. I don't see how they win a team fight with all resources available on both sides. Just not happening. Or maybe like a good bait, you know, and then get a defensive Astral going, something like that. Because they do have 2 very strong defensive supports / offlaner. So.
Right.
Yeah,
Sven going for the Daedalus. And, ooh, actually BKB, yeah.
He needs that BKB. He can't fight without it.
He's got the BKB now as he disassembled the Echo Saber.
Yep.
And he's going to build right back into it.
Yeah, it's just too value of an item. Sleep on Shadow Demon. Are they going to sacrifice him?
Ooh.
Not yet.
Astro Imprisonment. Can he disrupt himself? He's buying time, but he is still very dead.
Yeah. Deader than dead. And yeah, this is the story of the game. How do you leave base now as Spirit? 10k behind. You can't even split push with the BKB because they have Swap and Fiend's Grip. It's a very, very tough game for Secret. Sorry, for Spirit to win from the spot on.
Yeah.
They might even catch Collapse if he's not careful. Oh, he has no blink.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Looking for him.
Trying to escape. Blink available again, and he's free to leave.
It's weird to see Spirit in this position, right? Not used to it.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I think there's only one game this tournament where Spirit looked like this. Like unable to leave the base.
Yeah, it's the first time they're moving to someone else's plan. You know, they're kind of being corralled, they're being controlled. It's not Spirit playing out what they want to do.
Yeah. The Brute Mother really made the draft hard. I'm very surprised they chose to pick Shadow Demon against it, to be honest. Like, I saw the draft go down, and they didn't really address the Brute too much. A 5-man smoke here, trying to make something happen. Double BKB Razor, though.
So the Fist Searing Chains looking for the Impale. After the Nightmare, it lands. They've got the Mana Burn, but there's the swap. A lot of damage being done here on Tamira already. Looking for the Remnant now. They'll try to chase. They've got the Wraith King. Goes into the Vendetta. And, well, they don't hit him with the dust. They've got the BKB popped as well as the Fiend's Grip on Yatro. They get the kill there. Skitter cuts him down from half health. They pop the Lincolns on the Ember while they're going in on a Miposhka in the base. Toronto Tokyo trying to fight. They get the kill on Miposhka and they end up losing Vana. The Magic Missile comes through, but it's not even going to be needed with the damage coming in from Skitter. Down goes Mira. And while the only one left alive for now is Collapse, but once he gets out of this imprisonment, he'll be prisoned in a respawn time.
Not afraid of spiders, are you?
A lot of buybacks being expended by Team Spirit, and they get nothing out of it. A good retreat by Tundra.
Yeah, triple buyback and no cash. They're actually looking to go back in. There's no buyback.
Oh gosh, Toronto Tokyo, he's dead. That could potentially be it. They still have Sven up in 10 seconds.
It really depends on whether they just want to GG out or not. Like, winning from this point on is very, very challenging. Like, maybe 1% chance I'd give them.
Swap. Spike Carapace, but this is a big issue. And it looks like, yeah, he's going to be gone as well. Eventually, Skitter getting another kill as he has made it. So he is 6-0-4.
Well, they're holding on to the barracks at least, but look at that gold lead. 18k, yeah, Roshan 18K. Is up. Yeah, and they're just gonna straight move to it because Brute Mother is super good at killing it. Yeah, I think you either gotta pick heroes that are like super good against Brute, or you just gotta ban it. Like scrap this OD idea unless Brute is banned.
I mean, I kind of agree. It might be time to ban the Brood, but again, do you have the opportunity to ban the Brood? And what happened in the first fate? Oh, Yatoro. Nightmare, Fiend's Grip, and there's the refresher used by 9. It's going to be a very dead Yatoro very quickly. Collapse blinks away. They still get the Sven, though.
Yeah, slight overcommitment with the refresher, perhaps, but it's a core kill. It's going to come off cooldown in no time, so better be safe than sorry. They still have a swap, too. They catch someone. No. Very cautious on Spirit side.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, like, I don't even know how you stop them from just taking his Rex. Is Ember Spirit Sleight of Fist spam enough? Probably not.
Doesn't look like it. Lincoln's popped. Remnant over to the side. They've still got the swap or Remnant in between the tier 4s. They get the stun out on a Miposhka, who's there to try and get the save. And the Venge is in a little bit too far, but Snake King doesn't care because his life is worth nothing in the grand scheme of it when they get the mid-set of racks.
Yeah, actually the play was quite nice. It's just wasn't communicated properly, it looked like. Because it was supposed to be an Orchid swap play, but the Orchid wasn't pre-clicked, so
Is a great conductor.
ended up not resulting in a kill. Because if they get the Ember there, they could potentially just end the game, right?
Yeah.
So I like the attempt, and yeah, it's not like they're losing map control or anything because of it, so... Low risk, high reward kind of play.
$24,000 net worth lead. Not looking like many answers here for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Tokyo trying to take out an OBS. Slide comes in, but skitters through. 2 shots, Miposhka. A little double tap.
Yeah, but this is also the reason why a lot of people feel like Sven is very weak. Like his laning is just okay, and if he's ever behind the enemy cores, he just feels so like worthless in comparison.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's
That's
top
2 sides gone,
Yeah.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
and I mean, what's your answer? They're coming for your 3rd side soon. You better have one.
Are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I don't know what's up with all the Lincolns. The Razor bought the Lincolns now as well again for what?
He's so strong already. Spike Carapace comes out. Followed up with the Mana Burn and the 2-man Impale, but they've got the swap, so the save is there. The Sleight of Fist comes through. Silence, Refresher, and 9 just blowing up Mira. They'll go after Toronto, Tokyo. They have the Astro Imprisonment. But again, it's just extending the inevitable as 9 gets yet another kill. Demonic Purge not going to matter. 9 able to walk it off. There's nobody here from Team Spirit who can make a move in. And with that, they'll call GG. And Tundra now 1 game away from crowning themselves the champions.
There was 2 very one-sided games in a row for Tundra.
Yeah, they looked really clean in both games, and the Brood is a big issue. This Brood not getting stopped, and then it just opens up the game for everybody else. He took away a lot of farm from Sven with the Spiderlings blocking those camps. It was almost perfect from Tundra.
Yeah, I agree. It came a lot down to the draft. They picked the Sven to sort of answer the Brood, but we have seen it's not really a Brood answer at all. Like, you lane well for a couple of levels, and then you have to go to jungle anyway. You give up your safe lane tower, then it just rotates mid, takes that tower. Your entire map just shrinks too much. You have an OD off lane. You have an Ember middle that gets crushed by a Razor matchup. Like, we have had a similar situation yesterday where Secret just couldn't play at all because of the draft, and the same happened to Spirit here. Like, they were just tied down. No place on the map.
Yeah, it felt like their entire map was taken away by the side of Tundra. Now Tundra's up 2-1, so backs against the wall for Team Spirit. Tundra 1 game away from taking it all. We'll be back in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. See you after.
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit Grand Finals between Team Spirit and Tundra Esports, as Tundra Esports are now leading by 1 game. 2-1 is the series score, and it's off the back of the 33 Broodmother. First phase picked. I don't remember how long it's been since I've seen a Broodmother picked up in the first phase of a draft. But they've done it on Team Tundra, and they have made it work so damn well. I mean, guys, just explain to me what this Brood did, which was so different, and why aren't we seeing this hero more?
I mean, I think it's not that easy to play this hero well, right? Because it's very easy to make mistakes on this hero, and once you made those mistakes, there's no way back. Now you're kind of useless in the game. But from the very beginning, I think what it did was it put Team Spirit in a, we also talked about this during the draft, is that you force Team Spirit to pick the Sven, you force them to pick Ember, you force them to pick Shadow Demon, these heroes that they would not have picked if there was no Brood, right? And these heroes are not you just put this weird situation for Team Spirit where they feel super uncomfortable. And then in the game, obviously, we saw the army of spiders just moving across the map, giving full vision and blocking camps and being super annoying. So, yeah, I think you gotta remove it. Honestly, first phase.
He did the same thing versus Team Secret, and what I really liked that Tundra is doing is they're throwing problems at Team Spirit. That's they're putting them out of their comfort zone, and it feels like the problems that Tundra can cause you with their niche picks are bigger than the problems Team Spirit can cause Tundra with their, I don't know, OD or Mars or whatever. At least it seems that way.
Well, the thing is, but the thing is as well that the OD is coming. You know what the hero does. You've seen it. It's a part of the meta. Now you randomly start picking Broodmothers, and I mean they tried the Lycan in game 1, right? Didn't work. But you don't know what to do against these heroes because they're not in the meta. They haven't been played in competitive or in pops for such a long time.
Mm-hmm. And it was covered so well. We talked about the Razor being there. Suddenly you don't want to pick that troll to be dominating the laning stage.
Yeah.
I remember in the CN season when Old 11 was playing Brood and all those guys, the hero became so popular every single team was first phasing it. You just needed to win the lane hard enough versus her. But at the moment, I don't see too many heroes. There's Kunkka and there's Troll. You have to get one of those two, it feels like. I'm obviously missing some of them, 100%. But those two seem very
and
strong.
Monkey King and stuff.
TA and Monkey King, yeah, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was around this time last year when we first started seeing Brood coming back into the meta in a big way, because she did get pretty overbuffed with all the tweaking going on and the Silken Bowler and stuff. But yeah, I mean, 33 showing that it can still have a place in this game. We did like Team Spirit's draft, though. Let's not forget, we did like what they had down on paper, but when we saw it in play, it did seem like the weaknesses made themselves very apparent very quickly. How much was this an outplay from Tundra, and how much was this just Team Spirit with a kind of misread on the game?
Okay, so actually, I think one really, really key factor in this game was Fata's play on Bane this game, because we talked about how the OD is gonna have this fast meteor hammer and take bottom tower and snowball the game and open up the map, and so you can kind of mirror the map against the Broodmother, who takes up one part of the area, or one part of the jungle. Fata was sitting down there at the tier 1 for so long, keep nightmaring, canceling the meteor hammer, just being really annoying. He also was not really showing, so they couldn't really go on him. And I think this was so he clearly understands the OD, right? What they need to do with OD, but he just would not allow it. And that also, stopped OD from snowballing. And I think that was very key factor to why the game looked so dominant, because when OD can take the tower, he just keeps sitting there. He doesn't do anything, right? He just occupies that lane for so long and takes away that space from his team. So yeah, and then later on the Brood came down there, and now it's impossible to take the tower, and the Brood starts sending stuff at the Ancients, and from there we kind of saw the game play out as it was. But really really impressive stuff from Fata. I think he should be MVP just from that sequence, I think.
Yeah, it was very tidy gameplay from him across the board. Really, from very, very nice moves being made by Father on the position 5, and in general, Tundra just looked like they're so well put together. And I don't know, team spirit almost a little bit shaken, maybe Lizard.
Yep, 100%. This is 2 games in a row that they have lost. That didn't happen to them since TI, right? So let's see how they do when they're on the back foot. I think you ban out Queen of Pain, you ban out Broodmother in the first stage, and then you play the game off of that. And I'm serious. Like, yeah, you might leave some broken heroes that are in the meta, but you're eliminating these heroes that right now are... Look, they will be able to adapt to this Broodmother, I'm certain. Like, they will be able to learn how to defeat the hero, how to play against it, but maybe grand finals aren't the time to experiment, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think you just ban it out, right? Maybe you can leave it if you have if they have second pick, so you have the pick straight out off the bat. But even then, I don't know. Do you really want to play that game again? That looked disgusting.
Yeah,
Like,
that looked brutal.
imagine, like we talked about it in the break, like the Shadow Demon sitting there on Ancients, and there's like just a swarm of spiders coming. They're not after him. They don't care about him. They're just there to block the camps and give full vision of him. He just start hitting one of them. It just looked so depressing to play Shadow Demon that game. To play OD, to play Nux, like, yeah.
And the awesome thing about that as well was that the way he was microing them meant that it wasn't just like one big fat blob of spiders like you see in most games, you know. They were like coming from every damn direction, you know. You could see that guy like in a horror movie, you know, when it's like, what's that in the distance? There's a spider coming towards me. There's another one behind it. Wait a minute. There's one to the left, one to the right. And all of a sudden he's just covered in spiders. That was genuine horror movie stuff. Like, I hope we don't have any arachnophobes watching this, because that was tough.
That ancient camp at one point had a spider in it, an illusion, and a sentry, I believe. You know, just like triple blocked.
The worst thing is, the moment he clears all the spiders that he sees, there's one like in behind, right behind the trees, still blocking it.
Yeah, insane stuff coming out from 33. And like, what do you do against it either? Once he's got those webs, like, you can't de-web the place. There's no feather duster in Dota 2 you can use to get rid of those webs. And once he's been there, he's there. He's got that highway across to get those spiders in. So I don't know what you even do against that. And I don't think Team Spirit have time to figure it out. So we will move on to the next game. And hopefully we get a Broodmother banned out in the first phase by Team Spirit, unless they have one really, really good idea that they already know works. I mean, Shaker, something like that, perhaps off lane. We haven't seen it in a while, could be an option, but honestly, as you guys have said, I think it's better just to ban it out. And one more question I want to ask you guys just before we get into the next draft is, do you think that Team Spirit are kind of playing Tundra's game here and kind of being forced into drafting against them and not for themselves?
Oh, for sure. I completely agree with that. That's what happened to them, at least in this last game. They were just trying to address the problems that Tundra was throwing at them, instead of picking their own best heroes and strategies that work well for them. Like, truth be told, Misery knows as well, you're always kind of trying to deal with the enemy heroes and at the same time pick the best stuff that you have, right, for yourself. I don't think they really got the best of both worlds in this last draft. I think they pretty much got what they thought works, but truly doesn't. Like, this Sven, not necessarily as strong as he used to be versus Brood.
For sure. I mean, the thing is as well, is that Broodmother is just very special here in the sense that you kind of have to react to it somehow, right? You cannot just have like any heroes. You need to somehow be able to clear the spiders, but that's maybe just it, right? When you think about it, what does Sven really do to Brood this game? He came to lane, farmed some creeps, then he went jungle, left the tower. Broodmother took the tower, and then he invaded, ran mid, took mid tower. Like, why would you pick Sven, right? Like, if you think about it from that perspective, like, it actually makes no sense. You might have well picked Terrorblade or Peel or whatever, right? That hero that does the same thing, Luna. It's like, you're anyways farming jungle. And yeah, so I think maybe it's a misconception that Sven's supposed to counter Brood, right?
Yeah, I also think that a thing that you need is an offlaner that can at some point just rotate and stand in that lane, right? Like some hero that's big enough, tanky enough, that doesn't really care about Brood, sits himself in front of that tower, creates that wall, and then the rest can do whatever. Because the moment Brood starts controlling the map and taking that tower, then she rotates deeper into the jungle, then she rotates towards mid lane and the triangle, right? Blocking your ancients. So you just need to slow her down as much as possible. And eventually the hero, at least in the DPC season back then, it gets picked off once or twice and her game is ruined. She feels like a piñata. You kill her, you get a bunch of gold because she's farming, but she isn't really that sustainable later on.
Yeah, I agree. The hero doesn't scale as well as you would think, perhaps. So if you can weather out the storm, then maybe you can take it down. But that's also what we talked about. Like you overreact to this pick, right? Because maybe I think the understanding just isn't there, especially when it comes just out of nowhere like that. And then you start talking about troll. Well, it's already covered by the Razor pick, and then suddenly it's like, damn, there's no time left. And then you end up with this weird Sven hero that you don't really understand if it counters Brood or not. And then the game looks like this.
Messy. Basically, very, very messy. And just talk to me about the Razor carry as well, because this is something which I think people still aren't that familiar with. It has been pretty popular in the top MMR games, and it's getting into the competitive scene as well. I mean, what does it do? What does it enable for your team?
There's a bunch of different builds that you can go for, but first it's a decent laner. And second, the build that made it popular and back in the meta was the BKB refresher, right? It just allows you to counter a lot of the current carries, and you're actually dishing out a significant amount of damage with your ulti as well. So overall, what made exactly Razorback? I don't think was there any major buff, or did players just figure out, wait, this is actually solid, this actually works right now? I don't think there was a big buff, right?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just kind of the combination of
I think
the hero being good and refresher or being good.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that where he got buffed like over a long period of time.
Yeah, multiple times, multiple patches in a row.
Right.
Yeah.
And then suddenly it kind of gets discovered. This whole refresher item is also kind of, it's not just Razor. We see a lot more refreshers nowadays than we
Mars
would
as well.
A couple of years ago. Yeah. So I think because refresher on Razor was kind of always a thing, but people would go it like very late, like they would go to 5th, 6th item back in the day.
Or they'd go
after Aghanim's as well. Yeah.
Yes, but now it's just like, well, you can actually just rush it, and you have this insane timing for team fights, right? Where you have this double ultimate, double BKB on, and the enemy just can't do anything at that point.
Because that's why they're able to draft the Razor so early, isn't it? Because they can draft the Razor, and then you can put it, Fada's shown he'll play at 5, and then they're able to play at carry on Skitter. This game is on the Wraith game, I think, and then they can also play at mid as well. Like, there's so much they can do with it. It can... And I think 33 played it once or twice as well. It's not really a 33 hero, but if the draft requires it, he will do it.
Yeah, the hero is very versatile. Right, like these sort of heroes, these Quops, Razors, ODs, even Dragon Knights. Like it's a jack of all trades when it comes to the laning. At least you can lane him anywhere. And in the case of Tundra, we have seen it be played on 5. So right, so
but
that's an option.
I think next game might change value though, because I think the Tundra opening last game was, I think it was almost pre-planned. This Broodmother, it came pretty fast, and it was like, okay. Like we have the Razor, and then we Broodmother them if they OD nukes. Like it was kind of pre-planned in that sense, that because we haven't seen that much Razor first pick recently, right? It has been like a bit reserved later on. So maybe it's gonna change, like how early people pick it now.
Interesting.
I'm interested to see if Spirit are gonna ban this Broodmother or what.
Yeah, well, we can find out. The draft is now live, so let's jump into it and see exactly how this one's gonna go down. I mean, my biggest concern about the Razor, though, just going back to that briefly, is that it didn't look like a good Razor game for Tundra. That's the thing. Like, we kept thinking it was going to 5 because they'd picked the OD and they'd picked the Shadow Demon as well. And then they also had the Sven, who, when he gets really farmed, he doesn't really care about the Razor as well. But it didn't matter. He still had an amazing game on it.
I won't say that it was a bad Razor game. It wasn't, right? Like, it was...
Yeah. It was still a good Razor game, to be honest.
It was still all right.
Radiant team pick.
There are some perfect Razor games when you have a hero that you can completely dominate, right? Like eliminate from the game, like a troll or something. Yeah, but that last game, it wasn't bad at all. It was solid.
Certainly worked out okay for them. So the bans this game, Tundra are going to get rid of the Io and the Mars.
10
Meanwhile, Team
seconds
Spirit, they
remaining.
are going to get rid of that Broodmother. And they, of course, get rid of the Spirit
5
Breaker.
seconds remaining.
And this always feels like, you know, when you're the
Team
team who are
Spirit's
behind
turn
and you
to
feel trapped into banning this Brood and this Spirit Breaker because you know that Tundra's play it so well, it's a hard position to be in.
So they first picked the Nukes to kind of, I think they kind of want to protect themselves against, the potential Quap pick, and then they want to pick the Quap on 4 themselves.
Yeah, I think so too. And they're just letting the Bane go through,
5
which
seconds
most likely will be picked by Team Spirit, right? Like you get
Now-
that Miposhka Bane.
Now, I think you should pick Queen of Pain regardless here. I think you should just ignore the fact that they have Nukes altogether and just pick the Queen of Pain here and just play the game, because I think it's, Nukes quote-unquote counters Quap, but at the same time, right? It's just a hero in the game. Like, Queen of Pain is so powerful these days. You're going to go to the Silence build, the Shard. Okay, well,
They
Razor.
go with the same thing. Like
Alright.
this is what they opened up. What, in the second game, first one? Not sure. First one, I think they opened up with the Bane Razor. Worked out well for them, but it's so obvious what's going to happen. Like Nyx Assassin,
Right.
and Queen, you can
Now
see
you
it
have
from a
the
mile
Quap
away.
against Razor matchup as well, right? So it feels like, I think Tundra got the better of this, but at the same time, like, Razor Bane is still really strong hero, so
10
it's not the end of the
seconds
world.
remaining.
but you would argue that Tundra definitely, like,
5 seconds remaining.
Mhm.
maybe has the advantage in terms of dictating the draft. If you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I agree as
Turn
well.
to ban.
They ban out the puck to. Yeah, perhaps this Razor can be on the safe lane as well on the off lane, right? So you protect the Queen of Pain a little bit better. It's not the
Radiant
worst matchup
team
for her,
ban.
but the catch is always a bit tricky. I wonder if they'll ban out more Collapses heroes, like the Night Stalker that we've seen before.
You know
OD
what?
probably not necessary.
I've been thinking, and I think Tundra should forfeit right now. Because
10
you don't want to be the
seconds
team
remaining.
that beat Team Spirit in a best of 5, the first team to beat them
5
since
seconds
TI playoffs,
remaining.
but yet you never
Team
made it to
Spirit's
TI.
turn
So
to
if they
ban.
beat Team Spirit now, they'll never know what could have been, and it'll always be hanging over them. That one TI they didn't qualify for, and they were looking very, very good at. They never got there, and they who knows what could have happened. I'm just saying, do you want them that hanging over your head the rest of your life?
No, Matt,
10
there's some money on the
remaining.
line, you know? Like, if
That-
you win
that-
the
yeah.
tournament,
Okay.
it's... I don't think they're thinking about that,
5
but sure.
seconds remaining.
Sounds interesting.
Just saying, guys. Just saying.
At the same time, they ban out the Night Stalker, and I assume...
Oof,
it
do you
will
need to
be
ban
another-
Lycan now when you're Spirit?
Mm,
You have the Bane Razor one more time, right? It's kind of like,
yeah.
it's kind of what Tundra was
Yeah.
fishing for earlier when they picked Lycan. So maybe you have to really consider, like, Visage, Lycan, and those two heroes particularly are also heroes that can be enabled by Nukes in the lane by just playing on the side and pulling some waves.
Do you think in the Lycan game, if Team Spirit did not have a Night Stalker, it would have been much harder for them? Because they still kind of dominated, right?
Well, not necessarily, but it's still like just a thing about the draft, right? And I do think that, what was that game again? They had
Bloodseeker on the side of Tundra.
so that was the Razor mid and
Yeah, Razor mid, Morphling safe lane,
right.
Night Stalker off. Tundra had they had what, Bane and 3 supports on Team Spirit.
Well, I mean,
So,
some other stuff
very
that
similar.
happened that game was, I mean, Night Stalker like killed Roshan, right? So, I think it's hard to say it would have been that different, but it's still something to consider in the draft because it does kind of kill Lycan's game.
Got to think about it. If you're going to go in that direction, you got to make sure you cover your bases. That's for sure.
They're
But
spending
also
so much
makes it
time.
kind of obvious what you're heading towards.
Timbersaw ban.
What are they planning, Team Spirit? I mean, maybe the DK again is what they're looking at?
Possible, right?
Yeah,
Because
maybe.
that's what they did. They did pick it versus Queen of
10
Pain
seconds
before.
remaining.
And we discussed this in depth earlier too.
5
If you have
seconds
Nyx Assassin
remaining.
and Queen of Pain, it's kind of hard to find the right way of dealing with her in the laning stage, at least. If you're planning to have Razor on that side lane with Bane, which I think works usually very well, then you can put the DK on the mid lane versus the co-op.
Spirits turn to ban.
Kunkka ban. That is also kind of like a indicator of Timbersaw ban, right? So that makes sense by Tundra.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen
10
the
seconds
Kunkka
remaining.
carry in a while, or mid lane. Like, it was popular
5
just
seconds
like, what,
remaining.
5 days ago or something? Fell out of favor a little bit.
Yeah, it really dropped out the window, didn't it? I do remember that being quite the quite the pickup, quite the meta. But now it's gone.
Terrorblade ban. So they are gonna want Luna maybe?
Radiant team.
It's also good versus Razor, right? Like, TB versus Razor is pretty solid, so
Yeah, okay.
they banned that out. They get the Treant, and it looks like a repeat of that game 1. By the way, Kunkka that you mentioned, isn't it also good versus Lycan? So
Yeah. It could
Maybe.
be.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Now they picked Treant though. I think Treant is pretty good against Lycan,
5
right? We also
seconds
discussed that
remaining.
before.
mhm.
So it is kind of prematurely. You're prematurely thinking about it at least when you pick Treant here, I think.
So Tree obviously gives you a lot of tower defense, a bit of healing across the map. Doesn't look like it's going to be a pos 4 Treant this time around. Does that mean we're going to see some Meteor Hammer shenanigans?
Yeah, it was position 4 in that last game too.
Oh, was
Poshka pretty much always plays Bane, yeah, and
Yes, he
then
does.
you have. I think he didn't go for Meteor Hammer, but something like a Blink and
No, that was
the
Fata.
healing.
He actually went Meteor Hammer that game. Fata went Arcane Boots Blink in the other
Oh
game.
yeah. You're right.
Mm. But this looks pretty solid from Team Spirit, right?
Once again,
Yeah.
the lanes at least for them look invincible at this point.
It's also
Like, you
because
have these heroes.
We
Yeah.
haven't seen the Tundra cheese yet.
Picked.
Still to be discovered.
Oh, hello there. That's a new hero.
Oh, there,
And
there it
that's
comes.
another one.
There it comes.
Here
the
it
Tundra
comes.
cheese.
Are we gonna see some Death Prophet 5 over here? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it could be actually.
Yeah, I haven't seen that as well.
10
It was
seconds
pretty
remaining.
damn popular for a long time. And then a
5
couple of nerfs
seconds
happened to that
remaining.
Prophet. It fell out of favor. She used to go, what, Tranquil, Solar Crest, something like that on that 5 position.
Yeah.
So hard to draft
yeah.
against this stuff too, right? You don't really know. Like I think, like you said, I think it is probably going to be this DP5. But what if it's some Queen of Pain carry or like DP carry and like this
I mean,
tempo
it's
is just so
possible, right?
fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're thinking about something like Snowball, that Prophet safe lane, Beastmaster
Radiant
off
team
lane,
ban.
Good lord.
and then you just go and
Just
destroy them
run
early
at
on.
them. Just
Yeah.
take them out of this tournament in style. I don't know.
That's an interesting one because before we assumed that teams don't want to pick Ember into Nyx Assassin
10
co-op because of that
seconds
Nyx
remaining.
Assassin, and we have seen actually, I believe it was
5
Taiga playing
seconds
Nyx Assassin just constantly. You find the Ember farming, you Carapace, Queen of Pain follows up, Ember is dead. It's just these two heroes are needed to constantly
Team Spirits
destroy his
turn to
game.
ban.
But it is a decent laner versus co-op.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, I mean, I think you cannot think about nukes this way, right? Then you can't pick any heroes. So I think it overall looks like a good Ember game. You can put it mid against co-op. He's going to do well. He can also help against the Beastmaster push potentially when that hits, right? Help his safe in out.
10
And,
seconds remaining.
I think maybe Toronto Tokyo wants to redeem himself from last game.
5 seconds remaining.
So Wraith King
is-
ban.
Wraith King and PA on the other side. So we're looking for 2 carries, I suppose, which is not 100% for Tundra. It never truly is. But So they're expecting Team Spirit to put Razor on the offlane?
Do you think?
Is that what's
Yeah,
up?
maybe. Has he
I
ever?
mean, with
has
the
Collapse
bans,
played
yeah.
the Razor recently?
Team Spirit.
don't recall.
I don't think I've seen it from him. I've
Okay.
seen the Razor on mid lane from them and on the safe lane. I don't think I've seen it on the off lane.
I don't recall. I can check though.
I feel like Razor 3 and safe lane should be pretty strong against Beast. Because you can kind of snipe the boars with the
10
Razor Q, right?
seconds remaining.
Mm-hmm.
5
But I guess they're
seconds
just
remaining.
keeping it completely open.
Radiant team pick.
So we get
Okay,
banned out. That'll
They
be
ban out the Weaver carry, right? It's something that works well versus the Razor. So they get it out of the way. And I feel from Team Spirit's bans that this Razor should be on safe lane, but let's see.
10
Tundra, will they
seconds
pick a
remaining.
carry? What do you think, Nomad?
Yeah.
Give me a percentage. Is it a carry last pick?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's pretty high. I'm going 85% carry.
I would agree.
Yes.
I don't really see
Moving on
Skeeter
side.
playing either of these heroes.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Luna.
And they'll go for the Luna. There it is for Tundra, coming out with the Luna last pick. Does it look like a good Luna game?
It's overall their draft now makes a lot of sense, right? And they have a lot of utility, a lot of buffs for the Luna. They can
10
snowball
seconds
early on.
remaining.
But Luna into Razor can be scary. If Team Spirit plays a
5
bit
seconds
faster, if
remaining.
Razor is ahead, until Luna gets that pike and I don't know, Daedalus with the shard, to just stay far, and Tidehunter into Luna as well. Or is this Tidehunter on Beastmaster lane and then Razor versus Luna? I wonder.
Yeah, they might try and run it that way, mightn't they? That might make a little bit more sense, but
Well, it's like a Bane tide lane. That's pretty strong, even into Luna, I would say.
Mhm.
I think they don't need to do it. They could do it though, but I think it's less likely maybe. I like how they responded to the moment they picked Treant, they just went for Death Prophet, Beastmaster, Luna. You know, make sure that we can actually take some towers this game.
that would
Don't underestimate this Treant heal on towers.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a brick wall, can't it? You know, when you're trying to find your momentum or you're trying to do some chip damage, it just keeps getting healed up. Kind of deny you an easy way to get some objectives. But guys, what are we thinking for this game? Are we leaning in favor of Tundra full of 3-1, or are we going to go with Team Spirit again?
I believe in Tundra now, actually. I think they have the momentum. I think they're also busting out some new heroes and some like really cool ideas to counter some of the meta heroes, right now with the DP5 and the Beastmaster. I think they're going to take it. They're going to beat the TI champions.
Good lord, what a story that would be. Lizard, do you concur?
Yeah, I didn't like the Tide last pick. I can see where it's coming from, like versus the Beastmaster and whatnot, but he might have a rough beginning, and so far, whenever Collapse has a rough beginning, it doesn't look that great for Team Spirit, at least in this series.
Mm-hmm. It's another one for Team Tundra then, and I'm going to make it 3 for 3 once again. We'll curse them, see if they can even beat the curse at this point, because I'm going Tundra as well. Exactly what Lizard said. I don't see why they've gone for this Tidehunter pick for Collapse. I think out of everything they could have picked, like it just makes things a little bit awkward. Like a lot of things have to fall into place for them, so yeah, I'm going to go with Team Tundra as well. Let's find out how this possibly the last game of the tournament is going to go down, depending on how things go, with our commentary duo of Bkop and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad. We got ourselves game number 4 here, a potential clincher for Tundra, but now has the curse become too strong? The caster's curse has worked a couple times before, and I guess for Tundra fans, they're hoping the curse is not strong enough. I think they're also hoping that Kyle doesn't tweet that Tundra are one step away.
Yeah, I think they're also hoping that... What are they hoping? I don't even know what they're hoping for.
Just the victory.
Yeah, just the victory. And honestly, like, the draft looks really good. As Misery said, I really like the out-of-the-box thinking, whereas most heroes are really just sticking to a certain meta. Like, Tundra's all over the place, and I liked it a lot. Like, innovative teams, that can make it work always have a special place in my heart. But yeah, like this draft in particular, Tidehunter looks, as the panel already said, kind of weird. Like DP in itself already is super strong against it. Luna lane is not easy. Beastmaster is decent to fight into, I guess, but even that's not easy with all the bars on you all the time. Like, I don't know. They needed some team fight, sure, but were there no better options is the question.
Yeah, the question is on that Tide and also on the Treant. We talked about it a lot, how it changes the pace of a game, but after the Treant, like the panel broke down, they went right into the Death Prophet and the Beastmaster looking for the push through on this heal on the towers and making sure that they can take over the map, which, you know, it is a 5 Death Prophet, so getting to that Exorcism might take a little bit longer, but they can get there and then ultimately, 4 DP and ultimately potentially get there to push down these towers.
I don't know if the panel actually picked up on that it's a 5 Nyx, because a 5 Nyx is obviously a lot weaker in lane than a 5 DP, right? So this Tidehunter might actually have a pretty decent time after all.
Does it still serve up the same benefits? You're just looking to get that 6?
Yeah. I mean, both heroes do, right? They just value more items and levels on the DP this game, which I can see.
Yeah.
Like, it's very strong against the Tidehunter. And of course, he's also going to be one of your main pushers. Bot lane. A little bit
just
of damage.
a nightmare.
And a Gush.
Gush level 1. Starting to put some right clicks in on a Skitter. He's got 2 more Tangos to work with, but still, 1 Gush, couple right clicks, not the best feeling in the world, and we'll see how that lane goes while Snake King and 33 are up top. So a Death Prophet Beastmaster dual lane up against the Treant Razor combo.
Yeah, I mean, DP in itself was a pretty strong laner, but like Razor, Treant, like they need level 3 on Beastmaster, and this lane should be an auto win. Like they have no heroes to really deal with the boss properly. So level 2 bar is gonna be 20% movement speed slow. Not sure what you do when your team's burden in this lane. Razor just can't play against it.
Seen Razors kind of go off, but now potentially dealing with a bit of a problem. A couple right clicks come through, but Snake King, he's got himself that Spirit Siphon on Mira.
Yeah, but no big deal yet. How is mid lane looking? We've seen this matchup a couple of times, and sometimes it went Quap's way, and other times it went Ember's way. It's like really a skill matchup. Like, can you dodge the Shadow Strike with a slide? Can you use like your Flame Guard effectively? You know, how many lasers do you get? I love this kind of matchups where like, if you get outplayed, you just lose. It's not just an auto win lane. I hate auto win lanes.
It's heavy skill base.
Yeah.
Which is always exciting to watch when you've got 2 heavily skilled players in the same lane. Shadow Strike comes into Toronto Tokyo. Scream, and there's the slight. Toronto Tokyo, though, still going to drop down to 9.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, well, that's a
big win for Tundra
start
there.
To make it a 3-1, yeah.
So picks up that Water Rune. If you really wanted to, could pick up the Water Rune over bottom as well. They've got the Nightmare on a Skitter. Boosting Beam, but a lot of damage onto this Luna. Couple right clicks coming through. Collapse not going to dive the tower, but they will get that salve out onto the Luna and keep him alive.
I have to admit, I don't quite like that choice of putting the Nyx bottom. Like, sure, you want to have the Nyx 5, but you can still put him top, right? He doesn't have to be down there. Because Luna and DP actually destroy Tidehunter on lane. And now instead you have a pressured Luna and a free farming Tidehunter.
Nyx Assassin also spending more gold on getting another salve, so expecting even more aggression to come through.
Has been killed.
Yeah. He will lose his courier to Mira, while Mira getting run down in some trouble. Also mid. They'll get the kill on Mira. They'll look over at Toronto Tokyo. The Shadow Strike forcing him away. So 9 really posturing himself into a good position in this mid lane.
Yeah, Ember Spirit is really sad right now. Does he have a... At least he has a bounty rune to go back to, but... It's not looking good at all. For Toronto Tokyo. 600 net worth behind at this point.
School given.
Impale lands. Miposhka now on the run. Loosen beam from afar. Well, there's a courier to kill there while he puts the Nightmare onto the Nyx assassin and pops the salve.
Yeah, we'll survive at least. There's 2 mangoes to work with as well. Well, they tried to go on snaking top, but he's a little bit too speedy at 4 DP.
Right.
Once this Dominator comes out on the Beastmaster, it's going to be a jungle city for Yatoro. You cannot lane there anymore. Or maybe he'll rotate bottom to lane against the Luna instead. But yeah, top lane will be a place he can no longer inhabit.
So back and forth they go over mid with a little bit of a level advantage right now for 9. Toronto took
almost
needs to be
6.
very careful.
You could hit a surprise 60 from the creep and wave him. Wave! Wave!
Oh, he's got it, and we'll use it. Oh! Almost slight to avoid it. Toronto Tokyo trying to line it up, but 9 still gets the kill. That's now a 2nd kill here for the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, you can't avoid it on just one target, unfortunately. I think you need at least 3, and it was never going to happen. Well played by 9, using that surprise factor. He's forced, and now he's 2 levels ahead of the Ember Spirit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No, this isn't the first time in this series we've seen Toronto Tokyo really struggle. They're going to try and go into snaking again.
Yatoro!
Seed and the static link. Now Yatoro now getting back, but I can't really get past the Nature's Grass. Crypt Swarm comes in and hits onto the Razor. Razor with the Plasma Field sewing up 33. They're still trying to go in on this. Spirit Siphon, Nature's Grass, Snaking getting low. Leech Seed again, pops the stick, and is trying to get a kill for Mira, but this is a bit of a struggle just to output the damage needed to do so.
Yeah. Yeah. Didn't we see Mira on Treant in game 2 as well?
I think so.
Oh, they're going on 3-3 again, but they can't commit Yatoro too low. Like Mira doesn't seem like super comfortable on the hero from what I've seen so far.
And it was the game with Collapse on the Sand King, right? That he played it?
I think so, yeah. Or was it the first game?
No, I think
I can't actually remember. Too old.
Dire's bottom tower
I'm older than you. My memory's gone.
Well. Yeah. We don't have to talk about that.
So, Fada comes over mid. You do finally have level 6 here on the Ember. But
Saying hello. Wave up and 10
pressure.
again.
Yeah, they might set up the pressure. Uses the Remnant to get away.
And then he runs back in again.
And then, yeah, just to get stunned. And again, Sonic Wave up in a moment. Bring over Miposhka.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified.
How's Luna looking?
Fada really want to make a move. Luna's middle of the pack. They've got the Sonic Wave, and they'll get the kill. The Impale lands. Toronto Tokyo did a 3rd time.
Wow, maybe he expected Miposhka to like sleep him or something, but
Ember
this
gets
Ember
it.
has no game. Treant TPing now middle as well. What? You can't kill the Quap, but you gotta defend the tower, I guess.
Still trying to get the kill on the Quap, and well, it looks like this tower is Tundra's to get. Fada a little bit low, so is 9, but they still jump in. They've got the Brain Sap right quick.
9.
The body blocks, now the Nightmare, and they'll finally take out this Queen of Pain. Sleight of Fist in as well as the Remnant to clean up Fada. If they could get Snake King, maybe this is a little bit of a salvage. Toronto Tokyo doesn't even want to chase for this. Focus on getting those last hits on the creeps. They do get 2 kills there.
That's the problem if you're feeling yourself too much. Like, giving away that streak was completely unnecessary, because Bane is almost over 5 now suddenly. He had no game at all. He got 1.5 levels from his kill. And the fast Bane 6, we know how much damage that can do.
Yeah, I get the Fiend's Grip, and then all of a sudden you have that extra control with the Nightmare. 9, though, still leading this Ember by a lot. You could just see the damage 9's doing, forcing him all the way back to the tier 2.
I feel really bad for Toronto Tokyo. This could potentially be the last game of this tournament. And yeah, like it would leave a very sour note to go out like this.
It's the question, if that were to happen, what would it feel like coming back into the DPC? I believe they're on break, though.
Yeah, on break until the next year, I believe, yeah.
Yeah. So at least it doesn't affect you coming into, like, say, a play match day tomorrow or something like that.
Yeah, nah, you're probably just gonna punch a pillow and you're gonna be good.
Fada spotted. We've got Collapse coming over. They're gonna move to get this kill with Toronto Tokyo. There's the slight Spike Carapace, some body blocks, a gush, and eventually this should be a kill, and it will be.
Yeah, giving it to Tokyo as well to get him back into the game a little bit. Squab is, yeah, she's gonna be a menace for sure. So
1,500 gold ahead.
Mm-hmm.
That's 2 kills in a row for Toronto Tokyo, though.
Yeah, and he's a DD bottled. He has all the tools to get back into it.
Double damage empowers me.
They have Primal Roar. They just don't have Snake King with the Exorcism just yet. But the blink in from 9, looking to put the pressure on.
3 and a 6 though. There is an overgrowth available. And where is Yatoro to ping to?
Hello, mic test, 1, 2, 3.
Is it Mitar? Yeah, Mitar. Bug. I mean, yes, he is a bug, but I assume that's not what he means. Haha.
It's the quick jokes. You're always on
late. Late.
The later it gets, the more dad jokes come out, which is the best feeling. I'm always a big fan of some dad jokes. Still thinking about sneakers. 1K lead right now for Tundra. And they are pressuring and posturing on this top tier 1. Really want to make something happen here. They have the tools to do so. The question is, do they catch anybody within the trees? And Mira might be that one. It's over to the side and behind this team. He does have that overgrowth. There's a Nature's Grasp out onto the creeps. Blink from 9. Now the Spike Carapace. Mira needs to be careful. 9 will just TP over to the mid tier 1. And they'll get the tower without Exorcism, without really putting much into it in terms of, say, like an ult or something like that. They don't really have to pay much of a price to get it.
Yeah, the power of Beastmaster, the RS is really strong. Together with the Dominator as well. But they're posturing to get middle themselves on Team Spirit.
Oh, Boris found Mira. Let's get her here. Nature's Grasp. Overgrowth used to try and TP out, but the Spike Carapace from Fada inside the Nature's Grasp, and they'll still get this kill onto the Treant Protector.
DP Dome might be cut out here. Should be gone.
Oh boy. Running down Snake King, Crit Storm, and the Sonic Wave! They've got the Hex, and now in some trouble. It's a Hex from a pig pole of his own. So he tries to run away and will actually be able to succeed in getting away. The Ravage was used. Collapse tries to TP out. The damage, Spirit Siphon, as well as that Primal Roar. They'll take out Collapse, and the only one to lose something is the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, they're gonna try to use this Bane Grip now to kill the Quap. Like, you don't want to have a Quap snowball like this. But then again, you have so many more problems too, like Luna free farming, and the Beast is getting scarily close to his Vladimir already. They're just 1600 away from the helm of the Overlord. And once that's up, this time there's no Night Stalker. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, no Night Stalker to use that shard. Even if there was a Night Stalker, there'd still be 8 minutes until they were able to get a shard out.
Who gets the rune? Well,
Bob?
it's definitely gonna be 9. Yeah, nice. Ilu rune, very good. Against the Overgrowth, against the Searing Chains.
I always get confused. Ooh, go for it.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
My thing was stupid. I was just going to say I always get confused from Pigpole with the Hex. But there's no Hex. And then he's just running away. He's got the Pigpole ready to go.
The Archer also got a bit confused because he used it before using his stick, which almost led to his death. And some of the neutral items can be a big bait, honestly.
What other ones do you think are a bait?
Like Pigpole.
Okay.
Can be good, but, you know, sometimes it's like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna use it, and suddenly you can't use your stick, or your bottle, or something, like, ah, dang it, I forgot about that.
Are scanning.
BKB for Yatoro soon, and well, not really that soon.
Isn't it magical, Papa?
It's only got that Ogre Axe to work with, and then and almost enough gold for either the Mithril Hammer or the BKB.
Oh, he's having visions
Or
on
a
Fata.
recipe.
Oh my god.
And he's
Gotta
still
be
doing
careful
so
there.
much.
Yeah. But don't look behind you, Bkop. Oof.
I looked. There's nobody there.
No, he didn't.
Production saw me look.
They didn't look at you look.
Fought back into the game. G ready to go.
I will eat the cheese.
And he's eating cheese again.
I've never really had problems with like a bugging game or anything like that.
How much did they pay you to say that?
Not enough. But
Oh, he just
truthfully, I never
extra
had
runs
it.
up?
Yeah,
Okay.
Exo runs up, going in for Mira. Mira uses the overgrowth. That's down on 3 of these heroes, but it's not going to keep them alive. They get the kill into the tree and protector. They throw the silence over onto Toronto Tokyo, and ooh, thinking about the Sonic Wave.
Love that sound. Phew.
The pre-Sonic Wave sound.
Yeah, especially with the Arcana, the whip.
Radiant's middle tower is
I
under
think we
attack.
gotta have a segment and see if we can cause a whip to make a Sonic Wave, something similar.
I think I can make that happen.
Okay.
I just need the right equipment and the right team with me. Last time I checked, I can spin my hands at a speed of 150 spins per minute.
Toronto Tokyo trying to fight this Luna, but eventually will back off to the Remnant. Picks up the Maelstrom. So maybe his game picks up. He does have this Maelstrom, could get a little bit more farm. Despite the fact that like Spirit struggled in the beginning of this game, it's 8-3 with only about a 2,000 net worth lead, and it has jumped back and forth from 1k to 2k.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely stabilized in this game. I'm just a little bit worried that this Razor BKB they're working towards as their timing is... Like, it's a good item, don't get me wrong, but if you get Beastmaster Rod, and then there's Sonic Wave, there's Exorcism, Luna right-clicks, it's not like a free ticket to just run in and deal damage. Not in this game. And they need a good Ravage as well, which right now they have no BKBs, I believe. But once they come out, obviously it's going to be a whole lot harder to hit a good one.
Isn't it magical, Papa?
They did have a decent Ravage in the fight over in the Radiant jungle, but didn't really lead to anything other than a kill for Tundra.
Radiant's
Yeah.
top tower is under attack.
Plus, they also don't have the biggest like follow-up on Ravage, right? There's like no OD ult, no like Quap Wave or anything crazy like that. It's like very subtle damage.
Radiant
Yeah, at least at the
are
moment, it's
scanning.
just not enough. Interesting scan from the Radiant right on their tier 1 tower over bottom.
Yeah, maybe expecting a smoke play. Not sure. The Luna's actually opting to go for Manta instead of BKB. So that signals to me that they're trying to avoid team fights, even though the lineup is kind of structured to team fight.
Radiant structures.
We'll see if that
fortified.
decision backfires or not.
And to potentially get pickoffs and then push and have the ability to team fight. They do have the Exorcism back up. Collapse is pretty far forward. They've got the stun. He does have Ravage if they want to use it, but the silence comes down to Mira as well as Toronto Tokyo. So now Collapse trying to survive. Sonic Wave comes in. They get the kill on the Collapse. Overgrowth through onto 4. But again, no follow-up from Team Spirit. Mira trying to leave. And
Where's the
eventually he might get caught. He gets into the trees. Over on the other side of this fight, they look through onto Maposhka, who is with that Siphon. Nightmares himself to scream from 9 to get the kill onto a second. It's a double kill for 9. Maposhka collapse, they both fall, and there goes Mira to Skitter. So 3 dead on Team Spirit again. And they get the Ravage, they don't even get the Ravage out, and that's due to the fact that you've got the Death Prophet who silences up both the Ember and the Tree, and I believe stopping what they were looking for in a team fight and then holding off on the Ravage.
Yeah, also just the wave deals modified 550 pure damage, so Titan actually just lost a third of his health instantly. Even if he wanted to Ravage, he just got blown up. And that's now an Aegis on the Luna, who's already snowballing. And yeah, things are gonna get quite rough from here. And this is a BKB on Yatoro, so not all things are terrible for them. But they gotta get something going, somehow. with like a Ravage or something. They're smoking up straight away.
Oh, Fada. Rubbing his hands together as a Philosopher's Stone drops for him on this Nyx Assassin.
DP's gonna take that, I'm sure.
Uh,
I hope. Maybe not, actually. DP's quite farmed.
Yeah, currently on Nyx's Courier, he's kind of sitting far behind compared to this Death Prophet. Death Prophet going for a Lotus Orb.
Yeah, I like that. Just tank up. Same with the Force Staff, just to get your teammates away from the Razor. I would really like it if the Philosopher actually went to the DP though. He's so rich, they can easily transition to like a core this game.
Good for the Spike Carapace. Not
Close.
there for him.
Or the Arcane Rune Quap. Oh no. Oh no. They see the Razor
And has
too.
that Sonic Wave up and available. Shadow Strike and going after Yatoro. They've got themselves the Lucent Beam. The heal comes out. They've got the Primal Roar, the BKB before that. Now they've got the ult from Mira. BKB's in enough to keep Yatoro alive. No Staking gets credit for the kill. They've used the Sonic Wave. 9 coming in around the side with that Arcane Rune. So he'll Tumbler Toy forward towards Miposhka, who gets hit by the silence from the Death Prophet. They'll keep on Miposhka, get this kill with a Scream, and 9 with another one now on a killing spree. Use the Exorcism to follow that up, and well, they'll push the tier 2 and potentially even go to the high ground.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And knowing Tundra, they like to play pretty safe, but maybe they will poke just to maybe force a reaction, but they're not gonna
A lot
hard
of
commit.
time on the Exorcism. Yeah, they're just gonna
Everybody
back off
keeping
towards
top.
top.
Yeah, I mean, that's how Tundra likes to play. They like to really squeeze the map, make sure the enemy can't go anywhere, feel really uncomfortable about doing anything. And they have no Raw, no Exorcism. There's no need to really force anything at this point. Just wait for your cooldowns, do it all over again.
They do have Sonic Wave up in a moment thanks to the Arcane Rune. Really helping them output that damage on the Queen of Pain in that last fight. Ember closing in on the BKB. They're still trying to get this Blink Ravage to make something happen. They're working against an Aegis that still has 2 minutes on it.
Yeah, and Quap is itemizing into her BKB as well. Once that's up, she is gonna be pretty much unkillable unless there's like a full duration grip.
We really
Oh, they're
haven't
catching a
seen the
beast.
grips. Oh, Miposhka nightmared himself.
Who's catching
Primal
who?
Roar comes out. The right click damage coming in, and now they've got the overgrowth from Mira. Miposhka needs to be careful away from this golem. And they have the silence on it too. They get the kill on a 33. The Sonic Wave comes out and just rips apart Miposhka. Can't say that pain feels good from the Queen of Pain.
Oh, the Impale.
And, ooh, Ravage through on the 3. They look over now and get the kill on a Fada. They're going to look for more of the Blink Forward as well as the Anchor Smash, but running into 3 of these heroes may not be the wisest idea from Collapse. Skitter with the TP out, and the rest of the team is able to escape.
Yeah, still no Exorcism available, which is a very strong tool of theirs. And actually, he's about to hit level 12, which is going to double up the ghosts, double up all the damage it deals. DP is so strong, and just like passively dealing so much damage. A little bit underrated, like even as a core, I feel has a lot more potential than people like to give it credit for. Almost level 13 now.
Do you think it's just finding itself a little bit too far back in the line of who you want to pick in terms of heroes available?
Yeah, and it doesn't offer like the most utility, right? There's just a silence, it's pretty much it, like no stun, no slow, but a ton of damage.
Pre-BKB, it's felt
You
like...
came top, you came top!
Oh,
The Ember!
he's silenced. They're going to try and run. They have the Lucent Beam. Do they have the damage? A Remnant down to the low ground. Ooh, with a sliver of health. He's got no more bottle charges. He has Remnants to try and get away.
Quap is coming.
Fada trying to chase. Looking for the Shadow Strike. Uh-oh. On the run. The rest of his team doesn't even want to come with him. They land the Impale. That's because Miposhka is going down up at the top end of the map. This has turned into, it was everybody chasing Toronto, Tokyo. Then they split off to get the kill on Miposhka. They'll take out both. They're looking now at Collapse. He's under the tower. There's nothing he can do. 3 heroes here. Spirit Siphon, Fada making a 4th. They're going to look for Mira. Mira, Overgrowth, But that's just wasted because now he's dead as well. Impale comes through. There's nowhere for him to go.
No Hawk.
Tries to TP out, and they have the damage with the Sonic Wave. Another kill here for 9, who is now wicked sick, 10-1 and 3.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, 10-1 a scoreline. I think
Dire's top tower.
a lot of his co-op games are with a similar scoreline, if not even more. And now they're going high ground. They have no glyph. That's a ground Rex.
Exorcism and the glaives.
They can even go middle.
Yeah.
Beastmaster Luna DP, man. That's so much building damage.
Push it to the limits, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Nope. They're backing off.
Well, you know. I meant to the limits of pushing. And they made me look stupid.
It's okay. What happens?
You got the rest of this game? I'll just go.
I mean, we could also just leave the chat to watch it without us.
X amount of people happy about that.
Yeah.
So they 5-man smoke, 10k down. Spirit trying to make a move
And
here. but
unsmoked already.
Look at where Fada is.
And he will eat the cheese twice because of that.
The Nyx Assassin being a spike in the side of Team Spirit. Not only in this game either.
Yeah.
Sentry down. They've got the Nightmare. Do they have the control? Beastmaster's coming over. And is he going to help out? Impale. Plasma Field. And eventually Fada goes down. But again, this is Fada dying. And we've talked about this earlier in the tournament. Fada's happy to tank the ganks.
Yeah, Fada's deaths are actually, in so many games, just very genius. As I said before, like, his +5 play is insane. It's so, like, sacrificial. You know? Like, he does so many things right. There's something special about it. I can't quite put my finger on it, but like looking at a lot of other +5s, you don't get the same feeling.
Yeah. He certainly put himself in a position, especially with this Nyx Assassin, to make Spirit's game very difficult.
Yeah, and where's the comeback gonna come from? You're supposed to be ahead with this kind of lineup, not 9k behind. The enemy has Luna, a 4 DP that's scaling like mad.
Dire are scanning.
The Luna now going into the BKB almost has the gold for it. You've got Queen of Pain with a full 9-second BKB ready to go. Fada again moving forward. Spike Carapace. Here comes 9. They've got the silence. There's the Impale. And oh, this time finally misses the Sonic Wave. Toronto Tokyo surviving.
Whoops. It happens. You know, after a ton of good plays, you're allowed a couple of bad plays.
Yeah.
No one's gonna judge you, except Twitch chat.
Yeah. But then you just remember when you see it in Twitch chat. My MMR is X time higher. Fine.
Yeah.
Not for me, but
Well, most Twitch viewers are 13k though. So,
true.
yeah. So you gotta be really careful what you say in regards of MMR.
Roche up in a minute and a half. Tundra still taking over the Dire side of the map.
Yeah. Wait, Roche, get shot on Luna, and probably end game with that. What's flying out there to the Luna? A whole BKB.
Yeah, so the whole BKB, 9 seconds for him and the Queen of Pain.
Yeah. What about Beast? Something flying out to him too?
Death Prophet's finishing off the Lotus Sword. Yep.
Yeah, DP is so rich
Such
too.
a tough game. Tough game for Spirit. Great game for Tundra. Tundra potentially about to make it 3 in a row, break the streak of Team Spirit, 12 series in a row, and a BO5 nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, who'd have thought it would go like this after game 1, right? Like, game 1 was so one-sided in Spirit's favor.
And Collapse, meanwhile, he's going for the refresher. About 700 gold away from that. We'll see if he gets the time again. Fada moving forward, trying to spot them out. They've got the help from this Obs that is sighting all these heroes on Spirit. They're not really too safe.
Oh, the smoke again.
Yeah, smoke and broken. Fada, his positioning perfect.
And he's eating the cheese again, man. As soon as he types that, you know already.
Every single time they have come out and broken these smokes pretty early, not allowing Team Spirit to put themselves in a proper position to make something happen. The Illusions pushing Team Spirit back while they go for Roche. Not super fast, but fast enough. And they will spot him do it with a slight. They haven't
are going to fight
Ravish,
though.
but the BKBs are ready. BKB, pop by Atro, pops the refresher. Now the double plasma field with the static link. They're going to go in with the Ravage with the BKB. It gets popped, dropped down. Is the Eclipse as well as the Sonic Wave. They get the Aegis into the hands of Collapse. They got it onto the Tide. Do they have the damage? The Primal Roar comes out of the Atro. They get the kill onto this Razor. They'll take out Skitter, so no more Luna without no buyback. Snake King, 9 and 33 trying to stop these TPs, but they won't be able to do so. They've used the Exorcism. 9 trying to find themselves at least one more on Amira. 2 heroes down to the side of Spirit. They snatch the Aegis, get it out of the hands of Tundra, and they also take out the Luna.
Yeah, I think that it's pretty much the best case scenario for them. So we're played by Spirit there, but you can see even in a fight where everything goes their way, they're still hard pressed to even call it a victory, right? Like they're still like 2k more behind than they were previously, and the Crop is still a menace. Beastmaster's still alive, so they might lose a Rex still, or at least the tower.
Well, let's see what they can do with this.
I'm gonna be careful though. Like you don't want to overstay if you're Tundra. Pause a glyph. That's all they wanted to do. Now back off. Oh, it was like it looked so great, right? Nyx instantly dead. Like double BKB Razor running into the pit.
Even with that, he doesn't survive. Yatro gets focused and he ends up dying. They've gone to these refreshers on 2 of their heroes. Collapse is about to have his, and you've got the standard one that's on the Razor. His BKB down to 6 seconds, and his courier also dead.
I didn't know a dive bomb can kill a courier.
More you know.
Yeah. I guess the bird wants to have air superiority, because he doesn't like any other air units around. This is my sky! Oh, you like my joke.
In danger. Yeah. Yatro, he's got you on live feed.
Yeah. As soon as I said it, he's like, ah! More
Dive
impressed than
bomber.
Twitch
Oh
shot.
my gosh. Not fun to deal with the dive bomber, that's for sure. And then he's also got that ancient black dragon throwing the fireball right on top of the Razor too. That Aegis steal though, is it enough to give Spirit the time? One lost fight and the push is just so great from Tundra.
It keeps him in the game at least. Like if that Luna had that Aegis and the Shard, the game would be over at this point. So at least they kept themselves in the game, but now they actually need to win a fight.
Yeah. Which that fight, I guess, was also a win, but I guess a win is just a draw at this point for Spirit.
Yeah, like by win a fight, I really mean like the Razor has to live, get a lot of gold accumulated, because he is still quite far behind.
Have the Shard on 9, and we have seen the impressive movements from this Queen of Pain with the Shard before from 9. Knowing where to go to hit these supports, to silence them up, make their lives difficult, and the positioning becomes that much more important here from the Bane as well as the Tramp.
For sure. The biggest problem is also that the support is really poor on the side of Team Spirit, so they don't really have positional items other than the Ethelins. Like Trian doesn't have a blink yet. There's no force staffs. It's going to be very difficult to take the next fight. But if they win it, they can definitely take this game still.
Jesus. Death Prophet, 11,000 net worth.
Yeah, he's rich.
Snaking, man.
And level 18 too.
Has that level 3 in the Exorcism. Maybe not what anyone was expecting when you see a support Death Prophet, but so much farm, so much experience.
Someone pop BKB here?
It really is kind of crazy.
9 missed
And 9 popped the BKB.
Yeah. Happens.
On the cusp of winning this tournament, Tundra don't exactly want to put themselves in an awkward spot, but they definitely feel that they are in a good spot to finish this one off.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And he had a quick hitting charm anyways, so the BKB cooldown isn't as long. Like, sure, you wasted like your 8-second charge, but just wait for it.
We eat the cheese.
Go again. You're in no rush whatsoever.
Yeah, not at all. Thought by the way, with that Philosopher's Stone also farming up the top creep wave, so he's off on his own, getting as much farm as he can, and both supports sit ahead of the supports on Spirit. You're trying to get the Blink Dagger on Mira so Mira can jump in and blink with the Overgrowth, and then maybe get that followed up by a Ravage. Meanwhile, Nullifier is being built for the Tidehunter. Secret Relic next, but that'll be a while.
Okay, so Invis, DP is running in. Let's be careful. Like, DP cannot die early. She's very important for Tundra still. It's a lot of damage coming from her.
Do Tundra just fall back and, you know, not fall all the way back, obviously, and just play maybe a little bit more conservative and wait for the next Roche? Because it kind of seems like that's what they're waiting for. It's just an Aegis to make sure that they can successfully push and take the tournament.
Yeah, I do think they want to take the T2 bottom, though, before that happens. And just, like, completely assert the map dominance.
Right.
But they're way too strong for Spirit to fight outside, right? So, and they should also know that. They can get a surprise Ravage, though. Like, this is really the only thing they can do to win the team fight. Double surprise Ravage. Either the Quap or the Luna. Razor runs in with double Eye of the Storm and just bursts them down from full to 0. I don't think there's any other way for them.
So Exorcism gets them the tier 2 tower over bottom. That'll be the push that they wanted.
Yeah, and now they're just gonna wait for the Exorcism cooldown, and Roshan may respawn in a minute. Wait for the Roche. See what upgrade they get too. Like, potentially a refresher shard for the Quap would be insane as well.
Radiant
Or even an axe. Like, axe on the Nyx for free would be game winning.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of Nyx Assassin, taking the outpost. For all you Tundra fans out there, I did just double check Kyle's Twitter, making sure he's not jinxing it at the moment. Hasn't said anything. He's got that cursed power, you know?
Yeah, well, I heard he has been purified. Yeah, no more
Maposhka.
curse.
Seen by the ancient Black Dragon. And they'll eventually take it out.
Very scary, Black Dragon. Honestly, like, the Black Dragon, like, if you zoom in on him and his portrait, like, he looks really, looks really silly. I think that's a good way to put it.
So 18,000 net worth lead. Roche. It's going to be 21 seconds. So a quick Roche.
Yeah, but will they know? Are they expecting a fast Roche Bkop? And if they do, at what cost?
Top open, top. Not going to push in with Toronto Tokyo here, so he'll push that out. They've got the refresher on Queen of Pain. Double BKB, double Sonic Wave. And now they have found Fada again. Fight Carapace, Nature's Grasp, Plasma Field, all coming through. They'll get a quick kill on the Nyx Assassin. Does have buyback.
Oh, they gripped an illusion.
Oh, you know, Collapse has a refresher. Naturo has a refresher. Unfortunately, Maposhka does not. Dive Bomber, and Maposhka may not have a life either. Tries to TP out. Sonic Wave, right clicks in, TP's away. Okay.
That's one ult wasted. One ult gone.
It's the long con bait to get them to push in, thinking there's no Sonic Wave to refresh and go.
I'm sure they clicked on him. Like, they must know. There's no way they're going to be surprised by that. But the problem also is they can't take the Roche themselves. They have no damage.
Yeah. So it's got to be a swipe.
Yeah. Just looking
Butcher.
at the draft, like they need an Aghanims on the Razor to even be able to push buildings too. Like I didn't really think about it too much early on, but like the draft really has no way to punish objectives. Well, Nyx is back.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo, by the way, he's also going for a refresher.
Yeah, he definitely needs it. Double BKB. He has the axe already, so it's going to be 10 remnants.
Then he's got a shard.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see if that's enough.
Are
It's not like Spirit have never had a comeback like this before. Question is,
Certainly.
can they do it here when their backs are against the wall? One game away from taking a second place. And
They
Tundra
are.
taking the tournament.
Yeah, they're trying to definitely get a double Ravage on the Copper Luna. It's super important. If they don't, I don't see how they win this team fight.
Collapse
Oh,
is
Yatro's
kind
dead.
of far away. They've got the Primal Roar. They're getting the Nightmare save, but there's the Lucent Beam. The damage coming through into Yatro. He already used
No
his
buyback.
BKB. Remnant forward, going after the Nyx Assassin with the BKB here is Toronto Tokyo. They get the kill on Afada, so they'll end up trading 1-for-1. No buyback available on Yatro. Lucent Beam stops him, and he'll Remnant all the way back, but with no Razor, that means we could see Tundra take this Roche.
Yeah. Razor is really the only source of damage right now.
And it kind of relies on the double BKB double ult with the static link, and well, his BKB's on cooldown and his life's on cooldown.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean,
We've got
they're
Toronto
probably gonna try to
Tokyo
poke.
trying to make a move, but they've got the silence of the blink in.
Oh, BKB!
Sonic Wave, Refresher, double Sonic. Ooh, Toronto Tokyo taken out. He's forced to buy back. They're going to go in on this one. BKB there gets popped again. They've got the Overgrowth and the Fiend's Grave. 9 in a little bit of trouble. Can they get on top of this Bane? They've got themselves the Ravage. They get the kill on 9 who doesn't have buyback. They're going to refresh it once more. They go after this Death Prophet. The Lotus Orb will pop back the Gush, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill on Snake King, who's going to buy back now. They will cover Toronto Tokyo, who's locked down with the Primal Roar. They'll take out Toronto Tokyo for 2 minutes. So the one of the two are taken out of the side of Spirit, but they do have Razor up in 15. Not looking like it's going to matter. Maposhka dead. It's the dive bomber that stops him in his tracks, and they will get the kill onto this Bane. They don't have this Queen of Pain. They do have the Razor in 5. The question is, does it matter? They'll go back into the Roche pit. They've got themselves half the health away from this Roshan. Fada. Spotted. Do they have this? They do have the second Ravage. Blink on cooldown. Nobody's into the pit. It's just the Golem. They've got the Luna off to the side. Lucent Beam hits on Yatoro. He has to be very careful about this one. They'll lose Collapse's Courier. They'll pick up a Daedalus onto the Luna. So the damage feels strong, especially with that shard. There's no Overgrowth. Impale lands the damage on Yatoro. Ooh, very quick. BKB, now the Ravage comes through onto the Luna. They'll pop the Refresher. Do they have the damage to get the kill on Skitter? He goes for the force staff back, but the BKB is going to beat up with the static blink. He just runs away. He's got the Lotus Orb on him, but it's not enough. He doesn't have buyback either. Primal Roar on Yatoro. Yatoro ball back. They're going to buy back here on Amir. Amir trying to survive, but he doesn't have the health to survive. They get the kill with the Brain Sap from Maposhka on Nafada. Now the Nightmare out onto the Death Prophet. They don't have this Ember up for 45 seconds. It's the 3-4-5 that survived for Spirit, and they see that Roche is low. Again, they just can't take it. Silence thrown over on a Maposhka. Maposhka on the run, but there's the blink as well as the Anchor Smash. They'll use that Exorcism. They've got Fada coming over. Mira in. Spike Carapace stops Mira. They go after. They've got the Fear. That's due to the shard that's onto the Death Prophet. BKB. There's the kill on a Maposhka. 80 seconds without the Bane. They're going to focus their attention on Mira. Silence. Another Spike Carapace. They'll get the kill onto the train. They'll look over now at this Tide. They've got 9 back into the fight, and another Sonic Wave. A full team wipe here for Tundra, and they will lock down Roche.
Yeah, like this is pretty much all she wrote. Like we talked previously about it. Like if you all in the Luna, what do you have left in the tank? The answer is nothing. Razor died to the DP afterwards, and as we said, like this DP4 transitioning into a core wonderfully. Same network as the Beastmaster pretty much. It's just too strong. It's just too strong. And now this might just be the GG. Can they defend
Collapse.
a little longer? Collapse is
They
going to
have
be
a
fine
Ravage
here.
for
but-
15.
Oh, it's another Exorcism. Use the Refresher shot.
They have Glyph. They're going to be forced to use it. They have Yatoro up in 10. That is without the Refresher. 65 seconds on cooldown. Snake King getting the Spirit Siphon on a Collapse. He's got that shard. You got to remember the Fear is there. The Exorcism tearing through this tier 4 tower. TPing in. They're going to bring Yatro in with the BKB. They're going to go after Snaking. They've got the Remnant forward. They also have Toronto, Tokyo. Fada's career ends up going down in the mix of all of it, but they've got the Sonic Wave on Yatro. They get the kill on this Razor. Now the Ravage comes out, and the Remnant's forward. They get the kill on Fada. They'll look over, but the silence is out thanks to this shard on Cleanup Pain. They'll take out Toronto, Tokyo. Tundra should be able to do it here with the Ancient exposed. There's nothing stopping them from taking this game, especially with the Luna in the mix. Overgrowth comes through, and GG is called. Tundra, they take out the champions, they stop the streak, and they will upset Team Spirit in a 3-1 victory and the finals of OGA. Wow.
Whew. Well, I certainly didn't expect this to happen at all. After the first game, I was like, okay, Spirit's probably going to 3-0 this. No problem. Gonna look super easy, but no. They just take 3 in a row against Spirit, and all 3 games were pretty one-sided. The second game, not as much, but during the later portion, no chance for Spirit. I don't know what that means for Tundra. They look so vulnerable at the early stages in this tournament. The way they evolved is really remarkable, and I think it's very important for them as well for the DPC journey ahead. Right? Congratulations to Tundra. A lot of people I don't think expected them to beat Secret, but. Spirit, sorry, but they did.
Both, honestly.
Ended the streak as well.
Yeah.
What was it, 11 in a row?
I think it was 12 in a row. And not only that,
12.
Tundra comes through the lower bracket run of the ages, just wiping everybody out. And then they end up beating Spirit. It's the cherry on top, and they're the champions. I mean, that feels like a big win for them.
Yeah,
that must
remarkable
be great.
performance. Remarkable performance, super good drafts, very good execution. There's really not much you can say. After the first game, they were like, all right, we probably should pick some stuns. Ever since they picked stuns, they just owned.
Yeah.
Good.
Utterly perfect there from them. 3 in a row to beat Spirit. To break it down one last time, we've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
Tundra Esports are the champions of the OGA Dota Pit Season 5 EU and CIS regions. I'll be honest, after the start they had, I wasn't expecting to say that, but an amazing run through the lower bracket and then a champions finish to take down the team which once took them down in a 3-1 victory, ending the streak since they've been having since TI playoffs. They beat Team Spirit in a 3-1. I mean, that is just insane. What a story for these guys. What a boost of confidence and a huge first place victory for them. Guys, I mean, break down this game and what this win means for this team a bit for me.
Yeah, it means so much for Tundra. It's not only the win, obviously, and the prize money and everything else that comes with beating the previous TI champions, current TI champions. It's the fact that you have this huge backwind now coming into everything that's upcoming in the year, right? You must be feeling so damn confident. Truth be told, coming into this tournament, I've heard it from quite a few CIS players that Tundra is owning. And we've seen them as well not do that great in the DPC, but they also dropped down in the lower bracket at the beginning of the tournament and fought their way through. Just showed true dominance and composure.
Yeah, I mean, you can see their journey here. I mean, I think when a lot of us started to waver, the 2-0 to Team Spirit, forgivable, but, then dropping the game to Na'Vi, and it was a close series against Na'Vi, and I think a lot of us viewed Na'Vi as a bit of an underdog, so I think that shook a lot of our confidence, but that series against Enigma, they just found themselves, and they just looked so good. I mean, that series went out to stomp, and then they go on just take, OG, Secret, huge names they took out of this tournament, and then to go on and win the whole thing, Misery, what a run.
Yeah, for sure. I think they also towards the end here really showed some amazing understanding of the patch and how to take advantage of some of the trends that has been going on in this tournament, right? With the Death Prophet 4, the Broodmother, bringing in back the Beastmaster here in the end, fourth game. And I think that's also kind of why they ended up taking the tournament, just being able to go out of the box and not be scared of trying something.
No,
so yeah,
I agree. I mean, even in the lower bracket finals, when they're picking up that Brood and then just bringing it out in the grand finals as well, right up until the very end, they're still experimenting. They're still pushing the boundaries. It's not even experimentation because it's working. It's innovation. Looks so damn good.
right? I mean, there's definitely a lot of people looking at this Broodmother hero right now because, I mean, that's what I would imagine at least because it looks really scary. It looks like it's a hero once again that needs to be kind of like you have to remember, how did we used to deal with this hero in the past, and what actually counts as this hero, right? Because we hero crafted it, and it's not that easy, and it's not that simple.
No, it's not. And, just so many things as well, like the Brood ending up getting, and then the Spirit Breaker, like banned every time by Team Spirit, I mean, it's kind of funny, right? They tried to ban Spirit Breaker every single game, but it didn't stop Team Spirit from getting broken in the end.
It didn't. And the fact that 9 gets his Queen of Pain in this last game just sealed the deal, really. I feel like Tundra, they've been on point, and they've been playing really well together for, ever since somewhere around TI, I would say, TI qualifiers, that is. But this patch at the moment really feels like it suits them a lot. Like 9 has been known for a very good Queen of Pain player for a really long time, and if this hero is broken, this team will be broken as well. So they're really exploiting that to the fullest. You could see it in this game. Toronto Tokyo, man, he's a TI winner. He did not have a lot of fun versus 9 on that mid lane.
No, I mean, this last game was absolutely awful for him. I mean, what happened in that middle lane, Misery? Why is this meant to be this bad for the Ember Spirit?
I'm not sure what happened, but
Yeah.
I mean, we've kind of seen that in this tournament that Ember is supposed to be somewhat good against Queen of Pain, at least 50-50 maybe, but like 9 just, I don't know. I think he's just too good on this hero right now. And it was also, I don't think it was intended to give them Queen of Pain after that game too. It just happened. It was a Broodmother that they had to respect ban out of nowhere, right? And then
Yeah,
I mean, I thought they would pick the Queen of Pain themselves into the nukes, just to not to take it from themselves, right, and not give it to 9. But yeah, this was maybe a mistake in hindsight.
yeah. And against this team, there's so many of those mistakes you can make. And it's funny because you say it's definitely a 9 favored patch, but part of me thinks like it doesn't feel like a 33 favored patch. And for me, he's one of the big performers on this team. But you think about Lycan, you think about Visage. These heroes aren't popular. And before this tournament, Broodmother not popular at all either. But 33 just says, screw it, I'll bring it back anyway. I'll make it work. So
I think that's even better for them.
yeah,
I think it's better that these cheesy niche heroes that he plays aren't popular because they hit you in a different way once they're picked, right? They don't have to be broken. Like if he plays a hero for like 500 times, he's gonna make it work even when it's not in the best position, in the best patch, as long as the draft is and the game is right for the hero.
Absolutely, yeah. Alrighty. Well, guys, we are now closing down for the end of the day for the very last time. Is there any closing thoughts you have in this tournament before we close it all out, guys?
Well, I'd like to say thanks for DotaPit for hosting tournaments. It's like there's not so many games being played for the teams in DPC, so it's nice to have these tournaments that includes a lot of games over a short time. I think a lot of players are missing that grind there is, in playing tournaments. So very nice.
Lizard?
Yeah, same. Thanks for having us. Thanks for hosting some great Dota. Thanks to the Twitch chat for flaming us all the time. That was really cool as well.
For sure.
It was some amazing week of Dota, really. Really enjoyed it and learned a couple of new things. Kaya Yasha on Spirit Breaker. Gonna try that out in my pubs, get flamed out a little bit there as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you for OGA for organizing this. And of course, thank you guys for watching. It's been an absolute blast and all the teams for taking part. We will see you next time, but for this time, it is goodbye. And one more time, congratulations to Tundra Esports for being the champions of the OGA Dota Pit Season 5 EU and CIS. We'll see you next time, guys. Bye-bye.